The Seattle Seahawks have entered into a new era. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today as we lurch ever forward here to the start of the season. We are under a week away from our first Seattle Seahawks game actually being played in the preseason here against the Chargers on Saturday. But we're getting close, and we got another step closer in this process, the long training camp process here with the Seahawks undertaking their yearly scrimmage game out at Lumen Field. It's kind of a fan fest day. This is a yearly event. This is a game that has typically been run like a mock game, and as we are seeing with the changing waters of Coach McDonald, now that the old is not necessarily going to be the new, and it was a little bit more yesterday of situational type of stuff, trying to practice on specific things, running through some drills. It was more, it seems like, in listening to Mike McDonald about getting the players acclimated to getting out there to Seattle, getting in a game, getting in that stadium, what it's going to be like on game day, going through that process. That doesn't mean that there weren't some items to be taken away from, but I think that it does give you a little bit less to go from in this scrimmage because it wasn't as close to the real thing as you possibly can get. But nonetheless, there was some good stuff that was brought up. I think the first thing that we've got to cover with, and I dropped the video on the channel on Saturday because I went to bed Friday kind of freaking out, kind of in a little bit of a worried state of things, kind of like going, boy, I don't know where this season is going to go right now if this is what I'm kind of sensing here. And that was that Geno Smith was reported to have some injury he sustained on Tuesday at training camp that then not only caused him to miss a couple of practices there at training camp, but to have to go get imaging done. When you hear the word imaging done, when you hear the word hip and knee, imaging, knee, hip, imaging, your mind just starts to swirl a little bit between those three things. And you go, boy, this is not going to maybe be this is maybe a little bit deeper than just a, kind of a soft tissue injury of training camp. This could be a little bit more than that. And so it was really concerning going through the day, just sort of thinking about that. And then luckily, of course, Murphy's side, it's not really Murphy's Law. I don't know what you would call it here in the content creation world, but just as I'm dropping the video of Geno and the worrisome part of it, that we get the news here from Adam Schefter that the testing on the Seahawks Geno Smith's knee and hip injuries did not reveal anything significant. So hallelujah. Geno Smith is going to be okay. It doesn't seem like he's going to miss any significant time. This was very good news. But again, when players go to get that imaging thing done, that always, to me, worries me because it's usually not a second good step there into what you get as the results. You have to have something kind of usually deeply hurting to some degree to go need to have the imaging done in the first place. And last year with Geno, he had that the knee and the hip thing going on from the Giants game where he got hip tackled out of bounds there, and there was just some concern and worry there. So he didn't play in the scrimmage, but it does sound like he is due to be able to come back and bounce back hopefully strong, because the reason I was worried, the reason I wasn't getting very much sleep on that Friday night was because of the fact that Sam Howell is just not quite ready to go there yet. This is not to draw any final conclusion on Sam Howell, that he's not going to be a guy who can potentially be a quarterback in this league, that can start for a team in this league, and that can play the position well. It's just that in his part of this process he's going through to get himself better and to get himself into that ready state, he's just not there and not ready to go. He was your starter in this game for today and was not able to execute any touchdown drives, in whatever you want to make of that as sort of the mock game moments that they had. It does sound like he's doing a lot of that bailing out of the pocket, a lot of stuff that, when you hear the reports come in the mock game, you can kind of trace back into training camp. You can trace it back even as moments of me being in practice and seeing it there in person. And that he's not seeing it clearly when he's getting the ball back there and going through progressions. Everything, he's kind of fighting a little bit as he's going through that. And so then that leads him here, as we hear him practice at times, to start to scramble prematurely when he does need to bail on the pocket. And he's got good legs. He's got good escapability. He can even make a man miss in space. But he just needs to get better at locking in through those reads and finding that open target and delivering the ball on time. We'll see how he does in the preseason and maybe the preseason games, live fire. Maybe he just needs to have everything be, real for him to be at his best. But there has been a real stark difference between Geno Smith and Sam Howell and their performance level here at training camp. So to lose potentially Geno here for a long time is good that we didn't. But Sam still didn't necessarily carry the day in the mock scrimmage game where he's sort of taken the bull by the horns. It does sound like he's improved a little bit from when I was there at training camp, bit by bit, which is what you would expect here. That's what I'm saying. He's not a finished product. And you do think he'll get better in this offense the more time you give him, as it is a new offense. But just a little worrisome when you see that big gap right now that would seem to exist between Geno Smith and Sam Howell for who you put on the field. Because I think if you don't have any Geno Smith at this point, I didn't necessarily know this for sure in the offseason, but I do kind of think this now. If you lose Geno Smith for the full portion of this year or for a huge chunk of this year, the playoff hopes for this season, the chance of contending this season, really probably swirl on down into that drain. I'm not trying to be negative with it, but we got a lot of hope here riding on the fact that Geno is going to be able to remain upright and do his thing. Sam is still work in progress. PJ Walker was a little bit better. He executed a couple of touchdown drives. It wasn't without some bumps in the road there, as he had a botched snap or two throughout the process there, but at least he looks like a solid third option here on this team. I don't think that Sam Howell's got any chance of not being upended as the number 2, but PJ's your number 3. Having a solid number 3 is a good thing, and he seems to be well built for within this offense to be able to at least execute it somewhat. And he's got the wheels to fall back on as well. DK Metcalf had a one-handed catch in the end zone that just wasn't quite able to come down with both feet in bounds, but it was a marvelous grab at that. He's also gotten some of these cut-ups that you've been seeing here, I'm sure, on Twitter, where he's smoking up Devin Witherspoon. A lot of people are making too much of this type of stuff, where does this mean a sophomore slump for Devin Witherspoon? No, it does not mean that. This is not a fun drill to have to run with a receiver, where you've got every route in the book that they can run on you, and so you've got to stay with every single route on that. You got no help on the backside. Nothing really can pivot to. So it's a tough route to defend. And so him getting beat on this one or the next one we've seen, here's the other cut up you've got of him of DK just kind of cooking him in the middle of the field. I mean, you can run every route in the book. They're going against space. So you don't want to make too much of this that he kind of turned him around like that. If anything, it's just, to me, less about Witherspoon not being able to bring the goods this year and more about DK Metcalf's getting set to have a monster season. Just the way it feels right now to me, seeing him from camp, hearing what we're hearing from him within camp, he looks ready to go. He looks locked in. And let's not forget, DK is going for kind of a contract this year, so he's also going to be just even a little bit extra more hungry on that side of it to really put in what could potentially be the finest season he's had as a pro, with the lack of confines this offense is going to keep him from within. Let's just put it that way. The man who had the catch of the day at practice and one of the touchdown catches, he also was able to draw a DPI later on in this game, or earlier on in this game. Sorry, I think it was. But you also had the Bobo man. The Bobo man came back into play, just like the Bobo man can. And as I said earlier on this, you're stacking days up. You're stacking OTAs. You're stacking training camp. You're stacking scrimmage performance. You're stacking preseason games. You're building to a place that you can perform well on the football field come game day. It doesn't happen night to day, black to white, a flip of the switch. Last year, at this same time, Jake Bobo, in the scrimmage game, which was more of your traditional scrimmage-like game under Coach Carroll, led the team in catches. Went on, led the team in catches in the preseason. Went on, had some good impact in his first year, even though he was 4th on that depth chart. This guy continues to make plays whenever you give him the opportunity. He did so again in this preseason game. And the last little note that I want to put on this little play here that I find interesting when I pair it back to my training camp experience was that they were working heavily on this drill down by the red zone, where they would run fade, 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 and it would be play after play, and the corner would know the fade ball was coming. So they'd start to sit up on top of the route. As you can see here, what the corner's doing on this fade route, where he gets up on top of, he's trying to get up on top of Bobo, trying to stack Bobo on top so Bobo can't get behind him to get in a position to get his feet down. Okay? So what the Seahawks would do is run that. The corners would know it's coming, and then they started to run a little bit of a tiny adjustment off that where it looks like a fade, and then it goes to either an out route, back shoulder, whatever you want to call it, kind of a back shoulder out route thing. And it's a little read route that I think the receivers and quarterbacks can make on the fly, where you can have that fade route called. I feel the corner stacking me here. Quarterback feels the corner stacking me here. Now it goes to an out route. Now it goes to that back shoulder fade. And we're both on the same page, right on that same page of how to read it there and read it true. Because I bet that this play was called for Bobo to be a pure fade ball here at the back end of things, but then he adjusted it back to the side and the quarterback saw the same side adjustment. Just a cool little adjustment you see from training camp working its way into this game here with the mock game, and something that I think we will see translate into the NFL season with all of the receivers, because everybody was kind of working on it on that side there at training camp on both days that I was there. Not much to be said as far as the running game goes. It sounds like they didn't get many gains. I'm not sure of how much it was really game-like conditions for the running game to show you much with that. You've got a heavy amount of rotation of players along the interior of the offensive line. Nothing seems to be really fully set in there as of yet. Just guys are kind of floating through on that inside. Certainly it helps that Charles Cross is at least maybe getting a little bit more solidly down there and set here in this year, reportedly by Brady Henderson. He and Byron Murphy have been the two best guys in one-on-one drills. And so it does look like Charles Cross at least can maybe be a bit of our, much like Dwayne Brown was on a line that had a lot of question marks through it there when he came aboard. Brown's presence kind of helped to somewhat stabilize some things on that offensive line when he came in the door a few years ago. And maybe Cross kind of coming into his own here into his third year now can kind of do the same here on this offensive line. But it does still seem like we don't have necessarily a lot of assurities here on the interior of that offensive line. There is still some wonder about whether or not they're going to go for the Connor Williams, where there does seem to be a bit of a difference on what Seattle wants to pay him versus what he wants coming off that injury. He is a top 5 type center in this league if he's healthy. But is he healthy? What's the risk? How does that affect the cost of him? They're still not coming to full final figures on that. But I will say this, he's not been signed by anybody else. I haven't reportedly heard him of going anywhere else. So maybe that is still in play on that side of it. Cody White looked good in the game again. Another guy that has throughout camp looked really good and made plays all over the place. I don't know. He's really got almost a Mission Impossible alt world to try to make this roster, like the alt movie they would make of Mission Impossible where Cruise dies at the end. They go, oh, didn't get through on this one. It was impossible. He's got so many guys behind him on this depth chart to try to get past. He's got a Laviska Shenault, who's also got the kick returning stuff he can do and the guaranteed contract. It's going to be really hard for Cody to have any chance, but you got to note the fact that he has played really well and he has been good in what he has done. So, showing up all over camp, showed up again in this scrimmage game, which is good to see. The corners were okay out there. Mike Jackson because of injury. DJ James, Nehemiah Pritchett got a lot of run in there, and it sounds like they both had some give and take with the receivers. DJ James gets mostly some good reports based off of what I'm hearing on his side of it. Byron Murphy made some plays. He was able to split a double team. He was getting in the backfield at times, looking good. So really notable here is the Byron Murphy as you look through all of the rookie guys that we've drafted or brought in here, and you start to get to the place of, okay, pads are on, we're past OTAs. What do we really got? And in the case of Byron Murphy, what you can say you got is that he looks like the best player in this class. He looks like your first round pick in this class, by all accounts. Vets are talking him up and speaking on him. You're hearing Mike McDonald, who's, I think, trying to fight back, throwing too much praise on the top of him and doing what he can with that. But at the same point in time, this is one where there's people are very interested on this, where they're saying, hey, there's what's going on with this kid? Does he got a little bit, more to give on that side of it, than we think. I'm trying to grab the clip here. That's why I'm stumbling a bit, is I thought I had the clip in here for you guys, but I guess I don't. But Mike McDonald was talking him up and really, really speaking well on him. To this degree, Brady Henderson noted this as well. Byron Murphy has started to make his presence felt at Seahawks practice now that the shoulder pads are on and contact is allowed. The The rookie defensive tackle chosen number 16 overall in April's draft has been one of the two most consistently impressive players in the one-on-one pass rush drills, along with left tackle Charles Cross. Murphy has been displaying the ability to dominate blockers with strength or with quickness, and he did that again on Saturday. In his first rep, Murphy overpowered an undrafted rookie with a bull rush and then used a fast get-off to blow past him on the next rep. He's the guy that we thought he was, Coach McDonald said. Again, let's not crown him yet, but he's on his way. He's a force out there, and I think you guys see it. I'm pleased with his effort. The guy brings it every day. Again, he's a rookie. There's things that we want to attack, but he's a savvy football player. He knows what he's doing out there. He's not lost. He plays fast, plays rugged. So I think the future is bright for Mr. Murphy. So Murphy looking really good out there. Good for us to see on that it does not look like we've missed on. It does look like that the what you want to call the hype is real here, however you want to speak upon that. But he is looking really good. Vets are noticing him and noting him as well on what he's bringing to the table. It seems like this guy's got a good chance to provide for your Seahawks some potential true day one impact, which is reassuring to hear as well, just kind of coming from this. And I'm going to be really locked into him on preseason to see what he's doing, because it's going to be a lot of fun to see what he can maybe bring to the table on that. Marquise Blair got himself an interception. He was able to pick off P.J. Walker. He has looked pretty good by all accounts. He's back in the flow. This is a former second-round pick, a very talented kid that is one of those guys that you look at who has that major knee injury, and it's so major that you go, not coming back a year after that. Maybe that knee is going to still kind of be bothersome for a little while, even after initially coming back after a year from that. Maybe it's going to take a little bit of extra time for it to get to that place where he can truly feel good enough to be training 100% of the time, because a lot of the times that knee stuff, as he had that torn ACL before, sometimes not about you being able to get there on game day or you being able to run at your fullest. It's sometimes about, can you have the training scheduled to make you at your best? Can you train the 5 days on that knee? Or is it only going to give you like 2 or 3? And it sounds like Blair's bouncing back reasonably well. Been only in camp here a couple days. Already got himself an interception on the day out there at camp, which was cool to see. Kayvon Wallace seems to be more and more solidifying himself potentially as that third safety here. He's a guy that's been noted for his communication, which is going to be a big, big deal in this defense, making sure that they are communicating across the board at all times, because you got a lot of adjustments you're going to be looking to make at times. You want to make sure everybody's on that same page. You need communicators out there in that secondary. I don't know how much run he's going to get this year if you've got your 2 starters out there rolling full bore, but he's looked well. In addition to that, much like the interior of the offensive line, there's no clear-cut spots showing up as far as who the kick returners are, who the punt returners are going to be. They're flowing through a lot of different guys on that side of it, so it's still a little bit of a up-in-the-air kind of question mark as to what's really truly happening on the return front of this. I do think Laviska is going to be one of your kick returners when it's all said and done. Who's the second guy? There's a lot that goes into that answer, I think. And same thing is a little bit true with the punt returning, where even when I was at camp on 2 separate days, they had different guys on 2 separate days back there returning punts. A different collection of 2 separate guys. So it seems like it's kind of a wide open field right now for anybody to go over there and take control of that job. But there are some positions here on this team that are still in that state of we're not really sure how this is settled out yet for who's even really going to be in the starter in some of these spots, like that interior offensive line, like the kick returner, like the punt returner. So interesting to monitor and track on that, but we'll just have to see how it goes, I guess, once we get to the preseason games here this Saturday. Some just general thoughts that seem to be kind of coming out of camp, and I'm not going to dwell too long on these, as I want to bounce over to you guys in the chat pretty quick today. But just some quick hitters that are just some thoughts that I've been kind of mulling over here as we're through the first part of training camp that seem to be standing out as kind of not stories, but kind of realities of what we're looking at on this team. And they're mostly good things on this. There hasn't been a lot of bad developments. We don't have any super major injuries. There's a couple of guys that are fighting some things out there. Draymond Jones has got a hamstring injury. There's a couple little things out there, but nothing major. Geno Smith, but nothing huge is really, decimated on that side of it. Sounds like, both offense and defense are getting their schemes implemented on the sides of the ball, which is good to see. But just on a quick hitter front, Tariq Woolen is going to travel with receivers this year. He looks like he's at his best, that he's been working his tail off this offseason. We're not going to really learn if everything's fully clicked in with him, of course, until we can watch them tackling and seeing how he tackles and see if he can, improve that part of it. But as far as coverage goes, as far as ball skills, as far as being on it there in coverage, he has been what you'd hope he'd look like coming back this third year. Coming off a year in year two, as he said, a lot of people looked at as down. I didn't look at it as much as down. I kind of agree with Tariq on this. I don't think it was much as a down year for him. It was a specific down that was the down in the tackling thing. It wasn't as much of his coverage abilities, which were on point, and he very closely could have had a couple more interceptions, which I think from a lot of people and their perception on him would have changed their outlook of his year last year to a big measure, which it shouldn't, frankly, on that, but it would. But the other guy looking good, and these two guys are going back and forth because he is traveling, so you're getting a lot of matchups of Tariq Woolen and DK Metcalf going on out there on the field here at practice, and those two are going back and forth, back and forth. You figured that this battle is going to help both of them out and make them each better. Having a guy in DK is going across a guy like them who can challenge him this much in this way. But it does sound like they've been both going back and forth at it. It sounds like it's going to be a great battle. I'm hyped for where Tariq's going to be this year. You guys know I'm hyped for where DK is going to be because I believe he's going to have the best year of his career this season as long as he can stay healthy. And then, of course, Jake Bobo, the man behind DK, JSN, Tyler Lockett, that fourth man, who I don't know how many snaps he's going to get, but I mean, this isn't false hope. It's him making catch after catch in practice, a Superman catch over here, making the touchdown catch in scrimmage. I already spoke about the aforementioned stuff he did last year to start to get people's attention. This isn't a plucky, feel-good story. This is the type of rise in player that you had seen in a Doug Baldwin that does not come through every other year. Oh, that's our Doug Baldwin for this year. No, you had one of those kind of guys in the 10 years you've been here. And you've got another guy that's very close to what that guy was when he came in. And that mentality, mindset, and that just doggedness to go out there and say, I'm going to do everything in my power to go and not only make this roster, but force my way into the lineup. Force you to have to play me. Force it to be undeniable. And there's that energy that I get a little bit from Bobo, and that's just, it's on a daily basis you get it from him. It's what you hear from out of OTAs is being there in person and watching him play, where he's making catch after catch in the days I was there. But he looks, as much as we can say, the real deal for what we're thinking for many of us can this guy maybe long-term be a number 2 guy in how he develops? Can he be a guy, if you've got a solid stack of 3, one of those stack of 3s that's a solid part of that 3? We'll see. It'll be fun to watch going forward, but I'm getting more and more hopeful that maybe he can attain that hopeful eventual status, and he's got a long way to get there, no doubt, and he's got to battle his way through the depth chart just this year to go get those catches, but the kid's doing everything he can in his power to get out there and force his way into the lineup, which is great to see and just what you want. Jackson Smith and Jigba is not going to make it easy on him. He's been right there, and I don't mean to make this wide receiver heavy, but for me, when I look at camp through the first couple weeks of camp on the things that have jumped out, Geno Smith, the wide receivers are a little bit at the forefront of that. I think McDonald's defense is showing really great signs of getting acclimated in really fast because at this scrimmage, the one thing I didn't note that was notable from this scrimmage was that they were getting a lot of pass rush. That it was the pass rush was coming from a variety of different areas. It wasn't one guy making it happen. It was here. It was stack fronts. It sounds like they ran a lot of games on those quarterbacks. They made it very hard on them, and that's coming into play here too. But these receivers between DK, Jackson Smith, and Jigba and Bobo have been outstanding, I think, through all of camp. Jackson, much of that same way. Didn't do much, I think, in the scrimmage game, but he's been just great through camp and that side of it. As I said before, Kayvon Wallace looks like he's kind of slotting in to be your third safety on the roster by what we're hearing about him and where it seems like the team is playing him. He can do both, I think, free and strong, which helps. McClendon Curtis, Cody White, two of your kind of unheralded guys on this roster that are fighting tooth and nail to keep their way onto the roster. And in McClendon Curtis's case, he gets actually some hype at times of being a guy who could maybe be in the mix for the right guard role here as a starter. I don't think he's going to quite get to that side of it, but this is another guy who's been lauded throughout OTAs, throughout offseason, continues to seemingly play pretty well here when they've injected him in the lineup, moving him wherever they're moving him. And a guy that the coaching staff seems to like a lot. And between him and Cody Wright, McClendon, I think, has got a much better chance of making this roster and having a little bit of impact. But these are kind of your underachievers. Nobody would really count on them making this roster if we're talking about this in May or June, who's, at least in the case of McClendon Curtis, actually has a little bit of a track to making it happen now, especially with McClendon being moved at times to tackle and able to maybe hold up a little bit out on that outside, providing a little bit more versatility. DK is locked in. The edge group seems to be great from the three guys that we would hope could be into that state of things. So you would hope. You got Uchenna Nwosu coming back, high-paid guy, really a good overall player, both against the run and the pass. He's back and running strong. Boye Mafe was really good in the scrimmage. Sounds like he was creating some pressures on his side of it. He's looked good in camp. And then Derek Hall seems like he's taking that next step forward as well. You could have between the three of these guys a very capable pass rush, capable run defense all the way around, because they're all three in their skill sets fully well-rounded players. And it sounds like those three are giving you kind of some of that solid, stable, foundational ground there with the edge group. We'll see what Darrell Taylor can come forward, or Nelson Cesar as that fourth guy. But the first three guys do seem to be pretty locked in and where they're at, and playing very well through camp, creating a lot of pressure, creating a lot of havoc for the offense, quite frankly, and trying to get their job done, especially, I'm sure, from that right side where you don't have Abraham Lucas. And I think Fant's been doing pretty good, but when you have to go, I think, to some of the backups there on that side, they've had their share of troubles with some of these edges on this side of it. So that was about what we had as far as the scrimmage practice goes. There's some other little items we can kind of get into if you guys want to. Again, it's not as many details on this because of the fact that it wasn't your traditional mock game. It was a little bit more of those situational drills and rushes and whatnot. But no major injuries, which is good. Last year, the one bad injury we had was the Kenny McIntosh injury. He twisted his knee right at the end, and that pretty much ended up costing him his whole rookie season. So getting out of this without any injuries is also a very, very, very big deal on this front of it, and very encouraging that you just get in, get out, everybody's free and clear. We'll turn it on now into the preseason game on Saturday against the Chargers. We did get as well some more news out about the Julian Love contract extension here, which I thought was interesting and I wanted to take note of. So Julian Love signed a contract just about a week ago of a contract extension on the 1-year deal that he had remaining on his contract. And I said at the time, be careful before freaking out on this, because people see 3 years and $36 million that gets first reported, and they say, oh, we're right back into it. We're paying safeties again. Why would you do this? Didn't we learn our lesson? We're going to pay the safeties top of the market money again. Oh, I know he's a pure fit for the scheme, but again, this is why I say hold off, give it a couple of days. The agents always release the numbers initially, and they make the numbers look cherried up. They're not that cherried up. Give it another look. And certainly when we go back in and look at the numbers of this deal, we understand that it looks really good. The Seahawks tacked 3 years onto the final year of his remaining contract. They lowered down his base salary this year to a $1.465 million base salary. So it's just kind of the signing bonus that's in on the hook in the way that this deal works, which means that they lowered down his cap by about $1.5 million was taken off for the rip here. And so that does mean you get a little bit more cap space for right now, in the here and now. And then when you look at the parameters of the deal, it's actually pretty tasty from the Seahawks perspective of this. They ended up working this deal out very nicely. When you sign a 3-year deal like this, I always say don't really worry about year 3 or year 4 in this deal, because you can always in these deals get out by year 3 of it. It's really the first 2 years of the deal. You're really kind of locking in on the cost. What is their cap hit those years of the deal? So this year, cap hit, $6.5 million to Julian Love, lowered down by approximately about $1.5 million of what he was due. Next year, the cap hit is going to be at $6.1 million. And then it starts to elevate. Then it starts to climb over the next couple of seasons after that point. But you get to year 3, to my point on this, he has a $13.2 million cap hit, but you can save $8.2 million by moving off of him at that time if you wanted to. So once he does get up to the point of starting to cost that amount of money, if the performance is not matching the pay and you got 2 years to see if that's going to be the deal in this defense, you can cut away from him and the cost is not going to be that great. The dead money will not be that substantial, especially we're talking 3 years down the line and the cap by that point being up maybe damn near $275 million when it's all said and done by that point. So the Julian Love contract was actually a really good deal for your Seattle Seahawks here. You save some money in the interim. You get some longevity of security there at the position where you didn't have a lot of guarantees going forward here as it stood. And quite frankly, over the past couple of drafts, safety, much like the tight end position, has been one of those spots that's been very hard to find really good high-level prospects. You might have a couple of good ones, and then they quickly get plucked off the board, and you're in the grocery, you're out there at the mall, and that, like Nordstrom's, and you're over there on the racks, aisle where they've got all the small sizes and the triple X larges, and you're like, none of these really kind of quite fit for what we want, or I wouldn't work good in this. You got a guy that's stable and steady, who's a pure fit for this scheme and what he brings. He's been in this kind of defense before. He knows what's required of it. He can play all of the positions you need him to play within this defense. He should ascend within this defense, or not ascend, at least play very solidly. Bottom line, brass tacks is you got him for 2 years and about $12 million really on the overall cost for the next couple of years, and that's a very, very feasible deal for your Seattle Seahawks. So well done, John Schneider. Good deal on this one. Love the contract here. Love the fact it gives them that security, and they're not going to be driven to potentially desperation next year, where if Love went to free agency and then you weren't really liking what you got from Jenkins, you might find yourself in the boat where you're having to go find 2 safeties out there in the open market in an offseason. And that might be in a case where you find yourself in a draft where there aren't really many great safeties in the draft in addition to that. So avoiding that, getting out ahead of that, smart move, good move. Congrats to Julian Love, and hopefully he will be able to really fit in this defense like I think he will. Please, if you guys could for me today, hit that like button. I know I sometimes say this, and it'll be a quick show today, but I'm estimating we still got people just starting to get back in the flow of things. We'll see how many folks we get on in today, but could please hit that like button. We'll just chop it up and see where your guys' mind's at. I'm feeling really good about where this team is overall. I pretty much was about to freak out on the Geno Smith stuff Friday night. I ain't gonna lie. I was a little shaky there. I was like, I'm going back to Percy Harvin with the hip. Remember that? He walked in the door and he's like, my hip. And then a whole season gone. Gone. Let's not cross that bridge once again, please. Please. But do please hit that like button if you could for me too. I would really appreciate that. And we also want to thank the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. Continue to sponsor us here throughout the year. Just signed a new deal here with the Underdog folks. And we will keep this rolling. So if you are using my code, NEST over on Underdog Fantasy, you can take advantage of that code today, and you get $100 of your first deposit matched using my code. Get on there, and they've got some great parlays throughout this season coming up, some great seasonal lines out there, and I'm going to present some of mine to you guys to try to give you guys some inside tracks on those. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. Let's see where you guys are at. You liking what you're seeing from training camp so far? You feeling what this team is doing? Is the energy right? We feel like we're moving some momentum here into the right side of things. It does kind of feel a little bit so like that. I'm not saying it's been like electric, but everything's been solid and good, and you're just stacking up, it sounds like, the good days one after another. And by all accounts, Mike McDonald seems to be pretty at ease in the press conferences and feeling pretty good about where it is. You don't feel a lot of rigid tension or, this isn't working. He's not getting a lot of that necessarily. So it's good to see. But let me know where you guys are at with it. Let me know what you guys have seen from this and in the training camp, and if you feel good about where this team's going. Ray the Cut, how you doing? CJ King, what up? Flying by, my man. It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. He says, it's been a while since I caught a live early. Yeah, it is good to see you have it in the house here, man. It has been a bit. It's been a minute. Jack Sports Talk with Jose. Let's go. Let's go, Jose. I didn't see you hit me up on the DM on Twitter, by the way, so definitely down to jump on with you. Just hit me up. Or I'll hit you up one way. Either way. Parker Hansen. Yo, Brando. What's up? How you doing, man, Parker? Joe, my Dixie wrecked. Oh, no. Steph says, Mo Bobo. Robert Can, I'd love to join the channel and hope to discuss football and Seahawks with you more in depth. Sounds good, Robert. We just did a members call-in show yesterday. I'm going to keep doing that once a month for the folks. Galgy says, what's up from NorCal? What's up, Gal? Noah says, Quandre Diggs on a 1-year deal with the Titans, huh? Old safeties reunite. Wow. Okay. Well, good for Quandre. And that'll be an interesting combination between the two of those guys on the back end. I'm not making any jokes about the Titans' secondary lack of ability to tackle. I'm not going to make any jokes about it. But good for Quandre. And you put him in the right role, I think he can still be a good player in the right defense. I think he does need to fit a little bit more to traditional safety stuff, which that defense is going to have you run some of the split safety stuff and have you do some variety of things, but maybe he's ready to roll in that. And yeah, we got a joint practice coming soon, so that'll be interesting. Thomas Cox says, Scrimmage was awesome. DK is a beast. I feel Geno is the key to the offense, and the D-line is really deep. Very deep and very strong. You get a bit of both. It's not just the collection of the sum of the parts. You've got a little bit of provincial star power here on the front side of it. I'm not saying that they're superstar star power, but there's definitely some strength here with what you're bringing on the front line with that depth. And DK, I'm not trying to do the false hope either, and you saw it as well, Thomas, in person. This is not false hype. This is not trying to gas up DK. This is a guy that has already been so steady and so consistent through his first 5 of his years of his career within an offense that didn't really let him go full bore, didn't really utilize him in the way atypical offenses throughout the NFL would utilize a number one guy like DK Metcalf. And you're going to get that now this year, in addition to having a guy who seems like he's really hungry and really ready to have that kind of season here. I hope it happens. I think it's going to happen this year, Thomas. And he is, you notice in person watching him, I wouldn't want to cover that guy. I wouldn't want to be giving up 4 inches and 30 pounds and 10 100ths of a 10 100ths of a 40. No, thank you. DBN says it's interesting how a lot of guys that leave reunite with us somehow. It's a testament to the organizational structure, and that this is a place guys like to come to play, that this is a place that treats you right, that you hear a lot of horror stories about organizations that look at players as dispensable, as like trash, as just come on in, we'll use you up, we'll throw you away. I think Seattle has shown time and time again with a variety of different situations that they've encountered that has not been the way that they run their situation, and that they are going to try to show a little bit more care for these players than that. You can take it to only so far. They can't go over the moon with it, but they certainly do much more than other teams do, and I think that does open the door much more for the players to then return. What's up, War Chief? How you doing, bro? I did hear there was a bit of a fight between the D-line, Thomas, and the O-line. It's good. You're at that point of camp. It's going to get a little testy. Thomas says, it seems like the military type of camp of the Seahawks will be better than people thought, especially the defense. Sometimes a military type camp can be good. And that's a little bit, I think, of what this team probably needed with some of the nature of what had been going on prior. More detail-driven, more discipline-driven, more, a press more for getting the fine-tuned details of things rather than kind of loosey-goosey with it. Big Boy Jess says, yesterday's football fest wasn't a mock game. It was just practice, so it was just training camp at Lumen Field. Byron Murphy looked legit. Saw him bully the hell out of Nick Harris on the 1v1s. Ooh, let's go. Thomas, honestly, the offense didn't create a push in the running game. There was a good run with Charbonnet. I think they need to work on the middle of the line. It does seem to be a hole right now is where the middle of the line's at, and they don't have anything really stabilized in there. You Lake and Tomlinson's kind of been in and out a little bit, it sounds like, and just they don't feel like they've got the certain interior 3 guys especially set. Brian says Williams just needs a bit more recovery time, so we have a handle on his timeline to get on the field, and I think he'll sign. I hope so. I'd feel definitely a lot more warm and fuzzy about the interior line situation if that could be the case. Yeah, Nazir, we really need to close that deal with Connor Williams. You can see the interior of the line needs this. We only really went with Lake and Tomlinson this offseason and Nick Harris, and then drafted, a couple of guys, which that's fine, but that is sort of a bare minimum thing you do for something that probably took a little bit more, that will take a little bit more if we're hoping to actually improve it and not have it be a detriment on the team. Thomas says the defense definitely wasn't doing the cover 3 Legion of Boom defense. I like Woolen and Spoon out there in coverage. The defensive line is beyond deep. Let's go. Brando says, heard Satao Lumea is still with 3rd string O-line. Not sure he makes this roster and think he'll get picked up on waivers by another team. Shame. I liked him at Utah. Hope I'm wrong. It's a bit of the thing that can happen if you start to build a lineup inside that's got the depth of quality as they have started to do over the past couple of years. And that's going to end up allowing a guy to shake out that is a really good player that you don't want to necessarily lose, but you don't want to lose the other guy that you'd cut instead. Seahawks were in a position like this a couple of years ago with the wide receiver core, where the core was so deep that you end up cutting a Bo Melton, and Bo Melton goes out to the Green Bay Packers and has become a very good receiver for them. And that is a little bit of what you sometimes walk into in trying to build the positional group up in this way. Lumea's got a little bit of a tough part here too, Brando, where he's got to transition basically from tackle to guard at the pro level and then also fight his way onto a roster at the same time. That's a tough double dip to have to pull off, especially when there's guys like McClendon Curtis who have been here for a year, who've had an NFL year in the program, who've been a guard. You're definitely a little bit behind the ball in that one as a player at that point. I would hope they could sneak him onto the practice squad if that does happen, but guy gets taken in the 6th round. There is never any guarantees that those guys are going to make the roster. Never any guarantees that it'll go down like that. Metal Dragon says Olu apparently was out after the first few snaps, so likely it was Harris. That's the concern. Neither player is inspiring confidence, and Olu seems to get nicked up a lot. Very accurately put, Metal Dragon. It does seem like Olu's already had a couple of little small things in the past year and a half since he's been here, a year and a little bit that he's been here, that he's got something kind of always dinged up or aching or causing him issues. And we're waiting for this guy to kind of ascend and take hold of the job. Not to say again start him, but just take hold of the job and be a good starter for us out there. But this is where we come back to Connor Williams and a bit of the necessity in getting him into play here a bit. Brandon cuts his pumpkins out cold. She is, man. She is. Heavy nap time. I tried to pet her before the stream, and she was like, I'm sleeping. Leave me alone. Too much catnip. Too much of the good stuff. Thomas says, I felt Grubb and McDonald didn't show anything based off of scheme. They showed some movement and traveling with receiver, but I have never been this confident on a team for a while. Yeah, they keep some things close to the best, I think. And they were very little video came out of the practices. They were not allowing anybody to shoot anything. So it was very hard to kind of be able to pick through and find much from the practices. It was really off of just reading the accounts of what people saw in person. I do think that when we get to preseason, Thomas, they will show a little bit more once we get to preseason games, because they need to teach these players and bring them along on the details. And I think you can only do so much of that at practice when you're onboarding a new scheme on both sides of the ball. Sean Thompson says, I just mortgaged my house on the Seahawks over 7.5. Wish me luck. Well, good luck, Sean. I like it. I like the role. I like the balls. I like the sheer audacity to do it. And I do think they'll be over 7.5 wins as long as Geno can hold up. If we got a full season of Sam Howell, I'm going to get worried. Stephen Bretland says, Grubb will take the offense to new heights. I agree, Stephen. I think that the prior offensive scheme was not on the forefront of things, first and foremost, but it was also not one that understood how to best utilize its players. It was kind of rigid in its approach, not dynamic in the least. And these things should all be at least turned up on their head. And part of some of the easy advantages I think that are at play there for a guy like Grubb to come in and take advantage of to get more out of this offense. I agree with you, Stephen. Sean Thompson says, I think I can speak for all Hawks Nest fans and say that, Brandon, you are the man. Thanks for all the work you put into the channel. Well, thank you, man, Sean. It's my pleasure to do it, brother. And I really appreciate you guys watching. We have sometimes throughout the offseason, the traffic dips down. We don't get any viewer, but it was not that way this offseason. People were really tuned in. And it was really great to see that we had this kind of turnout and growth even through the offseason time when it does tend to be so very quiet. So I appreciate that, man. It's fun work for me to be able to get in to do and to look at this stuff. I'd be doing it anyway on the background. I'd be looking at these clips and diving in. I might as well bring you guys in on it as I'm looking at it. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Brian says, nothing is easy money if you don't know who gets injured and who's on the final 53. True. Steven says, can we stop the run is the real question. That's the biggest part that the defense needs to improve, Steven, and has been not only an issue going back to last year, but the prior couple of years. That's been the big head. You could not only say it's been the biggest issue on defense, but it's been one of the biggest forefront issues and problems on your team. So stopping the run is definitely going to be a big part of whether or not this defense can take any improvement forward. It's going to have to be on the back of that. And hard to be any worse than they've been. Say that. And they do at least seem to have the dogs now up front to be able to hold up. The part of this too is we're going to be in a division, I think, with 3 teams that are going to be running a lot of football. Jordan Croppers is pretty upset we let Drew walk. Does seem like Drew's potentially here going to be the starting quarterback with the Giants. Daniel 40 freaking million Jones over here. We'll give you $40 million. You can't throw the flat. Is your arm broken? What's going on here, Danny? They say you're Danny Dimes. You're not Danny Dimes on the flat route, are you? You throw behind him on a flat? Come on, Danny. This is New York. We've been hitting flat routes since '82. But we'll see what happens on this situation, Jordan. I think that just came down to a little bit of money there, where Geno's deal starts to click into place a little more heavily, and you don't have that $10 million cap hit on Geno to afford a $5-6 million deal on Drew, and it makes it tough once you pay those quarterbacks to spend a little bit more substantial money on those backups. But I'm rooting for Drew, and I'll tell you, I'd feel a lot better about it if I was a Giants fan at this point. I might feel better about Drew Lock there as my starter than Daniel Jones. Sean says the coaching will make the biggest difference this year. Listen to me. We had Steve. What happened to Steve? I see a Steve reference. I'm not sure to whom the Steve is. Sounds like he's stirring it up, though. Thomas says, I'm glad Geno is cleared. I thought it was smart to let Hal and Walker play the Fan Fest. They know what they got with Geno. I'd rather see what they got on Hal and Walker. Oh, agreed. I don't think that outside of Geno needing the time to become completely fluid within this offense and understand it back to forward, if he's got it on lock and he knows what he needs to be doing, the more time that we can give to Sam Howell, for instance, in this preseason, the better, because that is a developmental guy. I know I banged on him a little bit at the front of the show here today. That's just because that's where he is, not where he's going. And he is a kid with a tremendous amount of, I think, talent to ascend into being a better player, into being a potential starter in this league. People have said he looks like, at times, a bit of a carbon copy of almost a Baker Mayfield. And I'm okay with that. I think that's kind of somewhat accurate. And Baker can draw himself into near just about Pro Bowl level of play as a quarterback like he did last year. Why cannot Sam Howell do the same? But it's going to have to come with him getting the reps, Thomas, to your point, and getting as much of those out there. And Geno on the other side of it is an older guy. Maybe doesn't need as many of those reps. Maybe you want to do a little bit more of preserving the body. I'd be good with that. Sean says, I just love to say the word Bobo. It's fun. It puts a smile on your face. If you got a toddler, go to your toddler right now and say, hey, say Bobo. Toddler's going to have a big old smile on her face when they say Bobo. You just can't say the name without smiling. Thomas is watching DK in person is totally different on TV. He's fast and super strong. It's getting into a fight with Batman. It literally looks like Batman out there on the field. He's just so big. It takes him so much space and across the guy. And you do get a feel when you're in person of just, wow, that's a pretty big dude. It's a big man. And then he's moving so fast. You can see why he's a problem. Adrian Selim says, hey, from White's One, Washington. What are the chances Hawks are shopping DK? Maybe we're slow walking a deal. I think the chances of us shopping DK Metcalf are extremely low. If you were going to do a deal with that, Adrian, I think that they would have done it this offseason, because anybody that's trading for DK at this point wants him in camp, learning the playbook, and making it happen. I know that there's a little bit of this is instructed, maybe Adrian, from your perspective by the Brandon Ayuk situation. And that the latest on Brandon Ayuk is that he's probably going to be traded. And reportedly that it's Cleveland with the best offer on the table, but Brandon Ayuk doesn't want to go to Cleveland. And Niners are like, well, do you want your $30 million or you want to go to Cleveland? And what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? So we'll see how that situation plays out, but that's not the same as a DK situation where he is still under contract. He has 2 years remaining on the deal. The thing that makes it hard on both ends to me, not on both ends, but I don't think the team wants to trade him, Adrian, because I don't think that they would get the value in return for that trade, number one. And number two, because they still have, I think it's about $22 million, $23 million of bonus money on DK's current deal that has to come off of the books, that has to bleed off the back of the books. And if you traded him, that's $22 million of dead money instantly off of your books right now, and you don't have $2 million of cap space. So you couldn't make a DK deal right now, even if you wanted to make a DK deal. But I don't think they're trying to do that. I think that they're just hoping to see him maximize this year to the tune of a 1,500 yard season. And then John turns around next year and gets him a contract extension as he heads into the final year of his deal. I think that that's where this one probably goes with DK. And Brian Myers, I think McDonald's military kind of attitude is just, it's a good offset to Carroll. Not in Carroll, everything in the Carroll way was bad, but just in, this is the good sort of, you've had this step going, now here, bring this step in. And it's a good kind of capturing then to what happened on the old Spirit. Because I do think that there's like a momentum still from the old Carroll ways within this team. And that you do as a new coach get to benefit from some of that momentum that exists there. Some of that culture that's been built there. Some of the just this atmosphere that is still within this building in so many ways. And that has allowed these players to be where they are. So you get a bit of that, and then he gets to kind of, I think, push in some of the, okay, but we're going to fix these things that are loose. We're going to close up these things that are holes within this great atmosphere and environment. I agree. Ran the Cut says I was sad about Bo Melton. I liked him. Me too. That was a tough one. You could see it coming too. Because when you took him, I think you did a couple of receivers with Derek Young in that draft. You had Bo Melton. And you're like, man, it's already kind of stacked up. This is going to get tight. Somebody's going to have to go. I'm not sure the other centers that are available right now. Thomas, you're looking at kind of at this point journeyman guys, I would say. As much as anything, I can take a look at Sports Track, but when I looked before, I was not really super feeling what we had there from the center position. Let's see, available here. Yeah. Corey Lindsley's out there still. We got Brian Allen of Cleveland, Mason Cole, former Steeler. Scott Quisenberry, it's another center. Connor McGovern, the Jets, former Jets out there. Tyler Lawson, Jonathan Harrison. So you're really looking like Corey Lindsley, Brian Allen, Mason Cole, Connor McGovern. Those are kind of your best options. I don't know. Quotations, best. Adam Smith wasn't Olu supposed to be a really smart and tough player? I wonder why we're not seeing it. That is supposed to be a tried and true part of who he is. Yeah, that's a big part of what, if you're reading his scouting reports, who he's supposed to be. Sometimes guys can get just dinged up with injuries, and it's not a matter of toughness. It's just a matter of, I can't play. This injury is too bad from when it happened. I'm just having bad luck with the injury front. But it is hard to say on that, Adam, exactly what potentially is driving their lack of not quite being convinced with Olu so far, outside of the injury stuff. We'll have to see it in the games. Thomas says, I think we'll show little by little in each game, but I wouldn't be surprised if they wait till week 1. It's possible on unveiling the full package. It could be. I could see why they'd want to just blindside people week 1 too. Adam says, remember though, Sam Howell is a gamer. He beat us in our own house last season with some epic touch passes. He's not a great practice look guy. He's a savvy playmaker. Well said, Adam. Well said. And I do believe that there's a bit of an element to that in Sam's game. I do. And I I still have some hope for him in the long term as a player in this league too. So I don't want to seem like I've cast down that he's not going to be anything. In watching him practice, Adam, it was painful at times. He'd have to come very far from where he was in practice to kind of reach. But like you said, he was really good in that game against us last year. He did not play bad, and he had us right up to the brink on the road in a game that we needed, that they didn't really need. They were out of it. They had basically pushed off trying to do anything that year at that point. So, I still have some hope here for Sam on it. I just do also think on this that Geno just gives you this really nice upside on the offense, that he can execute this offense in fully, that he's a great fit for this offense, and he could really have the best season of his career if he can just stay healthy. Thomas says Olu was more finesse than physical, but he came from Michigan O-line, so people thought he would have that physicality. Yeah, I mean, he was, I think, smart and tough player, like Adam put it, is a good way of putting it, Thomas. I wouldn't say that make him like a physical beast or that he was a big power guy, but just he was tough. He'd get in there and scrap with you, and that is a part of his game. But yeah, they asked him to do more finesse blocking at Michigan than pure road grader, go take a guy for a ride kind of stuff. Nasir Shakir, welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl as a member. I thank you for that. Pro Bowl, all members of the channel, you do please keep a lookout on your community post, as once we get back into football season, I'll be doing Thursday night watch-along games on Thursday night, and then we'll also be doing a call-in show once a month. Just did one yesterday for members of the channel. Keep doing that here into the future, so do keep on the lookout for that, Nazir. But thank you for joining the Hawks Nest. I really appreciate you. Very kind of you for doing that. Washington Fish Quest has been celebrating 33 months. My goodness, you're working in almost 3 years here, my man. As a member of the channel, thank you for that, Washington Fish Quest. He says, come on, September. Hurry up. Father time, you old fogey. Yeah, it's been a very slow off season. It has been painfully, brutally slow. We were flying. March, April. Oh, May. Oh man, this thing's gonna be over in a flash. June, yeah, and it slowed down. And June went so slow, and July almost twice as slow. So we'll see how August goes, my man. But I've definitely been in about June 14th. I was like, we're not, training camp still a month and a half away? A month and a half? See how this goes now, though. Let's see if we can speed this up a little bit. Long Live the Kings, as I'm going in heavy on that 7-5. I will as well. If I can't, I don't think they got it on the underdog side available to me. I got to go find a different place if I did that. But I would take that as well. I think that's a strong. It's a little bit on the help, but 7.5, man, that does not seem, for a team that's coming off 10 and 9 wins that felt like it underperformed the past 2 years, doesn't feel like that's the place we're going to be hitting at. It really doesn't at this point. Thomas says the run game was stopped yesterday. It was different than what Carroll had employed. Sounds like they didn't make much hay on what I was reading of it either. Just no real push. But again, they're running a lot of vanilla stuff, and so much of Ryan Grubbs' offense with the run game is going to be about pulling guys in motion and doing a lot of extracurricular stuff as far as the eye candy stuff prior to the snap. And if they're running vanilla stuff, you're kind of taking out a lot of the teeth of Grubbs' running game at that point. Chad says stopping the run isn't about what we did in the past. It's in fact the biggest weakness in Mac's defense. It's the give in the offense when focusing on the take. That is the other part. Yeah, I think that when people mention it, Chad, it's about being league worst, and that if you're a league worst defense and stopping the run, that's something that needs to be cleaned up a little bit. I don't think that it needs to be drawn to a dominant state. And to your point, I don't think that this defense's inherent philosophy is to drive towards being like Carroll's defense did. Carroll's defense started with stopping the run. I don't think that's necessarily how Mike McDonald looks at defense, that's where it needs to begin and end. But you need to get it up to a workable state from where it's been, which has been non-workable as a rush defense for about 2 years on that side of it. But I do remember, too, one of the big things in Mike McDonald's defense he seeks is those power edges, Chad. And why does he want the power edges? Because he wants to set the hard edges in the run game. And that's one of the beginning, philosophies. But I do agree with you. It's not that that's the inherent, thing that he wants to accomplish in defense as a beginning place, especially when you compare it to Coach Carroll, where that was a place that he began. Coach Carroll inherently defensively, foundationally, started from two different places. We're going to stop the run and we're going to limit the big plays. That was where it was going to go. Nazir says, thank you for the great content, creator. Always having in-depth analysis. You are so appreciated, B. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that, Nazir, and I know you've been here for a long period of time. Thank you again for joining up as a member, and you guys are very kind today, and I really do appreciate that. I love what I do, and every time I get to do this, I get to chop it up. As you've seen, it's been nothing but comments of people that are loving football, thinking about football in depth. I've said a million times, it's like a think tank, and just getting to kind of plunge into the depths of the think tank and see where people are at on things, and I love it for that reason of things. So it does make it easy to do, as people often say, find something you love and you'll never have to work another day in your life. And that certainly is the case with what I get to do here with you guys and chopping it up. So thank you so much, Nazir. But it definitely is something that is easy to do when you love it this much. And you guys are so cool about it every time I go live, where the energy is always right. You guys we're in that mindset of things. That's such a hard thing to find here on the internet, especially when we talk about live chats and those type of things. Adam says, I'm still wondering why our third running back is not solidifying himself yet. In college, he was so good just 2 years ago, and doesn't even touch the field last year, partly due to health. The 2 days I was there at practice, McIntosh was getting a lot of run, and he looked good out there to me, Adam. And the days I was there at practice, it doesn't sound like he got a lot of run here at scrimmage. In fact, Holani, as much as any of the backs yesterday, was the guy that was being maybe talked about best. But I don't think he's been bad on that. It is tough a little bit when you're the third guy on getting the reps in there, Adam, because the first two guys are going to eat so much of that up. But he looked good to me at camp. He looked in really great shape. He was moving really well. He had a lot of those skills that you saw from him in college, the stop and start, the ability to get lateral quick. He still had that in his bag, I saw from the runs I saw. But a guy, like you say, it'll be fun to watch in the preseason where he's at and what he can bring to the table, because you just don't know. He did look really good in college, and we thought we got a steal there in the 7th round, but the traction quite hasn't hit the road yet, has it? Thomas says, I noticed Howell and Walker did throw a lot in the middle. Heck, they used the whole field. Plus, seeing K9 and Charbonnet in the open field is scary. I wouldn't want to have to tackle either of those guys for two separate reasons in the open field. With Charbonnet, it's because he's going to gore me. I'm going to end up with the horn going right through my sternum. Right through the sternum with the horn. And Charbonnet is just going to have me doing that sad patty cake move defenders do when they whiff on the tackle. Start looking back and forth. Why are you looking over your left shoulder? You went past your right. I don't know where to go. That's what Walker brings to the table a little bit. But that's good here. They're using him out of the backfield a little bit too. You expect that they're going to do that in the middle of the field, man. Music to my ears. A place that we have ignored for a long, long period of time. We're going to throw back into the middle of the field, and the first time that we complete a pass, there's going to be like dust that knocks off the field from the feet just because we've never been in that area in recent years. Got to get a sifter through that thing before we start running routes in that area of the field. Dat boy, am I the only one who's concerned about JSN's speed? It all depends, I guess, Dat boy, on your outlook of whether or not you're having an expectation of you wanting to see JSN in the long term as an outside wide receiver. And this is a part that I don't know whether or not he's going to be able to ascend to that stage or not. He had some reps last year from outside. He got some wins at times playing on the outside, but vast majority of his snaps were out in the slot. And my opinion on this is that when the Seahawks drafted him, I still feel this way. If you merely drafted him to be a super slot for you, that's still well worth the number 20th overall selection in the first round, because we're moving into an era where the slot receiver is now as much a vital component, or can be as just as much a vital component as the number 1, number 2 outside guys. Amon St. Brown, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, all of these guys do the majority of their handiwork on the inside, not outside. And so if he's not able to play on the outside, Dat boy, it's going to be because he doesn't have the speed to the outside. That will be the main thing. It's not the route running, it's not the hands, it's not that. It would be the speed that would limit him. But he's not going to be then that similarly limited when he goes to the inside, because he has the skill set you need for the inside, which is less about speed. It's nice to have, but it then becomes more about that short area quickness. That's why they do those short shuttle time drills and the 3-cone dat, and those drills he destroyed, and because he's so good at changing direction in such small spaces in that way. And that's what gets those guys open out of the slot. That's what makes an Amon St. Brown unguardable at times. And he's going to be great if just only in that role. I think there's some potential for him to play outside. And I know there's a draw from people that want to see him on the outside because he was a first-round pick. But he can be just dynamite for you in a slot. And he can, if not dominate the game, have a huge impact on the game from within just that role. He can go out there and get you 90 catches a year and 1,100 yards, 1,200 yards from just that spot. And that's a wildly successful pick at that point if he is that. But the lack of speed is true. It's there. It's why he is more inside guy, even though he is 6'1". Nitsu Trigger says, Bobo reminds me of prime Jimmy Graham. Oh, I hadn't heard that comp before, but I do like that comp. I can go with that. Kind of a slender Jimmy Graham. Boy, if you had to, Nitsu, if you had to lay your life on the line, and you had a Sam linebacker, old school 4-3 under, and you got a Sam linebacker on the edge, and you got to pick for your life Bobo as a tight end in a tight end formation in line on that Sam linebacker, or Jimmy Graham in line on that Sam linebacker, who you guys putting who are we going with? Are we going to go with the wide receiver over the tight end? Is that blocker in line there because he's just so good? I might. My life's on the line here, man. My life's on the line with Jimmy. But as pass catchers, yeah, they've got some great ball skills, gluey hands, really long catch radiuses that they know how to maximize. One place I think that really stands out if you want to make the comp between Graham and Bobo is their ability to use their big bodies to create separation, as I like to say. And that is what I mean by that is that you have a defender behind the guy. He's here, ball's here. There's no way for this defender to get around this big, wide body to get to the ball. Or if he does so, he's going to have to give up positioning to get there, and then he's going to try to take some haphazard swing up from under to try to hit the ball late as it's coming in late where you're kind of opening the door for the catch at that point. And so he does that much like Graham did that for sure. But if your life was on the line, Trigger, you need one block in the ground game against a Sam linebacker, Bobo or Graham. I like the comp though. Isaac says, oh God, I just tuned into the Hawks Nest discussing the DK trade for the billionth time. It's died down, thankfully, in recent months. So he says, I tuned in. This and trade DK is the first thing I'm hearing, dude. Adam, I want to see a lot of McIntosh during these preseason games. We got to know what we have. I agree. Let's see what you got. You got no run last year. He needs the reps. Thomas says DK has 2 years on his contract. If DK is going to be traded, it would have been at the draft. DK wants to be in Seattle, but wants top flight wide receiver money, especially with Hill signing a new contract. Amen, Thomas. Agreed all the way around on that. Yeah, DK is staying here. I don't think he's going anywhere, and I think the plan for this team is to get him on that contract. We just have to remember with John Schneider that he typically doesn't sign guys with 2 years left remaining on their deal. He waits for them to get in the final year of their contract before giving out a contract extension. We could count on our hand in 14 years the number of times that he has deviated from that approach. CJ King says, crazy thing is, Bo Melton is a distant family member of mine. Hell yeah, CJ, let's go. That Packer wide receiver room is fun. It's a lot of fun. I bang on the Packers because they don't ever like to really put that investment in their receiving core sometimes. It seems like they're always in second round city or trying to unearth diamonds from deep within the clay. But Melton, really surprised people last year. He had some games for them. That is for sure. David Pugh. Let's go, David. Thank you for the $20 donation. David coming in hot. I appreciate that, David. He says, I think the Rams are weirdly enough the most likely team to finish last in the division. Lost AD. Staff and Cup are a year older on the wrong side of 30. Not to say they still can't win 7 games, though. Just feels that way. I love where you're coming from on this donation, David, because I think that there is a bit of a plank that you feel that the Rams are on this season coming up, in my opinion. Stafford is a guy that you know is getting close to the end. He's a guy at 36 years old, but that's kind of an old 36 years old, that body and the amount of punishment he's taken through the years, versus a guy being a little bit fresher like a Geno in his mid-30s, who hasn't necessarily had as much of that. And he was like an MVP for them last year, David, and it took him playing like an MVP for them to get in the playoffs in that way, on top of already having, as you said, they had AD last year, and the team really overperformed. People do seem to be really quickly on that roll of saying, and I'm even in this boat a bit, David, of saying, well, second place team in the division. But it is going to be one of the toughest divisions in football. And the part I've gone back to that even myself, I catch myself forgetting on this in regards to Aaron Donald, is that you just lost the greatest defensive player of the past 10 years. The most dominant defensive player of the past 10 years. Maybe the best defensive tackle this sport has ever seen. And you're just going to bounce right back? Because when we think about it, it's not just losing of the Aaron Donald. It is the structure by which that defense was fundamentally put together. It was put together to be built around Aaron Donald. To have him there as that centerpiece, and for years refining down off of him as that centerpiece, distilling your defense down to something that was very much built around having this presence that, like I said, was the biggest game-wrecking presence we've had in the NFL on the defensive side of the ball in 10 years. And that just gets lost now. And Braden Fisk is not filling that hole by himself. He's barely even going to be able to make a dent, in my opinion. They got some good young players as well in that defense. Ernest Jones is a player. The Kobe Turner kid they landed on. Byron Young out of Tennessee. He seems to be a hit for them there. Secondary's a question mark. They're losing, like the Niners are, a defensive coordinator again to being a head coach. Do they have the guys in-house to get that done now as they try to, get that back to, especially now losing Donald, as that's going to be even a bigger test to getting that new defense onboarded? That's that plank that I think you're right on, David, that they're on and they're upon. If Kupp and Nuka can stay healthy and Stafford can stay healthy, I think that does take them quite a long bit down the path for me to getting in the playoffs, because I think that offense will still be good even if the defense takes a big step back, because they've structured their offense, David, to have so much of the run game be a big component of what they do, and that's going to help, to me, limit Stafford's throwing attempts. So instead of having to throw 45 times a game like he has in prior years, now you get him down to more 30, less hits on his body, less punishment he takes over the course of his season. But they're going to need that ground game to go, because I think if they're asking him to sit back there and throw 45 times a game over a 17-game season, they fall off that plank, in my opinion, to your point. So it's a thin team. It's lost a huge presence in that locker room. I do wonder too, David, if there isn't that, if they are at 6-2, 8 games into the year, if McVay and company aren't calling up Donald being like, hey, you just want to play on the back end of the schedule? And then you're like, here we go. He's back, So I'm worried about that a little bit with it, but they're definitely not a team that is really deep. They've got a heavy amount of shit. They have the heavy share of question marks, and you don't just bounce back after losing a defensive player like Donald like it's no thing. You don't go, we'll figure that out in off season. No problem. I don't think it's going to go that way at all with it. Yeah, I think there's definitely that defense is going to have its share of problems they're going to have to work through to try to find their footing without him there. Almost kind of having to rebuild everything there without him there a bit. Thank you, though, David. That is really kind of you, man. That $20 donation. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Sean Thompson has become a member of the channel as well. Thank you, Sean, for joining up to the Hawks Nest. And just again, we'll be doing Thursday streams for Hawks Nest members throughout the year here at 5 o'clock on Thursdays. And we'll be also doing a call-in show every month here for members of the channel. So hoping to keep adding on to those benefits on that side of it. But thank you, Sean, for joining up on the channel here. I really do appreciate you for doing that. You're awesome. Addicted Hawks. Brandon, unveiling the full package. This is a family channel. Bad joke. Adam says, it sounded like Sam looked bad yesterday, but maybe part of it is our defensive schemes mess with him. Heard he had many tip passes. We will see how he looks in preseason. I'm excited to see him flash. Yeah, that goes back to that gamer stuff. And look, this is why this defense is such a badass defense. This is why this defense is getting us all so hyped, is that this defense makes it a long day at the office if you're a quarterback. Your pre-snap reads, throw it out the window. Who's coming from where post-snap? Throw it out the window. It makes it as hard as any defense in the NFL at trying to diagnose what it is that defense is doing. Not about, does my guy have separation? Not about, make this adjustment to there. I can't tell what this defense is doing across from me. And if that's going to be hard on even a veteran or a guy that's been in the sport for a long period of time, it's going to be very hard for a guy that's going into his third season as a pro at the position, to your point. I agree with that. And yeah, I think that is a big part of it. You mentioned this tip passes. One of the tip passes was Devin Witherspoon. Why? Because Devin Witherspoon was coming on a blitz. And and you don't know it's coming. We're not going to telegraph it. It's going to look like he's in coverage right up until the snap. Witherspoon showed that last year, even in the Giants game when he's blitzing a couple times. You just couldn't tell he's coming. Part of what makes him a great player is all these other things he does on top of being a human missile and a great cover man. Is he's a great blitzer. He's got a phenomenal ability to time it up. But yeah, I think that's a great point. And that's certainly something that's going to hinder the offense, I think, throughout training camp a little bit, especially already understanding too that defenses typically tend to be a little bit ahead of offenses to kick off of training camp, to start it off. That tends to be the way that it plays out. And then offenses starts to get their footing as you get a little bit closer in towards the season. Isaac says, Pumpkin looks so freaking cursed. I hate Isaac. Not cursed. Cute. Autocorrect's been killing me lately too, man. I've been having sometimes like, no. And I'm a fast sender. So I'm like, choose send. No. Yeah, Swedish Shinobi, I agree. Autocorrect worked better 20 years ago. It's getting worse. That boy, do you know the franchise guy? Yeah, I do. Have you seen his Seahawks deep dive? I don't think I've seen his. If it's a current one he just dropped, I don't think I've seen it. But I've watched some of his stuff. He does good work. I'll check it out, that boy. Check back in with me next show. I'll go take a look at it. Black Ops got some leaks going on. All right, Holy Hand Grenade. I was telling this. They're gonna have to sell me on this one. I gotta see it. I gotta see it play out. I don't want to know those paid reviews. Show me something legit. Adam says, appreciate your content and authentic, grounded flavor on our team. Been following for a while now. Well, thank you, Adam. It's great having you in the chat too, as well. And that's definitely the goal and the mission here is to hopefully not be biased, to hopefully be pretty well balanced. I'm certainly gonna probably lean towards the optimistic side of things and in my manner and way of going, but I'm trying as I can to kind of keep that even keel spot on it, to give you guys, what is ultimately going to be as close to the truth as we can hit here on wherever the team is at and whatever's going on with it. But thank you, man. Appreciate you for following on, and please do always be in the chat, be part of the chat. The place is always better. The more of you guys I got in here talking it up and chatting up and turning it over. War Chief says, I'm liking George Holani. He runs like a monster. He's got open field speed. I watch them in block drills, though. He's got to work on his blocking. That's probably why he's not out there. It's Definitely one of those little tiny items as an undrafted rookie free agent that you want to definitely have cleaned up. Play great on special teams. If you're asked to block like a monster. This is something that Jake Bobo got as a memo coming into the season last year because he made blocking something that he was going to do at the forefront. George, much of the same way to maybe a smaller extent because you're going to block a little bit less as a running back, but as a guy that could potentially fit into being a third down role kind of back. But did hear some good reports. We didn't hear a lot about what was going. Thomas was mentioning above, not much going from the backs, maybe a Charbonnet run here. But the one guy I did hear a little bit from on the running backs was Holani, and that he looked pretty good. So that's encouraging to hear on George, and I like it. I think he's going to be our fourth back on this roster, War Chief. Jesse says, I hear K9 looks insane quick in person. Can you confirm? Have you been, hope you've been good lately, B. I've been great, Jesse. I hope you've been doing good as well. And I can definitely confirm in training camp, his change of direction where you've got him running full speed and he's going this way and he's going that way. He's going that way where he can just stop and then he gets right back to lateral and then he's back up to speed. And that you just see where those defenders get around him and that he can bounce around tackles and get around it with that explosiveness, that just kind of bounciness he has in his legs. It's got almost a little bit of that. It ain't the full old school Barry Sanders type, but it's got a little bit of that almost at times that sort of Barry flavor where he can just come to the complete stop, change direction, and leave a defender just looking silly. Where like I was joking about before, Jesse, you have those defenders like their hands clap because they're going for the tackle. I got it. And the guy's so quick, he not only gets out of the tackle, but the guy doesn't have time enough to react with his hands before they slap. And you get a little bit of that with Walker when he's in the open field from defenders. And I think he is going to love this offense. You're spreading things out. You're getting less defenders away from the line of scrimmage. So when you run the ball down in there, if he does have a one guy penetrating through and he's got to get through that one penetrating guy, hey, I get around him. My receivers are handling things on the other side. The rest of my blockers got it hemmed up. Now I can go. Whereas before, if you had 12 personnel or 13 personnel and you got all these bodies down around the line of scrimmage, and he gets early penetration from here, and then there's some early penetration from here because there's more potential defensive bodies down there to penetrate at that point and get in the backfield and make it to where he has to basically make a decision before he's even gotten through the hole, much less getting to the hole. Those are less of situations I think you encounter with some of the spread out formational stuff, the ways that Grubb's going to work blockers to one side of the field. Walker's going to have more room to work with than he's had in 2 years by far, I think, here. On top of the line, just being, I think, naturally better than they've been. And he is going to benefit from that. He's another guy, much like I would say with DK, just a monster season waiting to happen this year for both those two guys. And he does look, you can tell. There's a difference in the way he moves from the other backs on the roster with that explosiveness and that stop and start and open field speed. Excuse me. When she says put the Polynesian at the third back position, you won't be sorry. We need heart and strength there and speed. Let's go. Isaac says, Bo Bros are in the house and we ain't leaving and we ain't letting nobody forget. Hashtag more Bobo. Hashtag Mas Bobo. Hashtag slug Bobo routes for days. Let's go. Swedish Shinobi says, how does one become a Bo Bro? And can one buy Bobo throwback? I believe the way one becomes a Bo Bro is a tattoo. It doesn't have to be a big tattoo. I've got a micro dot myself. I got it right on the lower part of my back. It's a micro dot tattoo. It's Bobo going up for the one-hander last year. You can't see it unless you're only within 6 inches, but it's back there, and that's what's required. You want to be a Bobo, or you got to give up something, you got to give some ink on your body. Willing to do that? You can become a Bo Bro. But we can't be having Bo Bros come in and you're a Bo Bro today and you're bro gone tomorrow, right? That don't work. You got to be a Bro for life. War Chief says, I hear you on the Rams. I think Stafford, goddamn middle of the pack, though. I think the Niners come in last in the conference person. Not even hating. They just look like garbage. Niners are having some rough reports coming from their camps at times. There's some good, some bad. The Brandon Ayuk situation, as I've mentioned many times, I think just, to me, squanders this final potential year of a Super Bowl run that they find themselves within. you move him, and I'm hearing that the Browns deal would be that they would move him to the Browns. Browns give him back a pick, and they would give him Amari Cooper back in return. And look, Amari Cooper's not played bad for Cleveland recently. That would, much like the Devontae Adams deal that was proposed by the Niners a couple of weeks ago for Brandon Ayuk, that does potentially provide the Niners a little bit of a fix for not having to completely bail out on this year by moving Ayuk. But it doesn't mean that things are necessarily going well there for that team right now, or that they're just all locked in and all of the cylinders are clicking into place right now as they prepare themselves for another season to run at the Super Bowl. You also have Trent Williams holding out in addition to that. The reports on Ricky Parasol are what we thought the reports would be on him. He is what we thought he was. Not that he's a bad player, not that they can't find some use for him, but that he is not a guy that can become Brandon Ayuk 2.0 in his rookie year for them. So there's, much like with the Rams, I agree with you there, War Chief. I will propose that I do believe those are two teams that if injuries don't come into factor, and it's hard to predict that stuff on the onset of coming into a season, that they will be two teams that are kind of two of your stronger teams in the NFC, say nothing of within this division. But can I see it in both of their cases twisting wrongly in bad ways, where Stafford can't stay up for a full season, you miss him for half a year or a lot of the year? That team looks, now you've lost Donald and Stafford. That's not a playoff team then. And in the Niners' case, that offense, they got good offense, good defense, but Trent Williams, where's he at? You lose Brandon Ayuk. The defense doesn't got Dre Greenlaw coming back before probably 6, 7, 8 weeks into the season, and then where is he at? So there's some dings there. There's some strip paint on that car. It's still on the road, it's still going strong, but you can see that maybe some of those lug nuts will start to spin off a bit here, and there could be a pathway for the season in both those two teams to them not quite being as good as they might look on the outside looking in. Thomas says JSN doesn't have DK or hill speed. JSN is more quick than fast. There are football over sprinting speed. JSN has football speed. Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it, characterizing it. Dig Doc says, sometimes when I was a toddler, I would run and fall down. My grandma would pick me up and kiss the Bobo away. Oh, wait, that was the boo-boo. Never mind. Bobo's got the potential, Trigger. He does. Thomas says, I believe Seattle has its replacement for Lockett. It's Bobo. I can't believe team didn't draft Bobo last year. Heck, I can't believe Waldron didn't use him more. Yeah, Waldron had his hands full just trying to figure out how to not forget about having DK on the team. Trying to get JSN acclimated to the offense on something other than a bubble screen, and say nothing of his backs and all that. He had so many issues that he just couldn't get it. Bobo was probably far down on that list. But I had a 5th round grade on the kid coming out of UCLA, and I was too shocked that he went undrafted, and did think even through last year, it wasn't a super surprise as he rose up in the ranks of the undrafted rookie free agents last year, because his tape was that good coming out of UCLA. He was really legitimate. And I think he's putting himself in that position to potentially be that number 2 guy there. Long term, if you can keep DK, JSN, and Bobo as your 3 stack here into the future, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Adam says, so how are our 2 rookie tight ends looking so far? As a Dogs fan, I'm up on our guy, similar high level competitor, although not as much clout as a higher drafted Michigan man. Yeah, the Michigan man's probably going to be the guy to make the roster over him, but I do believe that Westover had a couple of catches in the scrimmage game yesterday, and that he's looked pretty good in camp. And that there's nothing been bad about Westover with it. But as you touch upon, Barner's also looked pretty good as well. There's not been a lot of usage to either of those 2 guys, because you're not going to be in as many 12 or 13 personnel looks in training camp, because that's not going to be the nature of the team and how they're structured now going forward. But then you also have the fact that there's 2 tight ends in front of those 2 guys, in Pharaoh Brown and in Noah Fant, which the reps just dialed down very much than when you're that 3rd or 4th guy. We'll get maybe more of a view on both of these guys and understanding on them here as we get into the true preseason games. It'll be hard with Westover too here, where he is probably a bit better pass catcher than Barner, but Barner's a much better blocker probably overall. And I think that was a little bit at the head of why they wanted to take Barner, is that they liked what he brought as a pass catcher, but they thought at least the one kind of super skill he brings is a great heads-up blocker, for sure. And so that allows him to probably win out the job. I think long-term, the way that plays out is Westover's your practice squad guy for a year. Pharaoh Brown's on a 1-year deal. You may or may not have Noah Fant after a year. Now Westover really gets the opportunity moving into next year to slide into a role on this team. Not necessarily a starter, but finds his way as the number 2, number 3 guy on the actual active roster. Brian says Niners not finishing last or even second as long as they have CMC. Hard to see from my perspective on that one too. I will say a couple hits in the wrong direction though, including Caffrey. Isaac feels like Bobo has perpetual "he's on fire" mode from old school NBA game from SNES. That was a great old game, man. I love that game. And there was nothing better than being on fire. You felt like you could walk on water. Thomas says, I just love the podcast. That person that has Seattle winning 5 games. Why is because Seattle has no talent. Yeah, that would be a pretty lazy take. 5 wins would be pretty. I've seen some lazy ones. That'd be pretty much right on it. Or says, Jason's an excellent route runner. He can read a defense and knows where to be open. Just like Tyler and Largent. I think he'll be completely fine amongst the best in the NFL. I agree. He's well suited, and the game is moving in the right direction to have a guy of his talents ascend and be just as vital, just as important as those old school number 1 wide receivers, because of the way the nature of offenses work now. Chad says, whoa, Quandary just signed with the Titans, and Jamal is already there. That's going to be a team to watch this season as a Seahawks fan. Be an interesting combination with those two back there again and to see what teams do with them. It's interesting, too, because it's going to be basically the Ravens defense that they're going to be running out there. Do both of those two guys work in the Ravens defense? We shall see. Maybe they'll try to make Jamal Adams their Kyle Hamilton. TJ says the way Jordan Love looks like A-Rod back there is crazy. He definitely has that thing going where he's played behind a guy for years and he's sort of adopted those mannerisms, and just the way he throws the ball does look very, very similar. And I'm sure, CJ, you saw that cut up of him. There's a throw he made at the inter-squad game the Packers had there where he almost put a ball into Watkins that was just, you talk about in the breadbasket. I mean, into just you can only put the ball right here from about 40 yards out straight down the middle of the field, and you got to put it right in over the top of the corner's shoulder. Oh my God, you saw it throw and just went, whoa. Very few guys in the sport can make that toss. Always hand grenade, since we're about to head into football season, get ready for the "see it wasn't Pete's fault" or the "he only won with Pete's team" people. They're out there, they're waiting, they've got their pitchforks, they got their torches. They're not going to wait for more than probably one game for it to go bad. Hell, we may not get through the preseason before they show themselves. But yes, you are going to hear your share of people that end up saying that at some point. And you'll find me pushing back on it heavily because we're not going to learn anything about Mike McDonald really outside. We can learn, if he comes out and he's great, initially we learn something there. But if he comes out in the first season and he has to take an atypical first season the new coach takes to find his footing and what he needs to do, then that doesn't mean that we got to come to a conclusion that, I should have stayed with Pete. But you're right. That won't stop people from doing so. That part is very true. Yeah, War Chief, I don't know. Maybe the guy said 5 wins because he was like thinking it was going to generate the clicks. It's the way it may work in this day and age. You never know with that stuff. Let's go Seahawks. Says, I'm sure they are producing jerseys as we speak. And if you've got the fever, then you're a ball bro. War Chief, I'm not even thinking about Pete. Thanks for your service, but he's out. He's gone. He's gone. I got no thoughts on Pete Carroll, Richard Sherman, and KJ Wright. Have a great day. I'm far behind the stream, but I just caught up to someone dropping you a compliment, and I got to agree. You are indeed the man, Brandon. Well, thank you. Have a great day. You guys are very kind to say that stuff, and I really do appreciate it. We do. I stream out into the ether. You think folks like it for the most part, and I get a lot of great feedback from you guys, and very little feedback that says, this is that. So I appreciate that. I really, really do appreciate that. And I'm glad that the show resonates with you guys on that. That's my hope here, is that I can bring some top-notch content to you guys, inform, laugh, have some fun, just chop it up. And I love doing it. So I'm glad it does. It works both ways, it seems, on this one. So thank you, man. I appreciate that. Glad we caught you in the stream today. The 30 for 30 on Reggie White's outstanding. It is outstanding, Brian. Definitely worth taking a look at. Well, almost all the 30 for 30s are pretty good, too, though. John says, the more film I watch on Hal, the less I like the trade. He has too many bad habits, like holding onto the ball too long and evading clean pockets. Not great. Well, it's something like even evading clean pockets, Sean, something that we were hearing about in some of the notes coming out of the scrimmage from yesterday. So still something that is a work in progress for him. I think, Sean, that if Sean Hal is the finished product right now and that he has no more ability to get any better, you're right. It's a bad trade at that point. It'll come out to being kind of blown assets for the Seahawks because you have a guy that can't even hold the line if he's got to be brought in to be a backup. I think the thing that Schneider's counting on, and the thing that I do actually have a lot of optimism for here, Sean, in this, is that he's 23 years old. He's been in the league for 2 years, and that there's time for him to get better and improve, and that he's not a finished product necessarily at this point. You know, the other part is can you clean up those bad habits? You know, there's bad habits like he's got a tendency to have a windup. He's got a tendency where he's got to always put an extra hitch at the back of his drop. You know, he's got this bad habit where he'll stare this guy, or just the bad habits you can't correct, I guess, Sean. You know, there's those things that you have that you just can't do anything about. With him, holding on to the ball too long, I feel like a smart offensive-minded head coach or offensive coordinator can fix that, can improve that. You know, not evading clean pockets, trusting more going through his reads. I mean, that to me is directly related to the youth of his position there, his youth in the sport. Because the guy that's young isn't reading any defenses. All right? The guy that's young is going to go one read and then let me go run. But the older quarterback, the guy that has more years as he goes along, starts to understand that stuff a little bit more better and starts to be able to trust his pockets a little bit more and just go through his reads and not have that be as much of an issue. But it is all dependent upon Sean whether or not he can have some more further improvement from where he has been at recently. And that is the part we'll have to just kind of monitor this year as we go along with him on that. Thomas says, in my eyes, Reggie White was the best defensive lineman in NFL history, as Lawrence Taylor is the best linebacker. I feel those impacted the game like nobody. I might be okay with Ray Lewis as the best middle linebacker, with Deion Sanders as the best cover corner. Yeah, I like your list on that. I could go with something like that. Anytime about Reggie White, Lawrence Taylor, even Aaron Donald, I'd put them all kind of in about of a three similar stack, and I think you can make the argument for any of them. Ray Lewis, definitely the best middle linebacker of all time. Old school Seahawks says they didn't even start officially tracking stats until 1982, so some love for the old school. Yeah, you've always got to think about that with the old school guys as well. That's for sure, because we have a lot of these new age stats that we can say, oh, there's this, and then you go back to old guys and they get forgotten about because they just didn't track them. And yeah, you can't forget about the old guys. You know, you really can't. That's why I say you got to make it. It's hard to go to any of the 50s, 60s, 70s guy because they're, you know, Deacon Jones maybe a guy you could go to because he was so dominant. But can't forget those old guys. That's for sure. Isaac, thank you for the $12 donation. I appreciate you for that, Isaac. It's great to see you in the house tonight too, brother. It says, holy shit, I just learned that today is Bobo's birthday. Happy Bobo Day, 12s. Hey, happy Bobo Day, 12s. Thank you for the $12 dono drop, brother. I appreciate you for that. And hey, happy Bobo, Jake Bobo birthday. Let's go, Jake. You've been tearing up camp, kicking ass, taking names. You're on your way to building yourself one hell of an NFL career out of kind of nothing, out of being counted out, not being really considered, and starting from square one, not having any hype to follow you as you get on this team to try to earn your way in the roster and earn a spot and try to climb your way to a starting position and then to be a good starting player. You know, he's on his road. We'll see if he can get there, but he's working his way up the track. Happy birthday, Jake. Thank you for the note on that, Isaac, and thank you for the donation. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation as well. He says, I feel like Bobo is being set up to be the wide receiver 3 by N. I definitely think that there is, if not this year, into the long term here, from John Schneider's perspective at the very least, and him being a little bit guy that was more aware of Bobo prior to Grubb and McDonald coming in. Grubb definitely knew he was from his UCLA days, but I think that the way he's playing and the way that he's affixing himself on this roster, it's really hard not to see here, Samuel, how the team and the coaching staff is not looking at him as a kind of heir apparent there for Tyler Lockett, where you can look at the situation and you go, man, long term, we could have 2 twin towers and Bobo and DK on early downs, base down situations. And then when we go to 3 wide, we don't have to worry about trying to get JSN outfitted as an outside guy now. We got the outside guy for that out there, and we'll keep him fitted to the inside. And we also have some flexibility now where JSN does get injured. We can move Bobo to the inside, and he'll be well acclimated in there as well. So he provides you some of that flexibility that's there. But I think he's starting to set his footing and sort of take his flag and jam it in the ground and say, this is going to be mine for the long term. I'm going to be that guy. And it does feel like this is kind of a de facto final year for Tyler Lockett. At training camp that I was there for a couple of days, he was really infrequently even out there doing much practicing. It didn't seem like he was injured, just kind of load management. And it sort of just had a general feeling of like, oh, if this is the guy going into the final year of his career and they're trying to kind of just be careful with him, this would be what it would kind of look like a little bit. And so I think this is where this is kind of opening up to, Samuel, and maybe a bit hopeful, but it does feel like where it's trending to as a given situation. And Jake's doing a lot to earn that reason for optimism to believe that he can kind of ascend if Tyler was to retire after a year from now into that role. Running the cut, I see DK and K9 going off too, man. Those are my 2 guys of the centerpiece of this offense that I think are going to go cray-cray. And Space, yeah, the preseason games will be on TV. Orgy says, Sam Howell, to me, plays like Russell Wilson without any of his good attributes. He floats outside of the box, causing perfect pass protection to get holding calls. I'm so over it. He does need to improve. I don't think he's a finished product, but he does need to improve. Swedish Shinobi says, thank God I left my left ass cheek open for something special like a Bobo tattoo. Hey, anywhere you want to pick. Anywhere you can get the tattoo artist to tattoo, it's good to go. Inside of your lip, inside of the eyelid. But that's what it takes. Spaces, Brandon has a tramp stamp that says, I've been a bro for life. How did you know about the whole sentence was there? I didn't tell you about the sentence. I just said Bobro. How did you know about the sentence? Do you got a picture? Did you get the picture? I just said, mine's a tramp stamp with one of his toe taps. Randy Cut says, I'm tattooless at 27. I might get a Seahawks tat if I ever get one. I probably would too if I got a tattoo. It'd probably be a Hawks tat. I don't have one either. I never could decide on one. It always stressed me out to try to think of something I wanted on my body for the rest of my life. Swedish says, I wonder if I can get Bobro for life translated into kanji. Why not? Why not? Chad says, yeah, did you see the video of the O-line coach screaming at the players like a banshee and the players looked like they were about to bounce right then? The Niners are a effing hot mess. Oh, I didn't see it. I'll go check it out. I will definitely go check it out. It doesn't feel, but I mean, this was a little bit last year too with them where they got the water settled down because there was the whole thing with Debo last year around training camp and they were able to get everything. But I will say, I mean, it's the players will kind of start to sense that stuff too. Oh, Trent's not here. Brandon Ayuk, you're going to trade him because you want to pay him. You start getting a kind of a general feeling kind of in the locker room there, an energy, if you were, a vibe, if you were. And it can kind of start to grow with time. It can metastasize a little bit. I don't know if that's what's happening with him, but I'll check out that video. J.O. says, what's a Bobro? Is that like an Eskimo brother? Yes. it's 95% equivalent to Eskimo brother. AI says, you got a micro tramp stamp? I wanted to be a Bobo, man. It was the requirement. They told me I had to get one. Can't have a Seahawks channel and not be a Bobo. Come on. ATN23, Ant23, sorry, Ant. Says Christian Haynes is probably starting on first and second downs. If it's third and short or near the end zone, Bradford can slide in. I like that, Ant. It's funny because it's true. Because Haynes is not going to be like blowing guys up at the point of attack. He is a little more finessey over there, whereas Bradford's a big old pile driver. I like your idea, Ant. We've never seen teams do that, but Chad says, I bet you had a Boz cut, didn't you, Brandon? Laughing out loud. Maybe. Okay. I might have had a feather earring. Okay. I might have been wearing mirrored sunglasses that wrapped around. Yeah. I might have had some green dye in the sharpness of the cut to the side as it was. Oh, maybe. Okay. I was young. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what it meant at that time, Chad. We were all trying things out at that point. Kevin says, it's going to be interesting to see Waldron perform in Chicago. I think he'll be a bust. It's going to be a real great case study to watch Waldron because we're going to learn a couple of things with Waldron's either ascent or middling status or just bad. We got to figure out which one of those. He comes to a situation in Chicago where he's not going to be able to lean back on excuses. Not that he would, but he's not going to be able to say, well, I just had a barren wasteland of talent on the offense that I couldn't get this done. I don't think he's going to have a coach that's going to be dictating many terms to him and how he has to run his offense, like potentially he had here in Seattle. So there's nothing hindering him from being at his best or succeeding. But we don't know how good a coordinator he really is. We don't know, Kevin, how much Coach Carroll did hinder him here. It would seem that Coach Carroll put some clamps on his offenses, be it either Bevel or Schottenheimer or Waldron. It just becomes a question now of how much did he cinch those clamps down? Was it light? Was it heavy? Was it ever-encompassing all the way through where you barely had any freedom as an OC? We'll figure it out this year with Chicago. You know, it'll be a lot more clear at that point with him there. I would definitely wouldn't be betting on him necessarily taking off, to your point, on that side of it. Samuel Carlson, thank you. Oh, I actually read that one. My bad, Samuel. Samuel says, of the offseason, McDonald has no ties to Lockett, and I don't think McDonald will love the lack of even attempting to get Yak when you have a cat like Bobo willing to die for extra yards. Certainly is possible. I think that Lockett fits into this offense, but it is a final season thing, Samuel. I think that they just go, okay, we get you in for one more year. We roll it out. Let's go and call it a day. But I do think that there's also, for me, a little bit of the pull has been on that, Samuel, kind of in your same range of what you're talking about, but just from a different slant of it, is that I've wondered if there's going to be maybe a pull for Bobo to get more of those snaps from Lockett this year, not even as much because of the yak, but because of the blocking ability. And that the two of those guys as run blockers, for instance, I mean, that's a huge difference between those guys. And you can't just have Lockett on the field for passing downs for the predictability that would bring in. So does that then open the door for Bobo to take more snaps from him because of that? Because it's not just Bobo's a pretty good blocker. He showed off as being one of the best run blocking receivers in all of football last year. Warchu says, let's not forget to mention Brandon McCaffrey just got married. At his age, getting married, bro is losing a step. Just saying. The fire goes down just a little bit less bright with that marriage. Just take it. He's also got that well over 2,500 touches total on his career. They tell us once a running back gets past 2,000 touches, doesn't matter his age. They say don't even factor in age. Once the running back gets past 2,000 touches, that's when you're in sort of a no-go area where it's rife for the potential of that guy to go down to injury, for his skill set to start to fall off, for his explosiveness to start to dip down a bit. And McCaffrey's at about 2,600 total touches between college and pros. So he's long crossed that mark already. We'll see if he can keep and continue to hold up with it as he goes forward. He's not super old, but this tends to be a pretty hard-lined rule with running backs. That's right. We got him from the supplemental draft, old school Seahawk. Being Boz. AI says, yeah, Bobo will be a wide receiver 3 someday. Lockett might play one more year. Depends on this year. Only if he drops off. Yeah, we'll see with it on that Lockett. It's hard to predict exactly if this will or won't be the last year for him. But I do think Bobo's kind of being groomed as that number 3 to come in. Thomas says, I think the amount of carries and passes CMC has is going to take a toll, but saw his dad in the NFL, so he knows he needs to take care of his body. It's pretty crazy to listen to some of the stories that Christian talked about. Like his dad was doing a lot of that same stuff like Amon Brown, St. Brown's bodybuilder dad was doing to like prep up their super sons, you know, and what they made them like, just making sure they were eating good stuff and taking care of their bodies and everything, you know, getting those kids prepped for the NFL. So if there is a guy that could get over that carry toll, like you say, CMC might be the guy to be able to do it. He's not the biggest of guys either on top of this. And this rule, like I say, the hard line nature of this rule is one that just, it is to a big degree, this tends to be the case. If you've got this many carries, this many touches on your body, your body can only take so much. But we'll see. We'll see. Long Live King says, damn, super chat function not working on my end. I'm sorry about that, Long Live. I think we inadvertently disregarded this. This is an 11-win team last season, if not for 2 busted game-winning kicks. Also, inept defense and poor offensive line. Indeed. You got to where you got to with these things being issues, and especially in the case of the defense and the poor line, King, you would think that there's no way they could be in that same state into this next year. And so then why shouldn't the team be better by a game or 2 from this season? I think it's a valid point. I think it's one that drives me for believing that there's the upside of this team at 12 wins. I do lean into saying I feel like there's a variance level to this team where it could be a 7-8 win team and it could be up to 12 wins. And it's just kind of a couple of factors will come into play to decide it. I don't think all times I come into a given season, I would look at my team and say that I have this wide of a disparity of outcomes that I could foreseeably see. But I think there's a lot of reason to have optimism that they're going to be on the closer end of that to the 12 wins than they are going to be on the lower end of that. For some of the points that you just gave there, King. Warchi says, tight end from Michigan is killing it. Westover doesn't make the team. I'm a Dogs fan too, but yeah, my guy Westover doesn't make it, his team. And if he does, it's a miracle. Agreed, yeah. Only if they're keeping maybe as a fullback or something. AI says, Walker dances around too much sometimes. I think Charbonnet is going to challenge him for more carries. It's possible. I think some of that dancing around has to come from AI. If you're getting the ball time and time again as a back, carry after carry, and you're getting early penetration in the backfield, it's a little bit like, to me, AI, a quarterback that's under an onslaught of pressure, where maybe at first they're really good under the pressure, but you go game after game after game, you go a couple seasons down the line of being under that onslaught of pressure, and you'll start to see bad habits develop from that quarterback, not going through the progression reads, bailing on clean pockets, those type of things. I think the same thing is true with the running back. If I'm getting hit on a lot of my snaps in the backfield where there's penetration before I've even gotten to the hole, I start to think every time I get the ball, I got to look for the dance move I got to make to get away from the first guy just to get to the hole. So we'll see if that part can improve a little bit with better run blocking, I think. But Charbonnet is not chopped liver. He's going to have his role in this offense. And while I don't think it's going to be 50-50, it's probably going to be something like a 65-35 split, something like that, maybe 60-40. So still a substantial amount of carries to be had there in the offense. Thomas says the Niners won't finish last. Niners won't finish last, but I can see the Rams and the Seahawks get better. The fact that Niners have played deep in the playoffs can take a toll. Indeed. And they've been on this run for a very long time now. As far as NFL Super Bowl runs go and windows go, it's been a bit. Zombie Central. Walker is probably going to see a lot of touches in the red zone, as Grubb ran nearly 20% of the time in the red zone at Washington, so I'd expect his touchdowns to increase this year. Agreed. I would highly recommend Walker in fantasy. I think he's a 1,500 total yard back this year. I think he also has right around 15 touchdowns. 13 to 15 touchdowns in total this year on top of it. King says it just keeps spinning nothing. Oh, I'm sorry about that, King. I do appreciate you giving it a shot, though. Orchie says, okay, well, I like Brandon's take on it better. I hope Westover can stay on the team somehow, but if it comes down to it and they have to cut a tight end, it's going to end up being Westover. Yes, it will. And they've already kind of made their bed with this, been drafting Barner and bringing in Farrell Brown and re-signing Noah Fant to the extension. We all knew, and I think even Westover knew coming in that he wasn't going to be likely to make this roster. I think what Westover is doing is he solidifies himself on a roster for a season on the practice squad. He gets that body ready to go for next year, and he's right there at the head of the competition. He might even make them feel strong enough to believe that they don't need to go out and readdress another tight end once Farrell Brown goes in free agency after this year. Swedish says, okay, I was 9 years old when I had my Boz mullet buzz. Jesus, child abuse laughing out loud. Hey, but we really wanted it. We really asked for it. AI says, no, McDonald took the Ravens defense from number 22 ranked defense, number 3 in 1 year. If he gets us to top 17, we'll be tough. Our offense should be top 10. Yeah, agreed. Totally agree there. Thomas says, Hal did use his legs, but I feel Seattle's planning on drafting his replacement next year if he don't improve. I think that's going to be the case as well, Thomas. They're checking him out, they're kicking the tires, they're seeing what he can do and where his potential may lie down the road, but I don't think that this necessarily marries them to him, even over the next 2 years, is that QB of the future type. And I do think the defense does have that talent to be in the top 15 state. I think that the thing to consider here is McDonald might be able to onboard this that quick. What did kind of help McDonald, I think, onboard a little bit faster with the Ravens, even though it did kind of take through the first 10 games of his first year there as the DC. But what helped him to kind of get that fully, I think, on board quicker was you were going from a little bit of the same language between Wink Martindale's scheme to Mike McDonald. This new scheme here is going from Sanskrit to Spanish. And is it as quick an onboarding process at that point for McDonald at that point? I give you that the talent is definitely there. It is a young team. We're going to be one of the youngest teams in the NFL this year, I think, when it's all said and done. Like probably one of the top 4 or 5 youngest teams. So can the young defensive talent step forward in that way? But the talent's there. I don't want to undersell that AI. The talent is absolutely there to get to that state that you prognosticate there. Swedish says, had a buddy message me a couple days ago, absolutely mauling over the disrespect of Spoon not getting in the top 100. Bro needed to breathe. Yeah, there's folks getting mad about that. The top 100 is one that is voted on by the players, and so that's going to be one that is a little reputationally based, and that they will be slow to recognize you initially, and then they will be long to acknowledge you even after maybe you were still a top 100 player. So that's the upshot of it on that other side of it for Witherspoon at that point. But he'll be on it by next year. Have yourself a great night, Thomas. I appreciate you. Hand grenade Bobo's birthday's today? Neat. Mine's next week on the 11th. Well, happy birthday in advance to you. Old school, we talking CBs or secondary because we need Troy and Ed Reed in the conversation. I definitely would have Ed Reed in there as my top guy. I don't know if Troy would be my guy, the opposite. I feel like there's a couple other guys. Like Ronnie Lott was mentioned. I might go with Lott. A lot. Lott could be my strong safety, and then Ed Reed will be my free. Ran the cut. Eskimo is a slur as an Alaska native. I don't care if you say Eskimo. Eskimo's a slur? Oh, come on. We're just working through all the words now. We're just randomly picking words. I grew my hair out once long space. I got real thick hair, so it's just tough to have to grow long hair for me because I'm like, oh, this is a lot. Chad says, by the way, I read his book cover to cover in high school. I was pumped too, honestly. I think I read his book in the back in the day too. I think the opening chapter, he's like, the opening like lines of the book in Boz's book is he's tearing a chunk of flesh out of his hand that's been like partially cut off by a block or something. It was over the top right from the jump. Gary Loomis, I can tell you live and breathe Seahawks. What do you think about the Seahawks line on winning 7.5 games? I would take the over on it, Gary, but I think partly the reason that Vegas sets this line where they're setting it is a bit of the, number one, the question mark with the new, of course, coaches, but also the fact that, if you have your first quarterback go down like a Geno Smith, and Sam comes in, changes that team heavily, I think, in their outlook, and then Geno being 35 years old, it's the risk of, can that guy stay up for a full season? Can he maintain for a full year? But I think that the variance I've long thought that this team operates from, Gary, and I haven't always thought this variance exists the last few years for Seahawks teams, meaning last few years Seahawks teams, if I had them at 11 wins, then I would have said that they'll be between 9 and 11 wins. Or, if I'd say they're 10 wins, I'll go, okay, they're between 8 and 11 wins. Or there'd be a small 3-game kind of variance in predicting where I think they're going to be. This year, the variance is just bigger, Gary, because the youth that's there, you're one of the youngest teams in the NFL. You got the new coaching staff coming in. You're going from the most simplified of designs on both sides of the ball to the most complicated. Does that take time? I would think that would take time. I don't know for sure that would take time. But then at the same time, you have all of this talent you built over the past couple of years. You didn't start the rebuild process this offseason. You started the rebuild process when you traded Russell Wilson, when you onboarded all of those extra picks in the Russell Wilson trade, and Noah Fant in addition to that, who's still on the roster, former first-round pick. And so that's what makes this hard to get to that spot of truly going, they're more here or they're more there. Is there a 7-win team here potentially in the way this year could go out and it's very feasible? Yes. To me, though, Gary, is there much more of a higher, if I'm playing the odds, there's much more to me of a likelihood of this team being over 8 wins. Much more of a likelihood by a substantial margin. So I do put the variance there. I think that Vegas putting it there but I think they're going more on the low end of that. I think that bet would be a lot harder to maybe look at if you're talking 8.5. Now that makes a little bit. Going down to 7.5 feels like they kind of gave you a game easier line on it to me. And someone else said above on this, Gary, we've gotten to 10 wins and 9 wins the past 2 years, being in a rebuilding state, with things hindering us on both sides of the ball that have been eliminated this offseason. We're not going to target the field 32nd rate in the NFL. That's instantly removed. You get the benefits from that, instantaneously. Those type of things are being brought into play. But thank you, Gary. I do indeed live and breathe Seahawks. That's for sure. Good morning, football breakdowns. Do you think DK will have one of his best years like a lot of Hall of Famers have in their 6th year? I do indeed. I think he's heading into kind of a pseudo contract year. He's looked great. He's in an offense that's going to utilize him now to his utmost, which is a big part of this Good Morning Football breakdowns, is actually making him a centerpiece of this offense, which I don't think that we have done in prior years. And yes, I would forecast him to be between 14 and 1,500 yards, 12 and 13 touchdowns receiving. That's where I see DK going this year. I think he's going to have his best season as a pro. Yeah, take the over on that 7.5. Power Code, Brandon would rock the shoulder length hair. I'd pay to see that. It's a lot of hair. You're not going to see a lot of my face if I have hair there like that. It's going to be all emo, goth-like. I'll be doing a lot of this move. A lot of behind the ears. It's not a contract year for DK in the way that he's going to be a free agent after this year space, but it's a contract year for him in that he'll be eligible to be extended after this season. And I would estimate that he's going to want to get his contract locked down by next year, by next off season, as opposed to playing out another full final year before he actually gets paid. Swedish Shinobi says, okay, folks, gotta go whack some weeds and not the ones in my pipe. Got a lady coming over for dinner tomorrow night. Fried rice. Let's go. Ooh, let's go, Swedish. Love it, man. Thank you, brother. Have yourself a great night. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Great to see you in the house as well, brother. Always is. He says, love cooking dinner on Sunday while listening to the Hawks Nest. Are you concerned about center? Is Olu a talent issue or scheme? Going to try Haynes at center? I'm not a big fan of moving Haynes to center. I would like much more for them to go with the Connor Williams move, Randall, find the dollar denomination to make that deal work and call it a day there. So keep Haynes at guard, Let him improve at guard. Let him keep getting better at guard. The only way I would want Haynes to go to center is if he is flamed out as a guard, and that it's not, that the coaches go, well, that's not going to work. We whiffed on this one. Then you want to move him into center at that point, go ahead and do so. But don't move him because he's got to go through some growing pains, and you don't want to wait on those growing pains because you got a need at center, so why doesn't he just go fill that? And we're kind of strong here at guard in other spots with McClendon Curtis and Laken Tomlinson and Bradford, so let's reinforce this other. That would be the logic and reasoning. I think that'd be the wrong logic and reasoning to apply to take you to having Olu move, or Haynes then moved into center. So I wouldn't want to see it myself on that side of it. It seems like he's just getting dinged up a lot to me, Randall. And then in getting dinged up, is he not able to play at his best? It's hard to say from the outside in on what exactly is the case here, because they were talking to Connor even a week ago before the recent injuries came up with Olu. So there's already been a little bit of an acknowledgement here that we need to do a little bit better at this position. It's not good enough. And I'm not sure if it's that they don't trust his injury status with it. You mentioned the scheme. Olu did a lot of the mobility stuff on tape at Michigan. Reach block, second level, pull in space. He did all that stuff out of Michigan a lot, so he was able to do it and perform it well at Michigan. The one thing I will say is he wasn't the greatest tester. Part of the reason that he falls down into the 5th round is the fact that he was a little average across the board as a tester in that stuff where you think he moves really great in space. You want to see the testing numbers show that he moves great in space, and they didn't necessarily show that. So does that maybe hinder him within this scheme as well on top of that? I'm not sure. It's quite hard. It's hard to get exact answers on this, Randall. Hopefully he gets a lot of run in preseason so we can get a lot of a closer look at him and what might be the cause for the lack of being just fully committed to rolling with him and trusting in him to do it. But it does stand out that there's something there that's a little wonky as to why this is kind of just sort of not fully clicking into place yet, right? Thank you for the $5 donation, though. I appreciate you for that. And I hope it's a good dinner. I love you listening. Love you that you're listening to me in the background on that, brother. Ortiz, I will fight back on that till the day I died. Lawrence Taylor was not the best outside linebacker to ever play. Derek Thomas was the best outside linebacker to ever play, hands down. Ooh, bold statement. I love Derek. I do. Taylor to me was that just a little bit extra there. Yeah, Chad, I don't think CMC's liking Trent holding out. That line certainly has not been done doing well with Trent's absence. Power Code, y'all see Diggs to Tennessee? No idea what they're thinking. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one either. Adams and Diggs in that backfield. I don't know and they're doing the Ravens defense in Power Code. That's what they're going to try to run out there. So how does that all work? You have Diggs, who's been playing a pure free safety role here for the past 4 years, is now going to start trying to do strong safety stuff at his age with his lack of willingness to tackle. And then Jamal, you're going to try to move him into the Kyle Hamilton role? I don't know. Let's go Seahawks reserve for number 19. Being that's what the tattoo would say. Oh, Lordy. Sweetie says, she told me she has a tramp Seahawks tattoo. I said, please don't be a tramp stamp that says home of the 12th man. Nicholas says, it won't be Walker in the red zone. It'll be Charbonnet. Yeah, it might be. Sharps wasn't as great as a short yardage back last year as I thought he was going to be in some of those situations. He was kind of mid at times. But again, the blocking wasn't altogether there either in those situations. So Benson DeWalt says, let's do this. Football already. Come on, let's go. Nicholas says, like and sub for this hard-working fella, please. Thank you for mentioning that, Nicholas. And I just want to echo his thoughts on that. Please, too, hit that like button if you could for me. Small little thing, major thing. It helps me show up on the algorithm. Okay? Helps me show up on the algorithm. And I would really, 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 really appreciate it. So please do smash that like button. Sub on up if you're not already. On the road to 20,000 this year. Chad says, I found that clip of the Niner O-line coach yelling at his players. There's no sound, but it's not really necessary. These guys do not look like competitors. They just look sad. Tough look there. Well, that line does look a lot different, Chad, with no Trent Williams. Yeah, and especially if Dominic Pooney, the kid they took in the 3rd round, isn't quite ready to roll either. You could definitely see where there's some rough spots in that line that are big time question marks / issues the first part of camp. Warchief says, Brandon, I'm just going to tell you that I feel Troy Polamalu was the best safety to ever step on the field. He was better than a lot and better than Reed. That's my opinion, and I'm not changing it. I think it's a fair place to be at. I think that you definitely can have him in the conversation, and it's fair to put him in that conversation. / be a person that picks him. It's not one of those outlier things where you go, I think Dawkins is the best safety that's ever played this game. Like, come on. No, I mean, Troy gets to be up in that contention of things, I think, on that side of it. It'll be a little bit of a, what's your flavor on this one too, in making the picks on those. But Troy was a sensational player, one of the best safeties of his era, in my opinion, just as a bare minimum. Randicat says, it is a slur, but we don't care too much about it. That's good. It is always hard for these folks like myself to get older, where you've gone for 40 years and something's not a slur, and then suddenly this is a slur. You go, really? Why is this? What's Eskimo? Does Geno have any snaps in the preseason? Asked Zombie Central. I'm going to say probably not to past maybe one drive is all you're going to see of Geno Smith at this point with the injuries that he's dealing with. Jamarcus White, I love how clear McDonald is about his evaluations. When he's asked about a player who's been a little slow in camp, he'll straight up tell you, yeah, he's taking a little bit to get going. We haven't heard that much transparency for as long as I can remember. So when Mike says someone has been impressive, they've been impressive. He's been fun to listen to in his press conferences. I agree, Jamarcus. You don't necessarily feel like you're just getting coach speak, or they'll talk for 10 minutes and you come away from it 10 minutes later going, I don't know what he didn't say anything. I was pointing to earlier on this Jamarcus, this note here from Brady Henderson that he posted about Byron Murphy, and Mike McDonald's in the press conference, and he says he's the guy who we thought he was. Again, let's not crown him yet, but he's on the way. He's a force in there, and I think the guys see it. I'm pleased with his effort. The guy brings it every day. Again, he's a rookie. There's things that we want to attack, but he's a savvy football player. He knows what he's doing out there. He's not lost. He plays fast, plays rugged. So I think the future is bright for Mr. Murphy. There's a lot packed in there with it. But the general gist of it is that you come out of it going, they're really happy with what they got from Murphy. He's not been a disappointment. He's not showing signs of a bust. He's also not trying to gas him up too much and saying this guy's going to light the world on fire, but also to say, hey, no, but let me also recognize the fact that this guy has been a player out here for us, that the other vets are seeing it too. And this backs up what we've seen from some of the vets Jamarcus talking about, Byron, saying this kid's going to be a player. He's on his way, as Mike just said. So I like it too, and it's been similar with Mike and talking about other things in addition to this. And it's a breath of fresh air on that side of it. Nitsu says, I think I was the reason the Seahawks lost the game versus the Rams in LA. I accidentally cursed K9 and our kicker by existing. Well, it happens sometimes. Just have to learn from it and move forward. Just move forward and learn forward. You just got to learn. As long as you learn. Randy the Cut says, I think Geno plays a drive or two in the preseason. Tyler won't play. I feel we protect him. He's a route running wizard. Yeah, that's my thinking on it too. I think that's pretty accurate to the way that they'll play it. Nicholas says, I disagree. Watching Polamalu is definitely top 3, but Reed was better. Yeah, Reed's my guy on it too. I get where War Chief's coming from on that, but Reed was just insane, taking the ball away, pick sixes. I mean, just what he could do in coverage just was just nightmare for quarterbacks. And Polamalu was great too, but Reed was just at that next level of it. Randy the Cut, you'd call us an Inuit, not Eskimo, but it's on my card saying I'm native, so I feel it's accepted. Still a slur. It's a slur. Jesus. It's going to be a tough one for me on that, Rand, because it's again something for 4 years you learned. It's literally, I'm almost, half a century into living on this earth, and that's the first time I've ever heard it mentioned as that. But I'll try not to use that word if I can. That's going to be a hard one, though, because it's been 40 some odd years of using it. But thank you for educating me on it. Hand grenade, all right, the Russ trade is over and we've used all the assets we've got from it. Should we have gotten more? No. You maximized your capital you could get back for Russell Wilson. I maximized at the utmost. Cameron, I agree. DK 1,300 yards minimum. Radu Turkan, thank you for the $2 donation, Radu. So Seattle Titans, Diggs and Adams, laughing out loud. Have fun. Yeah, it's I think it's a secondary that's been beat up quite a bit in recent history there at Tennessee. So there's a little bit of what do we have to lose with making these two signings. I don't think that this is one where they said, our great foresight and plan this offseason will be to nail down those Seahawks safeties. That's what we need to do. I think it's more of, is there a place we could maybe throw a flyer on this guy and throw a flyer on that guy and maybe something will work out. I think it's more of that energy. The Titans are going into this season knowing they're not going to compete. They're a little bit like us with the new coach coming in, but they know they've got to sort of change things through all the way fully through there on that. So I think that they're just sort of throwing it into the wind and seeing if the wind will take it. Thank you, though, Radu. Seattle Titans. Nicholas, I have a feeling Bobo and JSN going off this season. Think it's going to be a quiet year for Tyler. Possible. Who died? Titans might not be a bust, though. They can be good, not better than us, though. For me, it's tough to see them doing that in that division. And, they've got questions in the offensive line. They've got questions in the secondary. That's part of why you're signing Adams and Diggs. Their wide receiver group is, I think, very questionable and suspect. They essentially gave Calvin Ridley the A.J. Brown contract, and Calvin Ridley is not A.J. Brown. DeAndre Hopkins is older than dirt. Not a lot at the tight end position there. I mean, they feel pretty lean to me across the board as a team. Like they have some needs to get some more talent in the room, but definitely not better than us on that side of it. Good morning, football breakdowns. I really like Grubb's running game, pulling guards and centers a lot. Walker will shine in that running game. Agreed. You first and foremost, a little bit the heart of this, you take your receivers and tight ends and spread them out. You get a little bit of a lightened box from that. Then you pull guys in space post snap, but you have light box defensively on the other side. You have less bodies defensively on the other side because you're pulling more defenders away for coverage. So now when you pull guys out, and if you can eliminate these backside defenders to the place you're trying to pull to, meaning that they can't get to the ball carrier and they're just eliminated by the space to get to they just don't have, like, Walker is going to get up to 0 to 100 before this backside 3-tech can get there to get him in the backfield so the guard can pull to get over here. And now you create that numbers game to the side for Walker a lot more easily. It's first on the back of the spread and bring those guys out. So instead of 7, 8-man boxes, now we might get a 6-man box. And then you pull guys in addition to that around that. And I agree, it's a very inventive running game that seeks to create those situations for the running back where he really has got a good opportunity to just have to break one tackle and he can go make a big play. So it's an inventive way to do it too, because so much of the running game used to be just out of spread, Good Morning Football breakdowns of you spread it out and then it's a read option inside. It's not really guys pulling in space. It's just coming downhill at you running game out of shotgun is what you would typically see a lot from the spread concepts, but he's built in a little bit more of that within it. Morgan Barclay says Mike Singletary is the best inside linebacker because Mike didn't kill anyone. I guess that's a fair point. It's a fair point. I will say E.J. Snyder was on the podcast about a month ago, and I asked him Singletary or Bobby, and he put Bobby ahead of Singletary, which that was coming from a Bears fan. Rather got Walker special. We saw it in his long touchdowns. Dump it off to him and see what happens. Let's go. Yeah, I agree. And that's the big part that I've been really impressed with him coming out of college, was the pass catching ability. There were some questions because Michigan State didn't really use him in that way out there at Michigan State, but he's been really good as a pass catcher. Really good hands. Long Live the King says, I'm getting that above the groin tat that says all about that action, boss. with a little arrow. If you need more Seahawks, finally no more 80% red zone shotgun plays up the middle with Walker. Exactly. Yeah, those will be done. At least not run 24/7. War Chief Charbonnet is the man, but he's just not Kenneth Walker when it comes to explosiveness, moves, and yards yet. Exactly. And Charbonnet is great too in his own way. They're different types of running backs. I don't think McIntosh is in danger of being cut, King. Not that I've been aware of with this. He looked good to me in camp. I don't know if there's something else going on in the background, but he looked fine to me when I was there. Hamza, thank you for the $5 donation, Hamza. I really appreciate that support. First donate on the live stream. Thank you so much, as well as being a member to the show. Very, very kind of you. It says 6 days to go. Go Hawks. That's right, 6 days. And we have ourselves some actual NFL football. So next Saturday, I'm going to be loaded up to the hilt here on the show. We'll be live streaming, of course, the game here. I'll be doing a post-game stream over on the Bleacher Report just after the game, and then we'll be coming back here and doing some post-game discussion after I do my Bleacher Report appearance next Saturday. So do be out here to check that out. Come follow the game with me. I'll be doing play-by-play. If you're new to the channel, that's a big part of what we do here on the channel during games is play-by-play and whatnot. So I'd love to have you guys in if you could. And just 6 more days and we get real, honest to God, NFL football back again. Here we go. Let's go. Thank you, Hamza. Old School Seahawks says Kenny will not make this team. Ooh, jeez. I didn't even know Kenny was in any danger here. I thought everything was okay. What happened to Kenny? Yeah, Nicholas, Charbonnet's more power and north and styles type runner. He's got a little bit of jukeness to him, but that's really Walker's game. And then Walker's a little bit more about that speed and jukiness that he's got. In space, I'd worry about Geno too. It does sound like he's going to be all right, but it's definitely concerning because you lose Geno and this ship goes under real fast. Chad says, I might be old-fashioned, but I really don't separate strong safety and free safety. They are literally 2 different positions with different response. I don't like that people don't separate strong safety and free safety. They're literally 2 different positions with different responsibilities. Really hate. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Really hate. Yes, I think they are moving a little bit into this era now, Chad, where we might come to find they're kind of becoming more ubiquitous. But throughout NFL history, there has been a strong difference between those 2 safety positions and then what you're asked to do. Agreed. Zombie Central, what do you make of the Jerome Baker injury? It's a hamstring injury, nothing major. This is that time of year where hamstrings are going to come up. Soft tissue injuries are going to come up. It's why you have training camp is to prep these bodies up. And to prep them, you got to put them through some strain and stress. And that opens up the door to these kind of injuries that can happen. It's happened to Draymond Jones, for instance, and Jerome Baker's kind of dealing with it right now. And it doesn't sound like it's major, but hamstrings are tough because they can be touch and go for a little bit of time. You got to make sure they're 100% before you have the guy go out there. I think he'll be fine by opening day, but you certainly would like to have both him and Dotson out there on the field 24/7 right now to get their chemistry down pat by the start of the regular season. War Chief says, I agree. Charbonnet's a powerful north and south runner, but power doesn't always equal the yardage gained. Walker's a real NFL running back through and through. Sharps has still proven it. Yeah, that's accurate. And Sharp's got his own kind of strengths he can bring too on his side of it. It's the thing I always say with running backs is that they're not really as much about the Madden rating chart. You know, is this guy 81? Is this guy an 88? This guy's a 92. It's more about styles of running back, and that running backs come in so many different styles and ways. And guys can be almost equally effective, though, but with just 2 different complete styles that they bring into play. That boy, is Levi Bell still on the team? I remember he lit up the field last preseason. Levi Bell is no longer with the team. He is now over on the Indianapolis Colts. There is a little bit more of a measure within Mike McDonald's defense for the bigger edges that can set the hard edge. So he's not going to go with guys that are kind of sub 6 feet tall out there off the edge. It just doesn't fit into McDonald's defense. Good player, though. Chad says, Reed's free safety. Troy was a strong safety. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Yes. Yeah. I think the thinking on this goes, Chad, that when people put Reed or Troy as their top 2 safeties or say it like that, is that they're saying, well, I don't have a strong safety that I have in the same mode as an Ed Reed, or I don't want to leave a Troy Polamalu off in favor of an Ed Reed. it's always why I come down to on these chads. I don't ever end up liking doing these like all-time list things. You'll notice with me on the channel, I don't do Seahawks all-time this list or Seahawks all-time that list, because everybody's got their own individual metric of how they evaluate those positions and who should be at what spot and what should be at what spot. And it's all completely arbitrary and individualistic. So we all are kind of just operating off of our own, what our rules are for what should be distinguished as the greatest of all time. And I also don't like it because when we start trying to take great players and parse between them of this guy was better than that, they're great players. The difference in the separating factor between them is actually very, very small. I know these questions will come up, and I know from Spam's perspective, they want to categorize and put them in the positions, but it's why I don't necessarily like the conversations is we don't even really get to talking about their skill set or what they're doing on the football field. We'll get to places of, well, was the guy with a strong, or was this guy like where does the conversation really end up going at the end of the day with they're both Hall of Fame players, great players who help their teams go out and win championships. That's at the end of the day, with where it stands with it. But it gets hard on these discussions for that reason. You could have the same thing with like the edge thing, Chad. Who's the best defensive end all time? Well, do I put a Lawrence Taylor out there who basically operated off the edge like a de facto defensive end, but technically he was an outside linebacker? I mean, you can't put him on the list as a defensive end. It's like you could just end up going in circles, and you go, well, wait, what are we debating? What's the word we can't use anymore? I guess Eskimo is the one we shouldn't be using. Why are the Titans actually the retirement home of every NFL of NFL every single year? Well, they pay well at the end. I've heard they'll pay well at the end. War Chief, my man Ken Easley, baby, the enforcer. I think we need to have Ken Easley announcing our draft picks every year. That's for sure. I love how he told off the crowd when he was up there. Let's go, Kenny. All-time Seahawks great. We don't get any comp picks from Adams and Diggs, right? Because they were cuts? That's correct. Nothing in return. Deron Everest, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. What's up, no one? D-Hop is out 7 to 8 weeks, too. News came out today. Oof. Yeah, and I like Levis there. I think Levis could be interesting for that team, but Calvin Ridley, and then they got the kid out of Arkansas they took a couple of years ago. Those are their two receivers. And boy, last year, Levis was really leaning on Hopkins, Chad, a lot. So that's probably a big loss for him as well. Jamarcus is laughing out loud. I took a 3-week break from all the media, and I come back and see all the same usernames and some more. Insanely loyal fan base. Thank you for giving us a community, Brandon. Oh, man, I appreciate you for that. And yeah, my people show. They show up in our chat, man. Every time I go live, I can count on you guys being there. I really appreciate it. And it's awesome. No doubt about it. We got a passionate fan base. Orchie says Troy, Troy, not only a ball hawk, could intercept the ball like Reed, but he was also a devastating tackler a lot. Plus, I think he has something like the most tackles on the goal line for a free safety ever. Great player. No doubt a difference maker out there for them. 2-time Super Bowl champion. I think he played in 3 too, didn't he? I think he played in 3. Did I have that right? Maybe only 2. Chad says, so checking out the ESPN depth chart for the Titans, and they already have Adams as 2 strong safety and Diggs as the 2 free safety. Yeah, ESPN's they're a little bit slow behind the color on that one, Chad. I mean, at one point this offseason, Chad, they had Jake Bobo as our starting punt returner. So I think they're a little slow on updating their deal. They're just guessing. And Duran, I think you're going to throw to your backs a lot more this year. I mean, hell, just being at training camp, there was a lot of drills they were working on just to manufacture throws over to running backs. So if that's even just an indicator on that alone, you're going to be using your backs. Hand Grenade says, who the hell is Cody White on the team? He's a wide receiver, and he's been making plays just about every day of practice. I don't know if he's got really a path. I mean, I almost feel like he could go out there and just be a complete monster, and there might not be a path for him to go and make the roster. But is he definitely solidifying himself as a practice squad guy at this point? Yeah, he is. Chase Stern, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Chase. Very kind of you guys on all the donos tonight. Thanks so much. Says excited for the season. Somehow it snuck up on me, but have a feeling Geno is going to go off this year, even with the mushroom on his head. Well, mushroom or not, I do agree. The three guys on this team offensively that I lock into saying 1, 2, 3, those three guys I think are in for having career years. Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, and Kenneth Walker. I think all three of these guys are really going to separate themselves in that way this year. And I think Geno's at 4,600 yards, 35 touchdowns. I think that's the year he goes out and has this season. He has the best supporting cast he's had here in 3 years. I think the issues that held this offense back, the lack of targeting the field, the lack of motioning, the lack of creativity within the offense are going to now be put into play. And that should only make Geno Smith better because of it, to your point on that, Chase. So I love where you're at on your prediction of it. I'm seeing the same thing from him. I was out there in person watching him. He just looks different. He is on every detail. His throws are on point in the right spot they need to be. Throw after throw after throw, throwing with anticipation, smart in his reads and where he's going with the ball, working the ball all around the football field, not just peppering to DK or just to JSN, ding, 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 but actually working the ball all around the field when he was back there. I can't overstate the fact that he was so impressive through the first 2 days and watching him, and that's what we've heard about all the reports coming out of training camp in addition to that in regards to Geno Smith. So hopefully he can be that guy, because if he is, we're getting the playoffs. If he throws for 4,600 yards, we are in the playoffs. Say nothing of contending. So hopefully that can be true. I hope your prediction is right, Chase. And I'm glad that this snuck up on somebody, by the way, because I felt like I was going through 3 lifetimes this offseason. Like I had one lifetime, I had a whole family, and the family grew up and was raised to sons and daughters. They went to college. It's how long this offseason has felt like it's lasted for me. It's brutal. But thank you, Chase. I appreciate that donation and all of your support in addition to being a member of the channel. And K9, I agree. I agree with you on the front about DK. It's much like DK. Just you make him a featured player. You use that player right. They have all the talent in the world to do the rest. But we got to take care of those first points at the front of it. And we haven't been doing that as a team for these two players. Not that we haven't allowed them to be successful or be somewhat productive, but there is more there. There's more there to go and grab, as long as we're being smart in how we set the stage for them. Horseshoe says, I think Tyler Lockett has the best catches we've ever seen in the end zone this year. Quote me on it. Let's go. Yeah, Nicholas, I don't think McIntosh is going to be let go. I mean, it's possible, but we'll see. Hamza says, it went by so quick till mid-July, and now it feels like forever till we get some real football. It's definitely been a slow one the past couple months for me. It's been a little bit just like, just tapping my foot going, come on, give me some football. Chad says, I 100% agree on trying to rank players. I'm just talking about football positions in general. This ranking gets so bad, I'm surprised no one's arguing over the greatest long snapper of all time. Yeah, it's a tough one to have, and I agree with you, by the way. I think if you're going to designate, I 100% with you on the free safety to strong safety side of it, but it's a little bit like the same thing on the edge stuff. Like you'd have to just call it an edge rather than defensive end or outside linebacker. Or you then got to have the outside linebacker debate, and you say, okay, well, Lawrence Taylor is your best outside linebacker, and then Reggie White's your best defensive end. You have one of those kind of really designated down, but it does get just so tough because even if you get to the point of agreeing on the positions, then it becomes what's the greatest metric to use for a guy to be considered the top. Is it all pros? Is it the longevity? What about a guy with the short career but had huge impact with the short career? It gets hard. That's that arbitrary part I go to, Chad, where it's just so tough to. What are the parameters by which we're deciding this upon, I will say this, though. Bottom line is, you're talking about the best safeties. Let's not say free safety, strong safety. When you're talking about the best safeties of all time, we can argue about who's number 1 or who's number 2, but are you talking about the best safeties of all time? And the names that need to be talked about or bandied about when discussing that, Troy Polamalu and Ed Reed need to be included in that list. They need to be a part of talked about as those guys in that spot, for sure. Duran says, we need a K9 film study, Brandon. I did a K9 I did a canine video for the channel, Duran. You might have been, because you were off on that. I did it about a month and a half ago. I dropped a canine video. It might have been even 2 months, but it was kind of a dumb, it wasn't a full on film study, but I kind of dived into a little bit of his tape to kind of show some of what was going on with him. Just look up Walker on the channel. Something will come up for it. Always Hand Grenades says Arizona is the NFL retirement home. Well, that's America's retirement home, and then kind of. I guess they do usually have a couple guys come through. Mark Stoll. Steve Largent will always be the first Seahawks Hall of Fame player. Hence, why his jersey is in your background. Who will be the next Seahawks Hall of Fame wide receiver? Oof, great question. And thank you. I, by the way, I agree with you on the front side of it. Steve is always going to be probably always be, I imagine, but is at least right now and has been throughout my life, my favorite Seahawks player. The next Seahawks wide receiver that's going to make the Hall of Fame is going to be DK Metcalf. DK is, through his first 5 years mark, having the best start for a wide receiver in Seahawks history, including Steve Largent. Steve Largent, through his first 5 years, had not stacked up this much yardage or this many touchdown catches or this many receptions. He has more receptions right now at his point in career in 5 years than Calvin Johnson did through his first 5 years. And his stats across the line from receiving yards to touchdowns receiving are very in line mark with Calvin Johnson, who just, of course, went into the Hall of Fame recently. So DK is very much going to be the guy that much is likely to be your next Seahawks Hall of Fame wide receiver. I don't think that Doug Baldwin's not going to have enough stats to get in there. I don't think Doug Baldwin's going to quite have enough of the impact side you need to be in the Hall of Fame, where, he's got the consistency in the many years he's stacked up, but there's a little bit of a logjam at the wide receiver position for guys right around that 9,000 yards receiving mark, and you're just probably not going to get in at that point. But DK, 26 years old, already over 5,000 yards receiving. He's well on his way. War Jesus Brandon, what would be my point when I think, what would be my point when I think of Troy Polamalu? I feel he was the first real safety to blur the line between free safety and strong safety. The first true hybrid safety. I think that's accurate to put it that way. Steelers with the blitzing would oftentimes ask their back-end secondary players to have to take on a variety of different roles in coverage, including having a guy that was predominantly a strong safety asked to do free safety stuff. And Troy, to your point on that, I think that's very fair in categorizing it that way. And I think on the other side of it, with Ed Reed, you had more of a guy that was a pure free. That's your single high. That's your guy that is going to be back off the line of scrimmage 12, 14 yards every single snap. So yeah, there's a lot more of a diversified point. That's again where it comes down to making the hard point between, with Ed Reed, pure ball skills, returns, interceptions through the roof. Polamalu also got you turnovers and a good amount of interceptions as well, but then Polamalu has more of the versatility brings. Polamalu a little bit better tackler. Ed Reed not chopped liver as a tackler. It's the tough part about getting it with both of the two. But Polamalu was an amazing player. And his instinctiveness, his ability to break off of a play, where he's got a role on a play to do this. He's pre-designed to do this. The defensive structure tells him to do this. The players around him are counting on him doing this. But then he suddenly sees something and recognizes something and does this instead. And it works. And he doesn't get burned by making that decision. And he always seems to be right when he makes that decision to go off script. And Polamalu was amazing in that way. No doubt about it. The Arizona field. Arizona is a nightmare, Hamza. That stupid field ended careers in Super Bowl repeats, as Holy's hand grenade. It's definitely been a minor house of horrors for us at times. Jazz's breaking news. The Titans are bringing both Byron Maxwell, Richard Sherman out of retirement to be their second string corners, and Jeremy Lane as their slot, I hear there, Chad. AI says we start with 2 pretty easy games. That should help. Definitely should help, AI. If you're looking at this team being a contending team, I know a lot of us are thinking maybe they come together more at the end of the year. But I think it's actually going to be built on the back of being able to make some hay early on in the schedule, because to my eyes, the schedule on the back end is just a little bit tougher. And you could even make a little bit of an argument that there's some easiness to it on the front end for you to go out there and make a little bit of room. We'll have to see. But yeah, having those first two matchups up, seeming like you might be playing two rookies in those first two matchups at the quarterback position, say nothing of two teams that are sort of trying to find themselves a bit, sets up really well for us to start out 2-0. That's right, Hand Grenade. No more Skip Bayless, man. I think he kind of finished himself off when he went off on Sharp with the whole Brady debate they had a couple years ago, where it's like, ugh. He was at his most ultimate cringe. More motion, Chad. Gotta get that motion rolling. Jamal's playing for the vet minimum space? Yeah. No one's going to pay him big money with the injury situation, or even give him a couple extra million. Duran says, off topic here, Brandon. I don't know how much you pay attention to pop music, but have you heard of Benson Boone? He's from Monroe, Washington, and he's my new favorite singer. I have not. I've definitely reached that age. It was a place that I never thought I was going to necessarily get to. I'd always think I was going to be tapped into the new current music. But it happened about 5 years ago where you start to slide away from really listening to much of the new stuff. And it's just every generation does it. Every generation goes in that spot where you just get to that age where, I don't know why. I don't have an explanation for it. But I struggle with most of the new music now for it to really resonate with me. That's just me being old, though. It's not because it isn't good. Really, God, I think Woolen will be our best seller. Best. Cornerback, you mean? Ran the cut? Hamza says, I hope we can stay healthy because I really believe in this coaching staff to get the best out of this team. Me as well. And health is always that part that we rarely talk about, but of course does weigh so heavily on given seasons, is that you can have it to be where you have your season completely upended really quickly by just a couple of injuries across the board. And it's always the part you track and monitor, and we've had years where we've had positional groups get decimated. We had a Niner playoff game a couple of years ago where we didn't have a healthy nose tackle for that game. And so you hope the health can hold up. You got a little bit more depth to sustain yourself if it can't than you've had in prior years, Hamza. But that is always going to be a major key going into the season. Night and Day with Mark Andre. What other game will the Seahawks be wearing their throwbacks this season? Also, are they still wearing action green? You are still wearing action green. They've announced for sure that they're doing the throwbacks in the 49er game at home. I'm looking to see right now if there's anything we've gotten for... I have not yet heard, I'm sure somebody can correct it up in the chat, but I've not yet heard who the other throwback game is going to be, Mark. So you're definitely going to get the one against the Niners at home, but I'm not sure on the other one. And then, yes, you are getting the action green in addition to that. I don't like the action green. Duran says Lockett has had a great career, but they don't often let the little guy in. Maybe if he gets another 5,000 yards. Yeah, Lockett would definitely have to probably play about an additional 3 or 4 seasons to get himself to that stage, and it would have to be really, really good production through those 3 or 4 years, like still in that 1,000-yard area, still 70 catches, 70, 80 catches. So he's at 8,000 receiving yards right now and 612 receptions, 1,000 receptions, 10,000 yards receiving. That does tend to be about the line traditionally for a receiver to get into the Hall of Fame. I think he'd probably have to even do a 4th year where he's at 10,500, 600 yards when it was all said and done. He's got 59 touchdowns, so if he had to end up with like 70, 73 touchdowns total after 3 or 4 years, he could get in at that point, but I just don't think he's going to have enough time to squeeze on in there, Duran. There's also been a little bit of a log jam there. It's like the running backs where you've had a good number of guys in recent seasons with the offensive explosions we've seen from the 90s up through now, where there's a lot of receivers up around that 10,000 mark who aren't getting in. like your Derek Mason's types, they have really good careers, a lot of yards, but there's just so many of them and only so many guys can get in. It's going to kind of feel like I think that you're going to end up needing here as we get in the future, probably like 12,000 yards will be the minimum for the receivers to get in. DK can turn a bro a tud into a tud. Touchdown. Sentai, how you doing, man? Good to see you, Donnie. Hope everyone's going good. Game's full of, we got the Paris Olympics, that's right. Full swing. Seems like America's done as well this time, which sucks. Duran, have you done a film study on Noah Fant? Most people say he's average, but I think he can be a top 10 tight end. I did a little bit of a look at him. I didn't do it as a specific video, Duran, and you probably aren't aware too, Duran. I did I've got a Hawks Nest Clips channel going now where I'm doing clips from all of the live stream shows here over to a separate channel and just kind of feeding the clips over there. So you can find a clip over on the Hawks Nest channel that I did on Noah Fant and talking about some of the things with him. I certainly think he can be a top 10 tight end in this league. I don't think that he's been utilized to his utmost, Duran. I think, for instance, you can make a direct correlation to the fact that over the last couple of years with Carroll here in the offense and the structure of the offense, you've been the team that's targeted the middle of the field at the least in the NFL. And I think it's just kind of basic, simplistic logic where you say, if I have a tight end who's on a team that's targeted the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the NFL, that is not going to be a top 10 tight end, even if he is supremely talented. To get the most out of any tight end, I have to be willing to target the middle of the field. So almost on that basis alone for me, Duran, I say, yeah, he's got that upside in his game. He's been good in every year of his career. He's never been bad. He's never been disappointing. He goes out there and consistently produces, and he's yet to really be able to produce in what anyone could call would be a really great offense throughout his time going back to Denver here to Seattle. And so now maybe he gets to be positioned in a couple of those areas to be able to take advantage of that. And I think the team acknowledged this in signing him to that contract extension where he's had 400 yards receiving over the past 2 years. You wouldn't think that would necessitate giving that guy a contract extension. You'd think maybe instead you just go to Parkinson as your development guy and have it be just a little bit less cheap. But they didn't do that. They went back to Noah because I think they understood that this guy's been a baller for us. We just haven't utilized him to the utmost. And on the back of those reasons I just spoke about. So I do think he can be a lot better. It's going to be hard for him a little bit at times where even if they're targeting the middle of the field, there's just so many options on this offense to throw the ball to, and there's so many balls to go along. But can he get up to 600-700 yards from the tight end position? Yeah. Did Grubb use both of his tight ends last year at UW? And that's in addition to getting Jalen McMillan worked in and getting Jalen Polk into the mix and having Odunzie being their number one wide receiver and still being able to work in both their two tight ends. I mean, even Westover last year, Duran, as a guy that was kind of their number one tight end / kind of number two tight end, had more catches and had more receptions last year than Fant did in less games. So they're going to use him. He's going to be a part of this offense. You can expect him to have, I think, a lot more impact than he's had the past 2 years. Cameron says, if Russ had a bad year this year, is he officially out of Hall of Fame contention? Or do you think he can get in eventually, even with another bad year? There's a general feeling here that the Hall of Fame in the NFL has shifted a little bit towards more of the Hall of Fame of good rather than the Hall of Fame of great. The guys can get in that didn't necessarily light the world on fire, and that's okay. I'm not in agreement with that. So when it comes to this new standard, I'm not a fan of it. I think that it should be greatness that gets you in, not good. But I think your question is also one that I've turned over a little bit in my mind, where I don't think that he gets in. I think that there's going to be a feeling, whether it's fair or not, there will be a feeling that exists out there that Legion of Boom and Marshawn, through the early part of his career, he had a couple of years of really great run, and then he had a really steep fall off as he got into the back of into his early to mid 30s. And I don't know if that's going to be enough to get him through. Eli Manning is going to probably get into the Hall of Fame someday. He's got 57,000 yards and 366 touchdowns he's thrown for. Russell Wilson currently has 43,000 yards, 334 touchdowns he's thrown for. Russell will have more accolades than Eli. Eli's got the 2 Super Bowls versus the Russ 1-win Super Bowl. If Eli gets in, does Russ then get in? Maybe. But I have felt like Russ still needed to do one more year. Like he needed one more year of really good level of play. Maybe not to be a top 5 quarterback, but to be still a really good quarterback, to take a team into the playoffs and provide him success, to get himself solidified into that Hall of Fame point. And at this point, I think he's on the outside looking in with it, especially with where reputationally he's taken some hits over the last couple of years from where he was if we looked at this 3 years ago, Cameron, which it looked like a no-brainer at that time. Mark says, how many years do the Seahawks keep Geno at quarterback 1? Do you think Hal could eventually challenge Geno? I think Geno is a guy that has some potential to remain here as a starting quarterback for the next 3 years. If Geno goes out there and balls out like I think he can this year, Mark, and I think he's going to have his best year this year, 4,600 yards, 35 touchdowns passing. If he has that kind of year, I think the Seahawks will look to probably put him onto a contract extension after this year. And then he remains your de facto starter as we move into the future. And then it becomes a little bit about who's the backup. I think the plan in place right now is for Sam Howell to be the backup over the next 2 years and to push Geno as he can. In looking at where Sam is currently at, Mark, do I think he can challenge Geno down the road? Yes. Do I think that day is near right now, that's just right around the corner? No, I don't. I think Sam has a long way to go to get where Geno's at, especially from the neck up stuff. The processing, the seeing things clearly across from him prior to the snap, the internal clock to get the ball out of your hands at times, to not just look to run all over the place. There's a lot of things he needs to clean up that are all kind of small things, but there's a lot of those things in Sam's game that I think have already been refined in Geno's game. So it does depend a bit on this season, Mark, because if Geno does come out in this new offense and does not hit those heights, comes out and gives you a 3,600-yard year and 23 touchdowns, I think the team is less feeling like we should invest into this in the long term because he is only getting older. But if he can be outstanding, if he can be a inside top 10 quarterback, knowing that he's not going to always ask for every last dollar and be willing to take a little bit of a discount, I think more than ever the door is open here for Geno coming back into the future with as good as he is playing. And as good as I'm expecting him to play, Mark. Skip Bayless is gone, Chad. No more Skip. No more Skip. Mrs. says, because new music generally sucks. Chad, Brandon, it's great shows like yours that are helping to cause the deserved destruction of the legacy media. And that absolutely includes sports media as well. Good riddance. And don't come back to y'all. Shock bait corporate media sources. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the sports media open the doors for folks like myself to be able to come on this YouTube platform and be able to fill in a role and information people are seeking out, whereas they are all just on that one button note of let's have sports be about 2 guys screaming at each other and about the hottest take we can possibly come up with, and little to do with truth and honesty. And that can, I think, that's got a shelf life to it. That can only last for so long. But thank God they did it, because like you say, Chad, it's what has allowed folks like myself to be able to have much more of a firmer ground on this. And this is where it's going to me. I think that people are driving away from those legacy media spots as being this end-all, be-all spot where they're going to go get their information. And it's had less and less value. I think even the younger generations are even less connected to it than ever before. So this is where it's steering. This is where it's going. And good for it, because sports discussion and debate, as you can see, not just in this chat as we've been for 3 hours, doesn't have to be about yelling at each other and disrespecting each other and pounding on each other's chest and trying to dunk on one another. It doesn't have to be that. It can be back and forth and discussion and really just each side taking in the other and let me work off what you're saying with that. And not from, how can I attack you? How can I attack you with what you just said? Oh, I gotcha. But okay, well, let me counter this with this from just this perspective of it. And I think that's way more entertaining than just the yelling at each other, especially when they're inventing the subject matter at hand. Greg Kemp says, Sean Taylor is what I think of as the perfect blend of a free safety, strong safety, 6'2", 235, 4.41 speed and range, INTs, and hitting for days. Sean Taylor could have been one of those guys we talked about as an all-time great if he didn't have the tragedy that befell him in the way that it did. But I agree with you. I mean, you talk about a guy that was just scary as hell. I mean, you can feel a kind of safety that'll freak the hell out of you. Cam Chancellor, you go look at him out there, that's going to scare people. You just can see it. And Sean Taylor was that same way. He was the full package player, could do it all. And yeah, there was definitely that blend in his ability to do both of those things because of his tackling ability, his hitting ability, his size, which was so unique, like you say, paired with that speed and quickness that he had on top of it. God, that guy was such a dog. Ran the cut. I see Woolen getting 7 picks at least. I could see it too. I mean, hell, he had about 3 or 4 drops last year. He would have had 5 last year on what a lot of people consider a bit of a down year. But I do see him having those picks go back up this season. He'll make those catches. Duran says, I agree. DK will make the Hall of Fame. I think he will, man. I think he will. I think he's got another 5-6 years in him. I think he ends up around 12,000 yards, and he'll get over that 100 touchdown mark, I think. And that'll put him in. Brian Dawkins was good. He was good. But, you know. War Chief says, let's be real about this, though. If we're going to talk about Ed Reed and Troy, Earl Thomas in his prime needs to be in that conversation, too, as the best safety. Yeah, that's where it gets tough. Because then we go about, where's the longevity factor in? How much longevity does there need to be for the guy to include it? How much for the guy that, you know, has just kind of that short 5-year run of real epic run factor in? It's where it gets hard. It's where it definitely gets hard. I would say that I think if we're talking about Seahawks safety that we've got to consider as an all-time safety for me, Kenny Easley is the first guy that comes to mind as before Cam, before Earl, before anybody else. Kenny Easley. Earl may get in the Hall of Fame. Kenny Easley is in the Hall of Fame. CJ, I want Wolf Gray back too. Sadly, it seems like we have to have Wolf Gray because we don't get a Wolf Gray because they want to keep the highlighters, which sucks. Chad says, Julian Love said that the new defense feels like drinking through a fire hose. So prepare for some very rough and sloppy games this preseason as the team learns this thing, especially with regards to muscle memory. Yes, sir, Chad. That's part of that variance I speak about for this upcoming season. And whether you can get to 12 wins or you're down more in that 7-win range is how does the onboarding go with the offense and defense? And there's always going to be bumps in the road when you're going from diametrically one thing that is this to one thing that is that. And they're on different ends of that kind of scale. Duran says, Legion of Boom Era future Hall of Famers, Sherman, Earl, Cam, Bobby, Russ, Marshawn. It'd be cool if they all can get in. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see them all in, Duran. So I hope it happens. I think it'll be tough. I think Bobby's is in for sure. And I think Richard Sherman's going to get in for sure. The rest will be a little bit tough getting them in. Not that they don't deserve it, but Randall says Charles Woodson's got to be in that safety convo. He was a DPOY at safety. He was, but they moved him all around in that defense too because there was a lot of snaps he had on that defense where he was in the slot that year for the Green Bay Packers. And then you have Charles Woodson who played the majority of his career at corner. So does he get considered in that? I mean, you guys are kind of all touching on in these suggestions and discussion points we're having as to why this is such a tough discussion to have about the best guys in it, you know, and why it's like, it's really tough to do this. And there's a drive, I know, in the fandom. I mean, there is a strong drive to, you know, this guy's got to be categorized here and this guy's ranked here and then that guy's got to be ranked there. But it's really a tough discussion because it's not so simplistic of, well, this guy's definitely good enough to be in there. There's always but there's this to consider, but that with that, but then, you know, with this, Woodson was great as a safety. He's awesome in that role. But then, you know, Dewey played a lot of that time at corner and outside corner at that through the vast majority of his career. Randall says Ronnie Lott was also a corner to start his career and to end his career. I think he played a little bit of corner at the end too there with the Raiders, if I'm not mistaken. No one, thank you for the $4 donation. So here's a cup of coffee. Thank you for that, no one. I appreciate you. Didn't have any note attached on your dono, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you for that. Misfit says, weird. Why me? Ort is mostly man. Cage's dog sick. He took the job of the enemy. Yeah, it does suck. He's with the Niners. Ugh. Old School Seahawks says 16 is Ring of Honor, but 19 is taking snaps from him. More Bobo. Probably will. Randall says, see, Charles just as much as a safety as Ron to me. I put them into the defensive back convo because so versatile. I mean, that's tough though, Randall, because I think Ronnie maybe played like 1 year as a corner at the start and 1 year as a corner maybe at the end with the Raiders, but you know, he played like 15 years in the league and he was 12 years as safety. Charles probably played like 2 to 3 years of safety, and then again, even when he was playing the safety, there were so many of his snaps where they had him as sort of the slot corner at times in that defense. So it wasn't even just pure back there, just safety all the time, 100%. But he was a great player and a Hall of Famer and deserving first ballot Hall of Famer at that. You know, he was absolutely phenomenal. Fortune's I straight struggle with the new music. Oddly enough, I was never a country fan, but I feel the best new music is country music. There's certainly some good stuff that I like listening to. Okay, and nothing I got getting into, but I'll listen to and tap my toe to it. I always just thought it's a thing where you just get to a certain age and you just kind of check out on the pop music and what's the current, hotness right now. You just kind of get to an age where you kind of you filled your cup up as much music as you can take. Dron says Russ will make the Hall even if he doesn't have another great season. Russ supporters will bring up his stats. He has one of the highest passer ratings of all time. He won a lot of games in Seattle, won a Super Bowl, went to another. He's certainly on the precipice of it, so he deserves to be in the conversation of it. And he'll be interesting to see as far as a case study goes with him, Dron, on if he does get in or not. And is there guys in the Hall of Fame with less passing yards than Russ? Yes. Is there guys in the Hall of Fame with less touchdowns thrown than Russ? Yes. Is there guys less in the Hall of Fame with less accolades, Pro Bowls and whatnot, like Russ's? Yes. So from that basis alone, he could definitely potentially get in. But there is that also logjam thing that factors into this a bit too with this Duran, where, like I talk about with the running backs or receivers, this offensive explosion that's happened over the past 20 years creates logjams in the Hall of Fame where you have guys who have really great careers and a lot of yards and a lot of accolades and a lot they put up, but there's a lot of other guys that are in that same boat. And there's only so many guys that can get in the Hall of Fame on a yearly basis. But he certainly is in contention to go there. I did just, from a gut instinct standpoint, it feels like maybe he needs like one more kind of final button of his story to fully solidify it. But maybe not. It's possible. BK voiceover. Hey, Brandon. Pretty sure I saw you at training camp last Saturday. Glad you were able to hop over from Eastern Washington. How much do you think Connor Williams signs for? Go Hawks. Well, thank you, BK. I'm glad you caught me or saw me over there. I had a great time. I'm down in San Diego now, by the way, but I've cooked it down south. But I am encouraged of the fact Connor's not gone on to another team. He's not out there traveling that we're hearing about. It does sound like the negotiations are still going on between him and the team. You're not getting him for the vet minimum. The hard part about predicting a contract for Connor is I would have thought with him coming in off of a torn ACL that it would be more of a prove-it deal, and you give him sort of a 1 year, $4 million deal, and you call it a day, and you go, here you go. There you go. Now, maybe the team looks at it as and maybe he's saying, well, I want more money. So the team goes, well, we don't want to give you more money than a 1 year deal, but let's give you a 2 year deal then. And we'll kind of cook the books up a bit. And maybe now it's more of a 2 year, $15 million deal or something, but you can get out of the deal after 1 year for pretty cheap. So I'm not sure whether or not it'll be just a pure, if it is a 1 year deal, it's probably a 1 year, $4 million deal, something like that. If it's a 2 year deal, it's probably somewhere in that 2 year, 15-ish, but you're just kind of creating a mock second year to give them a little bit more money for the one season. I think that would be how it is. But thank you, man. I had a great time at camp, man. It was awesome out there. Awesome. War Chief says, I know that our third game we wear the throwback in is going to be the Super Bowl. Let's go Seahawks. Let's go. Yeah, you got to wear it for the Super Bowl. We get the Super Bowl, it's got to be throwback. No doubt. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. Says Torrey Holt, not in the Hall of Fame. Going to be real hard for TL, Tyler Lockett. Torrey Holt's in the Hall of Fame, isn't he? Ooh, snubbed. Yeah, if Torrey Holt ain't getting in, Tyler ain't getting in. That's that log jam I'm talking about. I mean, this is a direct representation of that exact log jam I'm talking about. Torrey Holt's got 13,382 yards receiving in his career. He's got 74 receiving touchdowns. Yeah, you would think that would be enough to get a guy in, almost no doubt about it, Randall, to your point on that. I mean, that's 13,000 yards. That should be, and a Super Bowl champion, guy that went to 2 Super Bowls, but still not getting in. It's going to be, yeah. And if that would Lockett, who looks like the best of the best for him, if he played on like 3 more years, would barely get to 10,000 yards. Just not going to be probably good enough. Duran says, I think his prime was great and long enough for considering his career as a whole as great. Being Russell. And yes, and again, on this isn't necessarily just personal opinion where I'm operating from with this draw. And I just wonder about a bit of the national perspective, which is, of course, the main factor on Russell Wilson getting in, is it's not the local fan base that's got to push for him and then he gets in from the local people that just love him so much. It's the national writers that have to vote on him getting in. They've got to be the ones that are convinced of the fact that Russ deserves to be in there. And I do think that he had a good long run in there. I do wonder a little bit, Duran, and I'm not saying I believe this, but I do wonder a little bit if they look at the situation there and they go, early on in your career, you got to these great heights and you had the Legion of Boom and you had Marshawn Lynch. And then when you lost those things, you were never able to get to the same place as far as team-based centric nature goes. You didn't play bad necessarily. But then, once you lost as much of that talent, you weren't able to rise it up either. So do they ding him for that? I don't know that they do or they don't. But I do know that with the national guys, they don't have that same local perspective we do. And they may not give as much of that benefit of the doubt to him because of it. Does he deserve to go in, though, as far as just on the base parameters of what he's put together for a career and what he's accomplished? Absolutely. Certainly. I wonder what that, it's like the Marshawn thing, I'd say, Duran. Marshawn Lynch, I think he should go in. I think this is a case study that's a guy that's beyond pure stats in the effect and the impact that he had on the sport and what he brought to the sport. But you have the writers that are going to vote on this. Who did Marshawn Lynch not like to talk to? Well, didn't like to talk to the reporters. Didn't like to give press conferences. Are the reporters going to have a bone to pick with him now? Are they going to get back at Marshawn and not vote for him for the Hall of Fame now because he didn't talk to them when he was in his playing days? Maybe. Not to think that he shouldn't, but just that where it could play out that way. We'll see. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you, Randall, for that. He says, sports media is a dinosaur like mainstream media. Amen. They've got an old model in place. They struck on a model like 15, 20 years ago, and they've just been hammering it to death. And this has opened up to me for other elements to come in and jump through the door then at that point. Thank God they did it, in my opinion. But it is the thing that's going to be there. Because there's still, you could even hear with like letting go of Bayless. They're going to still try to fit to the same model. They still think this is a model that is the sustaining one. And it's really not. But that would require them to have some kind of foresight, Randall. And we know they're very reactionary in their approach all the way around on that one. Thank you though, man. I appreciate you, brother. Always appreciate you for all your support. Warchi says, if my man Cam Chancellor didn't get hurt, we would have had him in the conversation as the greatest strong safety ever. I strongly believe that. Very well could have. Very well could have. Greg Kemp says, to me, Russ is in the same category as McNabb. They both were called future Hall of Famers by fans, media at one point in their careers, and then people realized they aren't. Well said. Well said. To your point on that, with Donovan McNabb, I referenced Russell Wilson and some of the stats that he put together as far as a career goes. Donovan McNabb, very close, right where Russell is statistically speaking. Very close across the board. So I think that's a pretty kind of fair comparison on the equation of the two. Russ, of course, got to 2 Super Bowls, won one. Donovan got to 1, lost it, but Donovan did get to 4 straight conference championships as well at one point in time with the Eagles there. So, yeah, it's that log jam. A little bit of a log jam in on there that doesn't necessarily make it a certainty those guys will get in. It's possible, maybe even probable. But there's a reason to also believe where there could be a little bit of a bump in the road of making that happen. Deron Ever says, not all those guys will be first ballot. I'll take a while, but I think they all get in. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I really do, Deron. I'd love to see those guys get in. The more Seahawks that get in the Hall of Fame, the better. So I'm definitely, I know I'm making a bit of it seem like an argument saying not these guys, I don't want these guys. It's not to say I don't want them in, just more of my outlook and view of the national perspective of it and the way the writers might approach the situation. CJ says, waiting for Pete to have his documentary. It'll come at some point. It'd be a hell of a documentary. What a career. BK voiceover, do you think Earl's personal baggage keeps him out of the Hall? It may not be really fair for the Legion of Boom guys, but the collective of their power probably somewhat hinders to a small level the individual guys getting in. And that if you're going to get in as one of the Legion of Boom guys, that you're going to need the longevity in addition to having the bright moment, so to speak. And with Earl, did he have quite the longevity? I don't know that he did quite have the longevity. Was he maximally impactful from the free safety position? Does he have an argument to be made that he was the best free safety in the sport for a given 5-6 year period? Absolutely, he does. And should that be enough, historically speaking, to get a guy into the Hall of Fame? Maybe just enough. But yeah, there's no way not to think at the end that that's going to affect Earl's situation. You have the Ravens as a team voted Earl to be off the team after he had the whole practice snafu thing go on. They said, we don't want this guy to come back. That reflects horribly on the guy. And then you've got the post-play stuff that's gone on with him in two, which just colors it in a different way where maybe it shouldn't. Maybe all the post-career stuff shouldn't affect any of the way he's looked upon of how he's voted. This is a little bit an extension, though, too, of what I'm trying to talk about with the Russell thing, where it's not about my personal opinion, but the way nationally things are viewed and looked at on the player and whether they should go in or not, because that's the view that will decide whether or not that player gets in or not. They're the ones who are pushing that ball through it or not. So with Hurl, I think that's going to come back in and hurt him in that way and prevent him a little bit from potentially getting that haul. Doesn't have the longevity, and then the end was really bad, much like with Russ. Like, it's different reasons, but just the end is so brutal that it's enough to be the last remaining thing that sticks in people's mind as they go into retirement. Fair or not. DVN says Shabuzi dropped some really good music. Top in country charts right now. What a name, Shabuzi. Get that Shabuzi. Greg Kempin says, that's why I call Russ a mini McNabb. They have similar stats to their careers, with the team being defense heavy at the beginning of their careers and the offense not having big name wide receivers, but having a good running back. I like the comp. I do. They're both also mobile guys, work off a heavy amount of improvisation in their career, Greg. There's a little bit of that. I think that is similar between the two of them. Hell, they both even have kind of the two-sport background coming into playing the position. Donovan was a basketball player. Russ was a baseball player. So I think there's some equivalency there, man. DJ, I feel like the major factors of the Lib should be in the Hall of Fame. Their impact was too major. You might have to re-put that through, CJ. I think there's a word left out there. I feel like the major factors of the Legion of Boom should be I think you meant Legion of Boom should be in the Hall of Fame. Their impact was too major. When we've had legendary defenses, and there's not been a lot of legendary defenses, CJ, but if you take the Chicago Bears defense of 85, if you take the Tampa Bay Buccaneer Tampa 2 defense of the early 2000s, if you take the Baltimore Ravens defense also of the early 2000s, those defenses all had multiple guys that went to the Hall of Fame from them. And I'm not just talking one or two, but usually like 3 or 4 guys, if not more so, that went to the Hall of Fame. So to your point, historically speaking, we should get a couple of these guys going in. The weird part with all of them is there's just a little bit of like asterisks next to all of them in their cases as to things that could be really inhibiting them from getting in. Different reasons, but just little inhibiting things that might hold it up from happening. But historically, you're right. It does tend to be, if you've got a defense that's a legendary one, you're kicking especially one that won a legendary one, won a championship, you're kicking a couple of Hall of Famers upstairs. Dad Boy says, oh, what are you doing in San Diego? So we just had we've been trying to get our family kind of coordinated around each other a little bit for years. And this was an opportunity to kind of get everybody kind of around each other, and at least for a bit here, and get everybody kind of in close proximity. You'll have a little bit more of the family connection thing going on. Orchie says, Brandon, Loki said that it's a good thing the way our channel is, and we don't have to be like 49er fans always at each other's throats. Laughing out loud. Low-key, though. Yeah, 49er fans go at each other. I mean, they will get after it. That is for sure. And I don't think it's for the betterment of their fan base that it's that way. So, it's why I say I appreciate it, because this is not an easy thing to foster or to have a community that understands what we're trying to do and what the nature of this particular beast is, where we're not trying to be your cliche football fans that have 5 brain cells to rub together and they're just going to sit there and scream at each other and act like cavemen. That we can actually be intelligent in talking about football and dive into the depths of football and have disagreements even that still remain respectful, God forbid. And I love it about this place. It is so great about it. And as I say, it's unusual. Most places you go out online, when you get in these kind of places, this is not the way it rolls. Randall McDaniel with a suggestion for some music. Thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. He says, newer music, Tyler Childers and Sturgill Simpson. These guys got a handle of a name, I'll tell you that. Tyler Childers and Sturgill Simpson. I'll try to check it out. I've not ever been a big country guy, but I'm open to country. I'm not as anti-country as I used to be as a younger man. I used to be very, very anti-country. But they seem like they've expanded. They've got to become more rock-like as country. Less twangy, less whining about the dog and on the porch and the Ford's broken down. A little more expansive now. Old School Seahawks is a pretty ugly end in Baltimore. Definitely keeps him off the first ballot. Being Earl Thomas. Yeah, I think it's definitely off the first ballot for sure. Does it keep him in the long term? Not sure on that. Definitely an argument made for him getting in, Cam getting in. I know Richard and Bobby are getting in. That's no doubt for me. Kind of becomes a question on a couple of those other ones. Hand Grenade says, if Russ loses the starting job to Fields, he can kiss his Hall of Fame chance bye-bye. This is Russ's last chance to fix the last few years. Kind of feels like that for me too, Hand Grenade. It just, I'm not saying I want it to be this way or it has to be this way in my mind, but it feels this way on a national perspective of if this guy is going to get to that Hall of Fame, this has to happen. And if this other thing happens, like you just said, it's probably not going to go, Duran says, what puts Russ in the elite category for me is the low number of interceptions. What puts him in he's not elite anymore, of course. What put him in, he's not elite. Yeah. No, I think that, and you touched on it, Duran, with the quarterback passer rating, one of the highest all time, and that taking care of the ball and still being productive as a quarterback is worth something, is a benefit worth lauding and considering when you're talking about a guy in Hall of Fame contention. I agree. Chad says, how in the hell is Roger Craig not in the Hall of Fame? Well, I think he's definitely in a little bit of the log jams side of things when it stands. So he's got 8,000 yards rushing. We know that 10,000 yards rushing tends to be what you need to be at to be even considered in all-time, to be a Hall of Famer. So you've got a guy at 8,000 yards rushing, and while he did have 5,000 yards receiving in addition to that, which is substantial, he did average only 4.1 yards per carry in his career. That's while having Jerry Rice, John Taylor on the outside, and Joe Montana's. And yeah, so I think people look at that and they go, was he really a true difference maker at that point? Or, was he a little bit of the product and helping? Not that he wasn't a good player, but we're talking about Hall of Fame. We want to make sure we're not talking about good players. We're talking about great players. And was Roger Craig a difference maker at the position at that point? No. I mean, did he help revolutionize the position as far as making more of a pass catching a part of the role of the running back than it had ever been maybe before, and then he maybe changed the game in that way? Yeah, I think you could maybe say that. But there's a lot of these backs that are right around that total 12,000 yard mark spot that Roger Craig finds himself within that aren't in the Hall. And boy, if you have a guy that's averaging like 4.6, 4.7 yards per carry at the same marker, he's at 4.1, it's going to be hard for him to get in. Or Chief Walter Jones is in the Hall of Fame. Chad says, bro, Russ can't be blamed for what happened in Denver. I mean, maybe some of it, but that organization was a total shit show in Russ's first year. If you ask Denver fans, they will tell you that their problems weren't Russ's fault. That's what I'm hearing. Whenever he finally wakes up, I mean, I've heard from some Denver fans that have been in a different way of it on that, Chad, including even talking to Chad Brown about Russ about a month or two ago, and Chad's a little more connected into the Denver organization and covering the team at times for radio. So he's been pretty piped into that. Can Russ be blamed for everything that happened with Denver? No, he can't be blamed for everything that happened in Denver. But did Russell create the conditions for the Denver situation to occur? Yeah. Russ was driven by raising his individual star. Russ was driven by wanting to get that contract extension locked into place, and locked into place as soon as absolutely as possible. Russ was locked into having an offense that was going to run the way he wanted it run. Russ wanted his own offense and set the bad leadership vibe there from the jump when he walked in the door there. He was going to elevate himself about over the top of the rest of the team on high. These were all situations he controlled and he drove to. And I think that while Denver didn't help the situation with their decision-making, I think Russ has got to shoulder some of that burden there as well. He can't just kind of get out from under and go, well, I didn't have any part in that. I was just going to the team, working my butt off, and this stuff just happened. You made some bad decisions along the way in addition to it. Greg says, Torrey Holt, Steve Smith, and Larry Fitzgerald, Brandon Marshall, Julio Jones, Andre Johnson all should be in the Hall of Fame eventually. Agreed. I think all of those guys deserve to be in there. Brandon Marshall? Does Brandon deserve it? Probably. Yeah, he's got 12,000 yards, 83 receiving touchdowns. You probably got to put him in. Greg Kent says Beast Mode and Ricky Williams both should be in the Hall of Fame at running back, but I don't see it happening, unfortunately. I think Beast Mode's definitely got a better chance, but Ricky was great too. I love Ricky. He was a fun running back. God, he was fun to watch. Jad says, when everyone finally wakes up and realizes that all of the corporate media and news media is nothing but advertising, we will all finally be able to live our lives in peace and be happy again. Amen, Chad. I can't further reinforce hell yes on that side of it. And that is what it is. And I don't know if it was always that way. It's become that in many ways, but that is what it is. There's no way around it. DVN says Russ should have went to Philly when the offer was there. Maybe we'd be talking about him as a Super Bowl champion. Maybe. But of course, that's that control part that he had to Denver, because supposedly Russ overrode the trade to Philly. They didn't want to go to Philly. So he maybe had the opportunity to go out there, but chose not to do it. I kind of wonder if some of that is Roseman wasn't going to be willing to give the same contract out that Denver was willing to give out, and that ended up driving some of Russ's decision-making on that. Hamza says, did you see Jalen Johnson talking about Rodgers making the top 100? I don't know how Spoon didn't make it, laughing out loud. I did. Yeah, he was knocking the fact that Rodgers made it when he didn't even play last year, and it's a fair point. This is what happens, though, if you're going to have the players vote on this in the way that they're going to vote on it, and that you have the potential for these guys to be brought in. And really, I don't think it's that big of a deal with the Spoon thing, because you have to understand what the vote is. It's a little bit like the Pro Bowl, in that it tends to take them a little bit of extra time to recognize the guy at times as to being Pro Bowl, especially if there's not a lot of injuries, to allow the guy to get to become a Pro Bowler. And then once they're a Pro Bowler and they've established themselves, they tend to be able to be a little bit long past where they deserve to be a Pro Bowler, where they still keep making the Pro Bowls. It's just a bit of the nature of the beast in this kind of thing. Duran says Russ will be remembered for his scrambling early in his career and the moon ball throws. I think he's going to, guy you talk about is, when they say all-time best deep ball throwers in NFL history, there's no way you can't have Russell Wilson included on that list. And to your point, I do maintain, and I still maintain this, that I think that Russell Wilson, early career Russell Wilson, is the best scrambling quarterback in NFL history. Not the best running quarterback, not the best running back playing the quarterback position, the best scrambling quarterback in NFL history, even out of Lamar. And moving and navigating through a pocket to create more time and getting away. I'd never seen anything like it with what we had as a young Russ, in my opinion. Jess says, now, quick, run out, panic, buy some more toilet paper ammunition. The end is near. Yeah, they love to whip up fear, don't they, Chad? Deron Everest, what do you predict for Derek Hall this season? I think he comes back and he's a lot stronger as a run defender, and the pass rush comes along. I don't think he takes as big a jump forward as Mafe did in year 2 as a pass rusher, but mainly it's the run defense comes back to the forefront, which is what you thought you were getting minimum with him out of Auburn. And then he gets you 5 or 6 sacks on the other side of it as a pass rusher in the rotation. But a good, strong step forward from Derek Hall into year 2. Randall McDaniel is in agreement to the folks who said above that Roger Craig is the biggest Hall of Fame snub for him. Well, I will say, you look at the stats, 12,000 total yards is nothing to shake a stick at. And part of the Hall of Fame, this is the bit of like what I apply with the Marshawn Lynch thing, is that part of, to me, Marshawn Lynch getting in is it's his impact on the position. You know, how many running backs were future generations inspired by Marshawn Lynch's beast mode stylings? And like I said above on the thing with Roger Craig, he was one of those true first backs who came in and showed you that I can run the ball, but then I can be just as dangerous out of the backfield as a pass catcher. And maybe that's enough on it to push him in on that side of it with it. But that 4.1 yard per carry average, where you're just around about average as a runner on that, it's the part there's me. But then 13,000 total yards, also something worth considering there. Had about 70-ish total touchdowns. Great player. Kevin O'Connell says, I think Russ got humbled hard. He needed it. I do believe so, yeah. I get that same impression. And boy, Justin Fields is coming on strong there at Pittsburgh. He's giving Russ all he can handle out there in that fight. Randall with another $2 donation. Randall, thank you, man, for all your support today to the channel. Very, very kind of you, man. It's too bad they don't put in Legion of Boom as a collective. That would be cool. That'd be cool if they did collectives like that. That would be, if there was ever a case to be made to do it there, this would be the one. Randall, that's for sure. With what you put together, because that was a team defense. That wasn't a defense just driven by stars. It had star power, but it wasn't driven by the stars. It was driven by the collective unit as a whole, and their ability to just work just completely all in tandem together. Spaces, I think the Legion of Boom was a top 10 defense all time. I think they're a top 5 defense all time. Yeah, it says top 3. Yeah, you can make an argument on that. I very much agree. Especially because they not only had that great year, but they had like a 4-year run where it was sustained. Duran says, remember when Sherm showed up at his father-in-law's house and was slamming his front door? I do. I'd love to see Cam in the Hall of Fame too. No doubt. Duran says, Cunningham and McNabb, who says they aren't the same player? I always confuse them. Similar careers between the two of them too. Orchie says, name one defense better than the LOB, and don't say the 85 Bears. They were good for like 1 year and had forgotten about. So the little bit of the argument you can make with the Seattle is that it wasn't just a defense that was around for a year or two. It had been 4 great years where they leading the DVOA, I think, in defense for 4 straight seasons. They were outstanding for a long period of time. It's a great debate. I think that there's 4 or 5 defenses that, universally speaking, you go across the country and ask any fan who those 4 or 5 defenses should be considered as all-time defenses to be argued about who the best one is. And I don't think that there's any doubt about it that the Legion of Boom is going to be included on that list. And that's of just your by and large average fan talking about it. I think the 85 Bears would be brought up. I think the Ravens team, I think the Tampa Bay team would be brought up. But the Legion of Boom team would be brought up right with those teams to be considered right in with that group. Now, who's the best? Who deserves to be over the top of the other? I mean, that's one of those debates. It's a hard one to get down to a bottom line on or a consensus on. Let's say that. Radu Turkan, thank you for the $2 donation and all of your support, Radu. Had fun playing with you some COD the other night too, bro. If Mike gets a bowl in 2 years, is he above Pete? Don't think he's above Pete getting a Super Bowl in 2 years because Pete got you to 2 and Pete was here for 14 years. But, I mean, he is undoubtedly at that point one of the best coaches in the NFL that you have in your back pocket. He is established as that if he can get them to that high water mark that quickly. So it would be very impressive. But with Pete, you have both gotten you to the Super Bowl and had you as a pretty consistent winner over a 14-year period. So hard to upend all that in just a 2-year span, even with the greatest of successes on the other side of it. But it would be wonderful if it played out that way, Radu. I'd be feeling real good about where we're at. You have the youngest coach in the NFL, and he goes and wins a Super Bowl as basically the youngest coach in the NFL. Sign me up. The future looks real good. Oh, Duran, you have yourself a great night. Thank you for hanging out with us here. Holy Segregated, what second ballot Hall of Famer isn't the Hall of Fame, just the Hall of Fame? A guy comes up for a vote and he's voted in. There's a distinction there of him being called the first ballot Hall of Famer, meaning he was so great that it was undeniable that he needed to be a Hall of Famer, that the voters had to get him in that first time that he came up, that he comes up against all these other guys who've been eligible for years but haven't been able to quite get the votes, but he's undeniable. You got to let him in. Versus guys that go in on the second, third, fourth, fifth set, or Torrey Holt's case, he's on his 7th ballot. He's on the 7th time that he's been proposed for the Hall of Fame and not yet gotten in. So the theory then goes, Holy Sandgren, is if you're a second or third or fourth or fifth ballot guy, you're still a Hall of Famer if you get in. No doubt about that. But there was a little bit more debate as to whether or not you should have gotten in or not versus the first ballot guys. Save the Geese is laughing out loud. The irony with Russ and his low interception numbers. Yeah, that there is an inverse to that on the other side of it for the low interception numbers, which is the protecting of the ball to, versus trying to fit a spot in, the throw them with anticipation stuff at times. There is a little bit of a give and take on that. Or she says, but there's always going to be that battle between the 2000 Ravens and the Legion of Boom for the best all-time defense. I'll give you that we should do a case study on who is actually better. I don't know if you'll get to a consensus. I think fans would argue to the death on one team or another. The good news, though, is that to me, you're one of those. I don't think there's a consensus nationally on the best all-time defense. But when there is a debate about which one should be up in there, everyone is going to include the Legion of Boom in that group. And that, to me, is the win. That, to me, is the establishing fact that you had one of the great all-time defenses in NFL history and will be considered in that measure both now and into the foreseeable future. That's almost to me worth just as much as there being a consensus on them being no doubt about that all-time defense. Randall, thank you for another $2 donation. I appreciate you, Randall. And you're awesome, brother. Says Bobby is the only true Hall of Famer on the team, not a Hall of Fame real good. Agreed. It's to be a Hall of Fame, not Hall of Good. I think Richard will probably get in there, Randall, because he was able to then go to the Niners and turn on another all-pro year with the Niners after he left Seattle, where that might be enough to, instead of like where Russ goes to Denver and kind of falls off the shelf, Rich at least goes to San Francisco and gets one more year in. That might be enough to kind of push him in on that. But Bobby is, if you're talking about absolute, undeniable, no doubt about it, going to get in, Bobby's the only one of the group that you would put in that measure. I agree. You need a lot of factors to get in. And with the Legion of Boom and Cam and Earl, and even in Richard's case, there's going to be a little bit of, I was just so impactful in this small area of time versus the full longevity that you got to let me in. And that's their way of getting in if they're going to get in. That boy says, what do you think is the most overrated stat? Tackles, completion percentage? Ooh. a good question. It's a really good question. I'm giving it a lot of thought here, Dad Boy. I'm giving it some thought. I don't have a certain answer in my brain right off the rip. I kind of think receiving yards. So I would go to that myself. Because you can throw a guy a 3-yard route and he goes and houses it and you get all the yards for that. You get an offense like Tua's in where he's throwing little 7-yard hitches and they take it and run it for 40 yards and makes him look a lot better on his passing yardage than maybe he really is as a quarterback. So I would probably go to passing yards as the one that's a bit of an overrated stat for me because it can be falsely inflated. Chad says, bro, 4 yards per carry is good, especially in those 80s. Well, let's look at some of the backs in the 80s. We got Eric Dickerson. So Eric Dickerson was a 4.4 guy. I'm trying to stay with my 80s backs here. My brain's not working for the old school backs. There can go to. So we got Barry Sanders in the 80s. I know some 90s there, a little bit of 80s too. So Barry Sanders is at 5 yards per carry. I know Emmitt Smith is well over 4.5. Let's try Christian Okoye. No, he's down 3.9. To your point, 3.9 there. How about Chris Warren? So where Chris Warren's stats were Seahawks then at that time. So Warren's at 4.3 yards per carry. I mean, is it around where they were from, in general places? Yeah, but it's also not great, 4.1 either. And some of these other guys in that era were above him. I think if we look at some of those great backs in that era, I don't know if there's a lot of them that we'd be looking at, especially guys that we would be marking as Hall of Famers during the 80s era at running back. I don't know if any of them averaged under 4.1 yards per carry. It would be interesting to take a look at. Let's look here. Running backs, 1980s Hall of Fame. Probably have to do a deep dive on it a little bit to take a look at it for sure. Marcus Allen probably be a guy that give you some proof to your putting on the point on this. Yeah, he's a 4.1er. Is Marcus, though he was his yard per carry average was up a lot higher. He went to KC and he became a short yardage back for them. He played a lot of fullback at times too, which kind of affected Marcus Allen's career on that. Look at Herschel Walker. Herschel was 4.2. So yeah, you're in the area. We're in the area, Chad. We're in the area. I don't know. I don't know if I can get to the Roger. I don't know if I can get there. You guys are gonna have to talk me into Roger Craig on the Hall of Fame. I just don't quite get there. Swedish says, I think Sherman has a bid for the Hall, maybe just not the first ballot. Yeah, I think Sherman gets in, just it won't be first ballot, but I do think he'll get in. Richie, so Richard Sherman is only really good. He's arguably the best cornerback ever to step on the field. I don't know, best cornerback ever to step on the field. I'd have a hard time doing that one. I mean, it just kind of depends on our metric for how we evaluate Richard a little bit. I think Richard's great. I'm not saying Richard doesn't deserve to get in there at all. In fact, I'm anticipating he does get in there. but he's a great tackler. So you certainly want to give him some bumps for that. You don't normally get at cornerbacks the position there. And he took the ball away pretty well. He didn't take the ball away at like an all-time rate though, right? You've got guys like Dave Brown at a cornerback for you for the Seahawks who've got more interceptions than Sherman does in his career. So really good player. I don't know. There's probably a variety of other cornerbacks I might go to if I'm talking about all-time cornerbacks that I would first probably reach to than before I'd get to Richard. But he's a really good player. Deserves to go in. Chad says, no, Brandon Marshall. Yeah, that's a tough one for me to have come in. Bounced around a lot. He's got the yardage there, but I don't know. Orchie says, but on the team, though, Bobby would be the second Hall of Fame because Walter Jones is the best Hall of Famer probably we've ever had outside of Steve Largent. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I go with that. Orchie says, oh, yeah, if we're talking old school Seahawk, Cortez Kennedy's the greatest of all time. He's my personal favorite Seahawk ever. Let's go Tez. I love Tez. Nicholas says Baldwin definitely deserves the Hall nod. Yeah, he's not getting in though, Nicholas. He needed way more longevity. He needed way more longevity than he had there on that side of it. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. You're awesome, Randall. Says Craig had 3 Super Bowl rings, 1,000 rush yards and receiving yards in the same year. Yeah, I mean it's and that impact as a receiver, as a running back, and as a runner both to be able to do some, that's it's notable. I don't want to neglect the 3 Super Bowl rings there on that Randall, but obviously he got to play on a dynasty, and it is maybe one of the little bit of the downsides on dynasty. I mean, we're talking it over here a little bit with the Legion of Boom team, and that wasn't a dynasty, but you had this team with so many great players. How to differentiate one from another, how to take one guy and go, he was a true separator out there versus, okay, well, he got freed up because you had to keep the safety up high for Jerry Rice. You had to double Jerry Rice, and you had to worry about John Montana, and you had Darryl Tan. You had a great offensive line in place there for the Niners, and they had an awesome defense on the other side of it. And Craig got to be the beneficiary of that, and then when Ricky Watters slid in for Roger Craig, when he was the guy that was going to take Roger Craig's place, was Ricky Watters less of a player than Craig? Was Ricky Watters less productive than Craig in that offense? Or was it basically like you didn't miss a beat and you had pretty much the same kind of productivity level? So then does it mean then that kind of any guy could have fit into that spot who had a skill set to catch and run a little bit at that point? I'm not saying that I believe it to be that way. That's the hard part for me when coming to Craig on that, is I go, I don't know if I come away of ever looking at a San Francisco 49er game going, there's a Hall of Famer on the field right there. When he got the ball, that's a Hall of Fame play right there from Roger Craig. I don't know if he ever stood out to me quite in that way. Really good back. Excellent running back. I'm not denying his productivity, but just not quite that spot for me in my mind on it. If he went in, I wouldn't be screaming about it too, Randall. They said Roger Craig's going in on the veteran committee next year. I wouldn't be angry about it. I get it. It's not crazy talk to say that he's got a pathway to get in. For sure. Captain Rex, Seahawks, man. Seahawks. Or she's I've got a Steve Largent Blue Angel poster with my man Steve standing in front of the actual Blue Angels wearing a flight suit. It's a freaking legendary picture if you ask me. Let's go. They had the best posters in the 80s. We lost something. Our poster game has not been the same. Chad says on Roger Craig, I mean, I'm talking the whole package here, but a guy who can regularly produce in a career at 4 yards per carry plus the receiving yards. And for that team, I don't love the Niners, but I still have both of the, but it seems like a crime to keep him out of the Hall at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where if you're going to put in Roger and I mean, let's go. You go through your all-time rushing leaders, and I don't think we got. So, you know, you can go to guys like, let's go with for instance, let me just pull kind of one random guy out. You know, you can go with the guy with Fred Taylor, for instance. You know, a guy that averages 4.6 yards per carry in his career, a guy that runs for 11,695 yards, still also adds in 2,300 receiving yards on top of it. Ends up more collective touchdowns than a Roger Craig, more rushing yards than Roger Craig, more total yards than Roger Craig. He's not in the Hall of Fame. Steven Jackson, 11,438 yards, right behind Fred Taylor. Another guy that's got an additional 3,700 yards receiving on top of 11,438 yards. Another guy, more collective yards than Roger Craig. And, you know, we can kind of keep going. Corey Dillon. We can kind of keep going down this list of guys where if you're going to let this guy in at that spot with that productivity, and I understand it's the 80s and a different era and all that, but when these guys got substantially more than that guy and you're going to leave them out, if they've got a longer career, if they've got seemingly more of that explosiveness nature to them in their games, and again, I understand the different eras of the career, this is when I say we go to the log jam factor. This is the log jam factor that Craig's up against a bit. There's a lot of these backs in that same place that are at that same level of productivity, and you're going to take this guy and say he goes in, it starts to feel arbitrary, where I get the whole championship angle of it, but at the same point inside of it, is it Fred Taylor's fault that he didn't go to a dynasty in the Niners and that's why he should be held back as a player when we compare the two of those guys? Because he happened to go to an expansion franchise? You know? It gets hard on that one. I think that's what a little bit is of what Craig's facing there. You know, a little bit to a degree, is that there's so many backs in that same place from about the same productivity standpoint. And with Craig, you can't come back and say, well, he's got 8 All-Pros and 7 Pro Bowls and all. You can't really do that with him. So you end up in a spot of like, you're kind of stuck a little bit there because of that logjam that's there. Again, I'm not mad if he goes in, but I also understand the reason why the Hall's kept necessarily Craig out, like a lot of these backs, because we're trying to keep it in that Hall of great, truly great, not good. And I think I would argue that Craig was a really good player, but not a great player. I don't think I've heard one player since he's retired, and even in his little 30 for 30 going back, and that guy was a great player. Like, no, he's really good. Orchie says that's the Pro Bowl where Chris Warren broke the Pro Bowl record. That's when it meant something. And then on the next play, Marshall Fott broke that record. Laughing out, Chris was all sick. We're at the cut. To my eyes, the GOAT Seahawk of all time is Bobby. Been great for years and years and years. Can't top Wagner. He's been a good one. And Chad, yeah, Gale Sayers, Kurt Warner, both guys suffered those knee injuries that made you say what could have been. Those guys healthy probably would have been up in that same kind of discussion we're talking about now with these guys. Jessica Sylvia, this is Bo Jackson with the man. He was. There's another guy that, man, injuries cut that career short. What could have been? What could have been? Randall, thank you for another $5, brother. Thank you so much, man. He says, look at how long it's taken Rondé Barber to get in. Most sacks for a corner at 47. 40, or most sacks for a corner in NFL history, 47 picks, all-decade team. If he's not a Hall of Famer, Sherman isn't either. Well, that's a great point about Rondé, because Rondé had all of it, didn't he, Randall? I mean, he's got the longevity, he's got the impact, he's got the statistical stuff that he can bring to the table. Hell, he was even part of a legendary defense, to your point. So it's kind of like check, 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 check. He's checking off all those blocks, but like you say, he can't get in. And maybe that's not going to bode well there for Richard, to your point of that. I think Richard sits something like all-time 112th all-time in interceptions. Let me say that again. If we're going to say with Richard, he's getting in, it's going to be on the back of him taking the ball away, that he did that at the forefront, that he was a difference maker in his time at doing that. He's 112th all-time in interceptions. It may be uphill on him. I think the Niner final season might be enough to get there, but kind of for the same reasons that the Craig discussion we're having now is a hard one to kind of figure out, because it's one of those things where it's great to be on a kind of a dynasty-like team. It's great to be on a team that's stacked with so much talent, but then maybe it becomes hard for both fans and people that are trying to figure out after the fact of, how do I place these guys in the proper ranking on that team of their impact to that greatness? How much did this guy factor in versus that guy? Did this guy factor in at a Hall of Fame type level? Or did he just factor in at a really good level to go in addition with those other Hall of Fame players? Thank you, Randall, man. Great example. Rondé was a hell of a player. Nothing he couldn't do. There's nothing you could pick about his game. Well, he didn't want to tackle. He had all that other stuff, but he just didn't tackle. No, he could do it all. Orgy says, Brandon, you know me. When it comes to cornerbacks, I'm about Richard. I can't stand me. No neon Dion. Laughing out loud. I hate that guy. I refuse to even spell his name correctly. Jessica says, Marshawn makes the Hall of Fame or doesn't, based on how they view his personality. Yeah, I don't think with Marshawn, it's definitely a case in point of a guy that you go beyond statistical impact and you go upon impact on the sport, resonating impact on players that came after him and the way they viewed this guy. And that is undeniable in the case of Marshawn. But you touch on the thing with Marshawn, which will be the thing that potentially holds him up from getting in, which is that he did not like to give interviews, he was not the most pro-friendly, I'm just here so I don't get fined kind of guy. Might be enough to kind of prevent him at that point from getting in, because they might have a bone to pick with him, and the Writers Association might all deny him because of that. Like, oh, you don't want to give me my sound quote? I ain't letting you in the Hall of Fame. And I hope you're right, Jessica. I hope Sherm, Earl, and Cam all do get in. Would love to see it. Will says, if Marshawn Lynch ran behind Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson, does that help or hurt his odds being a first ballot Hall of Famer? Hurt. And obviously he's already passed being a first ballot Hall of Famer Marshawn Lynch. Sorry. If Marshawn ran behind Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson, does that help or hurt his odds at being a first ballot Hall of Famer? I think that it doesn't necessarily hinder it, because I think that Marshawn Lynch ran really great without having Steve Hutchinson or Walter Jones. I don't think that we had any proof that Sean Alexander was able to operate without those guys. The other thing that comes into it with Sean Alexander that kind of doesn't get mentioned a lot about with Sean is you got to pass protect and you got to catch the ball out of the backfield as a running back too. Those are also two functionalities of your job. Two functionalities by which Sean was not the greatest at. Sean could catch a screenplay and make something happen out of that, but if you asked him to actually catch a pass out in the flat, the guy had stone hands. So it would have only helped him, I think. I don't think it would have hindered him, because Marshawn would have been strong around that. Marshawn wouldn't have had the thing that Sean had, for instance, between the 20s, where he'll go down on first contact and then he turns into beast mode inside the 20-yard line. I think these all kind of colored a little bit of the Sean Alexander view of things, and kind of hindering looking at him in his as a truly just great player because of that. Sorry. Jessica says, good question. I feel like his personality was controversial, though. It was? Yeah. Marshawn, it's just the lack of Jessica. He wasn't necessarily as much given the guys the press conference stuff and giving the reporters a lot to go off of. And those reporters tend to be catty, and they tend to be just kind of stupid like that, where they won't just like look beyond that. They'll be like, no, you didn't help me do my job, so now to hell with you. They can be a little bit like that. I hope they're not. I do hope they're not here. Warchie says, Roger Craig in those years also had arguably one of the best offensive lines the Niners ever had. He also had Joe Montana, the short yardage pass king. Yeah. I mean, that's just where I go to with it, where it's not to say Craig wasn't a very good player, but he was a very good player buoyed by the presence of Montana and Rice and Taylor and a great offensive line and a defense that was legit. It was part of what helped him to make him at his most maximum productive. he got to be the best version of the player he possibly could be, in large part because I think of that supporting cast that he had to kind of lean on. Nicholas says Glassridge ain't making it past training camp. He's pretty much worthless. Jessica, Eskridge and Penny make the Hall of Hurt. Yes, they do. Don't forget CJ Procise, Jessica. Got to throw him in the mix on that one as well. Chad says, I think I got to bounce for the night, start a new job this week, so got to start making adult decisions again. Have a good night. Hey, you have a good night too as well, Chad. Thank you for hanging on in here. Great discussion as always in the chat, man. And I hope it's a great job. I hope you have an awesome day there at work, and it's it's cool. Ran the Cut says, Bobby's still playing. We're Sherm on Thursday Night Football. Enough said. It's true. It's true. And I agree with Ran the Cut on this. I do agree with you on it. There's no doubt Bobby's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. No questions asked. No doubt about it. Should be unanimous. Unanimous. Jessica says Roger Craig was B+, but not an A. There you go. I think you succinctly put it in a way that I've been struggling to find, Jessica, on that point of it. But that's the way I look at it as well. Jessica, after Hutch left and Alexander paid, I never heard his pads pop again. Nor did I. Nor did I. An observation I could never resolve because I did like him. I did too, Jessica. But you did have those feelings and moments with Sean where, Marshawn used to say you got coached up by coaches, and part of what drove him to be the guy that would be the hard to bring down guy that I'm going to fight every last inch to stay on my feet to get every last yard I can is coaches said, don't die easy. Don't go down easy. Don't let the defender make it easy on him. Make it hard on him to bring you down. And with Sean, he would have times on the field where he would make those business decisions of, this run's not going to be it. There's not a big play to be had here. I'm not going to take the 3 yards in a cloud of dust because that'll hurt. I'll just take the negative -1 yard gain and crumple into a ball. And that's fine if you want to do that, but then that's going to, like things, color the opinion of people when they look at you because it becomes clear that you're doing that when you're doing it. Horseshoe says, I think Roger was an A+ receiving running back, but yeah, I would consider him a B grade overall running back. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's very fair. Your favorite, did I stumble onto John Arbuckle's podcast? Maybe so. I don't know who John Arbuckle is. A few more Seahawks. What about Sterling Sharp? Not enough longevity there. And receivers, if we can say that there's a logjam at running backs, there is every bit that same kind of thing there with the receiving position. And a guy like Sterling Sharp that's got like 8,000 yards receiving versus a guy like Torrey Holt who can't get in with like 13,000 yards receiving. It's impossible to make that happen for him, unfortunately. TV versus my main cat, Garfield. That's right. Always by my side, man. That's my co-pilot right there. Weren't you if I wanted Marshall to be a Seahawk so bad? I was a fan since San Diego State. You could tell with him at San Diego State that he was different, that he was going to be awesome. And I wanted him too. He was so much fun, and you could just tell the way he moved was just kind of something special about him. And his ability, his feel as a running back. How to break tackles and leverage and vision and a lot of subtle stuff. Have a great day. Says, hi, I don't want to stir up any controversy, but I looked it up and no, Eskimo is not a slur. It's even weirder to start calling them all Inuit considering they aren't all Inuit. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have a hard time transitioning off that one, even if it was. Because I start to feel like on sometimes these words we get picked and chosen that they get marked as a slur. And it's like, I don't know on that one. It just feels like we're just trying to start to eliminate words. And I don't like doing that. It's like, I used the word savage, I remember a couple of years ago, and I had somebody try to correct me on savage. Like, that's actually I'm like, oh, really? I can't use the word savage? Like, let's not do this. Let's not do this as a people. Let's not drive to eliminating words from that we can say, and everything becomes about how things can become offensive to people. And that's an offense. Take that out. Like, this is stuff straight out of 1984, you know? Start to eliminate words, we start to eliminate language. Let's not do that. Nicholas says, Torrey Holt and Marshall Falk, and was it Isaac Bruce? That's right. 3-headed stack there. John Arbuckle was Garfield's owner. There we go. All right. I totally should have known that one, T-Favor. I read Garfield as a kid. I know better than that. I know better than that. Damn it. What was I thinking? I freaking read all those books. And all that stuff. All right, well, start to put a bit of a button. We're about 4 hours in. It's a good time to probably put a little bit of a wrap up on this. I want to thank the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. You can use my code today on Underdog Fantasy, NEST, and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app. And all you got to do is use my code or click the link in the description section below. That will automatically take you to the site with the code. They've got some great parlays going on for the season. I've got some lines that I've been in on that I'll let you guys in on here in a couple weeks as we get a little closer to the season. But thank you to Underdog for sponsoring the show. They're re-upping with us here for another year, which is great. I'm really happy about that deal and really proud to have them on board here. There are some restrictions in the state of Washington that do apply, so it's not everybody's able to use it there. There are some tough spots because Washington's a little bit of a nanny with that. But in casinos, in other places in the country, you can absolutely use the app in full. Use my code today and go and win yourself some money. Greatest show on turf was generational. It was. As we talk about those defenses a little bit ago that are those great defenses all time that are put in those areas, the 85 Bears or Tampa Bay or the Legion of Boom. If you're going to put all-time great offenses together of those great seasons of the great all-time offenses or great couple seasons put together, the greatest show on turf is included in that. A team that absolutely revolutionized in their passing attack what they did there. And you can't leave them off of that. Jessica says, just don't call Alaskan natives that are not Eskimo. We don't like being confused. Okay. I'm just going to be like, if you're from Alaska, just tell me your name so I don't hit into the wrong territory. I'll just stay on the name basis on that one. G-Man Cool says, how is Russ not a Hall of Famer? 2019 season alone is a Hall of Fame season, and he had multiple of those. If you don't like Russ, just don't say that, please. He played amazing for us for 5 seasons. Russ is a Hall of Famer. So I've tried to differentiate on this G-Man Cool and trying to say, and I know that this is what sometimes gets hard because you try to have different perspectives that you speak from and people go, well, then you're speaking from your perspective on it. So in the Russ discussion today, G-Man Cool, none of it's come out and I haven't presented my opinion out on whether or not I believe Russell Wilson should be in the Hall of Fame. The question posed is about what the national perspective will be on this as far as whether or not they will vote him into the Hall of Fame. Will the Writers Association of America vote him into the Hall of Fame? That's been the question that's kind of been posed. I know it can get confusing because it's different perspectives I'm trying to speak on here, but I'm not speaking to my personal perspective here on Russ or whether or not I see him as going in or not going in. I would argue that on the front of the first point of your statement and saying that he had a Hall of Fame season in this given year, I don't think that you get in the Hall of Fame off of a season. And that if you're directly referencing a single season as a reason for a guy to get in, that's not what the Hall of Fame is built for. It's built as much for longevity and that you've done this over many years. Does Russ have an argument to get in there and a feasible argument to get in there? He does. Is he also at a bit of a line as far as when you look across the board of quarterbacks that you can find statistically that are around his area and the way that this has ended out so tough? And you can look at the front of this like we talked about earlier on this, and maybe G-Man Cool, you missed the front of it, but it could be that the national perspective looks at some of this and says, when you were at your best, when you took your team to the farthest that you could take them, you had the Legion of Boom, and you had Marshawn Lynch in your backfield, and you had the highest paid offensive line in the sport. And when you lost those items, you weren't able to reach those same kind of heights. That from 2017 onward in your time in Seattle, you had one playoff win on that team. Now, I'm not saying this is where I'm at it. I'm just saying that we're looking at this from a national perspective look, because that's who decides if Russ goes in. It's not Seattle fans that decide if Russ goes into the Hall of Fame. It's the National Writers Association that will decide on this. And they're going to weigh these in. They're going to take these deals in. They're not just going to simply be, well, the 2019 season, that was the year you had to watch him. They're going to say, what did he do for his full career? We're going to take all of his into account. What are the other quarterbacks that we're measuring him up against and we're trying to decide between him or these other guys getting in if they get in? Is there an argument for us to get in? Certainly there is so. But is there going to be is it going to be an easy peasy one? Is it going to be a first ballot? No doubt about it. I don't think so. Not unless he can find another, final run here to his career. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Y2 says, you got anything for injury percentage for different plays? For example, a gap run to the outside run. I would think outside run less, offense injury. I don't have anything I can statistically go upon to provide you data for this, Y2K. I don't think there's anything that really tracks that. But I can say that it's, I think, pretty just logically reasonable that when you're running into the middle of the offensive line, you're going to get hammered from all sides. Running backs tell us that the most brutal hits that they take are when they run between the tackles. That's just what they tell us, and they tell us that uniformly. So, one second here. We're gonna probably wrap this up, so we'll kind of get the last of our questions in on this, guys. I know, again, you guys will have me go super late on this, but we're going to kind of keep these buttoned up a little bit this year. I know we've been doing more 6 and 7 and 8 hour streams in the past, but I don't know if those are always the best on the channel for the live stuff, for me to be able to, especially on being able to continue to do this kind of on multiple days in a row kind of basis of things. You've got the sideline to your benefit, Y2K. So if you're going to run an outside zone, for instance, you're going to run a pitch play to the outside versus inside A gap runs. You've always got the out of bounds marker that you can run to and avoid a hit. Versus when you're on the inside of an A gap run, you're taking your hit. That's 100% of the time you're going to get whacked, and it's probably going to hurt. Versus outside, you get a little bit more control of. We've seen a lot of times those running backs that'll fastly get to the outside. They get the edge. They get around the edge. Boom. Then they just run out of bounds right before they take the hit. So that little bit alone would allow you to be able to avoid injuries from that standpoint. And then you also get an opportunity when you get out on the edge to see where the guys are coming from. When you're going up into the middle of the A gap, you're trying to look in front of you and find the holes. So you can't always see the guys coming at you from the side of things. And so that's again where you have a lot more of an opening to take those big major hits, and those major hits that would cause injury. I think that Carson, on most of his injuries he had in his career, were up in through the middle. So G-Man, cool, man. Let's stay on the point with this, buddy. We've had a really great chat here. We've had people come in really respectful. You're the first guy in 4 hours that's come in really hot, and you're doing the thing that people do when they've got their sacred cows. I've seen this with Coach Carroll, and I've seen this with what I call the Russell Wilsonites. I love Russell Wilson. He's celebrated. There's nobody in this chat that will not celebrate if Russell Wilson goes into the Hall of Fame. But please, by God, don't twist and change the conversation around in your ad hominem straw man attacks to what people are really trying to say here. Nobody's being anti-Russell. We're just speaking about what the consensus will be on this on a national basis. And I know that that's hard to do because you're a Russell fan and you're a Seahawks fan. How do I take that hat off and think about things from a national perspective of things? That's really hard to do. How do I do that? Try it. It provides you a little bit of more open perspective about things rather than just the closed confined view of this is what I believe and I'm emotionally strapped and collectively held to it. I've said over and over on it, and I've said it multiple times, and this is the part that frustrates me, G-Man Cool, when I say something that's very specific and then someone like yourself comes in and twists it into a different direction of not what I am saying. So hopefully this has been a little bit more clear to you what we are saying and aren't saying. There's plenty of pro Russ people in this chat that have said he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. I don't think there's been anybody that's been, I haven't read one comment that's just been unfair or gone at Russ in any way here in the chat. But I don't think it does anybody any favors to paint people that way when that's not what they're saying. No one is saying that. And again, I've tried to reinforce this with you a little bit in that it's the national perspective that drives this true. Russell Wilson doesn't get in the Hall of Fame because Seattle fans really like him a lot. Or there's people like yourself that just think come hell or high water, he should be in there. I don't want to hear anything else about it. Okay? It's national. It's the Writers Association here. They will decide on that. And their viewpoint is not going to be the same as an individual one of a fan in the regional area. That's what we're discussing here. That's what we're trying to dive into here in the Russell Wilson talk. And it's not a no-doubter right now that he makes the Hall of Fame, by a national perspective of this. It may be by your individual fan perspective of this, but it's not by the national perspective of this. And I think that's pretty fair, and I don't think that makes people Russ haters to take that position of it. I never quite get, G-Man Cool, the nature of the beast of people that are so quick to get up in arms of their sacred cows that they feel get attacked. Because so often I see folks like yourself get up in arms for the sacred cows being attacked when they're not even being attacked. Nobody's even going at them in that way. But your whole tone with multiple posts over from the moment you walk in is you just come in and start flaming on. I don't quite get it myself. But I get it. People got their ones they love. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Roger Craig, revolutionized running back. First player with 3 touchdowns in a Super Bowl. All-decade team. AP Offensive Player of the Year when he retired. 13th all-time rushing, 9th yards from scrimmage. Great stats, man. Great stats with it. And it certainly hurt him, I think, that right after he retired, that log jam started happening with those running backs who had the significant yardage there that started to kind of pack things up. And maybe Roger does eventually get on that veterans committee on that, Randall. I do come back to a little bit of it, of yes, statistics should definitely weigh in on it. And I'd love to hear your answer, and you don't have to put this as a donation, but you can put it even if you just want the chat. Did you feel like in watching Randall Roger Craig when he was playing there with the Niners that this was a difference level making guy, that he was a Hall of Fame level guy on that team as he was playing when you watched him? Was it really him as any part of close to being that driving force, or was it more of he got to benefit from the driving force? And I can understand the argument to say that he's part of the driving force. I'm not pushing too hard back on that necessarily, but it just feels from my standpoint of watching so many of those Niner games through the mid 80s and the early 90s to where I never really felt like that's the focal point. That's the centerpiece offense. Here's the engine that's making this run. Or here's the more of just, okay, the attention's away from the rest of this stuff, much like what you get the 49ers offense being the West Coast offense that's going to throw to do what? Why did they throw first? To set up the run. And what's the benefit of that then? You have a defense that's playing to the pass to then benefit the back then who's going to have natural holes open up for him. And that's the way it rolls with it. So I'm not, it's much like the wrestling. I ain't mad if Craig gets in, but that's just from my standpoint why I don't quite get there. The stats can weigh to a certain degree, but that was a dynasty team. Those were all-time teams that he was also a part of. And I think the main thing with the two of them, Randall on that one, is just they weren't all difference makers on that. Some of that, there were some great players, and then there was some just very good. And it was that total mix there within that made that team what it was. But I'm okay with it. G-Man, bringing the positive energy tonight, G-Man. Way to come into the room and drop a turd in the punch bowl, brother. No, not all I care about is playoff wins. And again, I think you're struggling with this, man, and I know it's a struggle for some because there's a mentality that permeates at times in life, G-Man Cool, and I see it in sports world. It's definitely there in the real life world. And it's the mentality of, if you ain't with me, you're against me. And so when you get into disagreements, then it becomes, here's my mortal enemy on the other side of it, as opposed to, hey, we both root for the same team. We're both part of the same family that wants to see this team reach the greatest of heights. We just happen to have a bit of a disagreement on this angle of things. And it becomes really hard. And so what you got to do is what you've done. You create ad hominem attacks, you straw man, you go, you don't know ball. It goes into everything but actually having a discussion about the things that we're talking about, G-Man. Build your argument up. You don't have to go attack people. Build your argument up. The fact that you're attacking sort of speaks to the weakness of your argument. If you've got to ad hominem, if you've got to do personal attacks, if you've got to say that stuff, that's the first thing that indicates with me after doing this for 5 years that you don't feel like you're really on as solid ground as you purport to believe that you are upon. So you can, I mean, if you want to beat the chest and do it and go that way, you can do it that way. What we do try to do in here, G-Man Cool, is we try to talk about this stuff and get deep within it and intelligently discuss it. And we're certainly all going to have our individual points that we believe inherently in the DNA within us. But it doesn't mean that we can't have some disagreement without still being respectful. And it does also mean that we can paint what might be who we look at as a adversarial position in the proper light, which you've yet to do walking into this chat. And you're struggling to do. And you're struggling, I think, to understand the perspective that I was trying to speak upon when you walked into this chat midstream. I'm going to try to pull you on the tracks with it. Obviously, maybe you just want to be mad about it and shake your fist at everybody and call them bad fans. You're free to do that as well in here. But I think there's also much more fruitful discussion to be had if you're willing to actually discuss about the merits of what would get him to Hall of Fame versus the emotionality of what you feel should get him to the Hall of Fame. Orchie says, on that note with Roger Craig having the best, I also feel the same with Emmitt Smith. Emmitt got the best version of himself because of that offensive line in Aikman. I agree. I think Emmitt Smith was a big beneficiary of his supporting cast in that same kind of way. Yeah, 100%. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate you for that. Says, I was kind of thinking there's a theory instead of worrying about effing their dudes up, think about not getting your guys, especially O-line, messed up. I was kind of thinking, let me reread that. I was kind of thinking there's a theory instead of worrying about effing their dudes up. Think about not getting your guys, especially O-line, messed up. Y2K, you might have to retype that in, buddy. And I'm sorry, I get 4 hours into this and, my eyes start to go crossed and I can't quite always understand on the post what exactly has been saying. You don't have to do a donation for it, Y2K. Just retype that, really type that if you can, just a little more clearer below, because I don't know what you mean on that donation. I'm not sure. I was kind of thinking there's a theory instead of worrying about effing their dudes up, period. Think about not getting your guys, especially O-line, messed up. So I just retype it back in. I'll try to understand it a little bit below, but I'm not sure what you're saying. I thank you for the donation. Just not clear on that part of it. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, appreciate all the donations. You guys are super kind in the chat, as always. Roger Craig was surrounded by great players on offense. Also means he got the ball less with Rice, Taylor, etc. I mean, a little bit. I mean, they were ahead of a lot of games. They had a lot of games where they got to lean on the running game, being up ahead on a lot of those games, and they ended up getting back to running the ball quite a bit when it was all said and done. It's just merely that they set up the run with the pass. So yeah, there's maybe a little bit less there to a degree. But again, I think the numbers ended up still fairly well balancing out between the run-pass ratio versus other teams at that time. It's just that other teams like the Seahawks in the 80s, for instance, Randall, would start out running the ball through the whole game, and they would only kind of pass, but begrudgingly, so to speak. So yeah, there's maybe a little bit to that. It's again, too, though, he's got the great head coach and Bill Walsh there, too. You've got the great defense in addition to that on the other side of it and on those things. It's all of that sort of helping to kind of buoy that guy up a little bit. Nick says, good evening. All I see is bees fired up. Yeah, I guess we were having a good one and someone wanted to come in and then just be kind of dickish about it. I don't get the draw to be a dick. I don't. I'm not trying to be a dick to anybody, but I'm going to walk in and just be a dick first thing. Like, why? We're all having reasonably nice discussion. We're all being very cool with each other, and you're going to come in and go, G-Man, let's see if the G-Man post finally gets to a positive side. We've had about 9 straight posts of moaning and ad hominem and straw man. Let's see if we can get to a place of some substantial actual discussion, G-Man, because part of my frustration here is that's what I want to get into with this channel. We're trying to have good, honest, deep discussion, not emotionality-based ranting and ramblings. G-Man, I'm not trying to argue. I didn't live in Seattle at the time when he was in prime, but I'll stop. I'm sorry for making a fuss. I don't mind a fuss, just being a fuss about something that's worth being a fuss about. You walked in taking offense to people being anti-Russ. I don't think that there was anybody in my chat, and I've read every chat throughout this show, that was being anti-Russ. You came in midstream in a discussion where we were talking about the national perspective and whether that national perspective, like I said above on this G-Man Cool, the national perspective is, and maybe you're not aware of this, national writers are the ones who vote in the Hall of Famers. Not people from Seattle, but the national fight. So when we're talking about that perspective, what is by and large the national perspective on Russell Wilson right now? This is a place where you and I can have the back and forth. Let me ask you a question and you can respond back. What do you believe the national perspective is from the writers of America by and large when they look at Russell Wilson on their view of him? Is it fair to say that they may think that he was buoyed up by that Legion of Boom and Marshawn Lynch and Pete Carroll in the early side of it, and that he lost that as that went along and he lost some of that success then? He wasn't able to reach to the same heights, wasn't able to be the same kind of winner. I will give you that he had a couple of years there where he basically practically had to kind of carry the team. But is that going to be the national perspective of him? Because that's what the whole conversation started off, G-Man, was not whether I thought he should get in, was not whether the chat thought Russell Wilson would get in. The question's posed from whether or not the national perspective on this will be one that believes that he should get in. You believe it is, based on what you're saying with it. But I'm just asking you on this to consider some of that fact that that national perspective is going to be skewed a little bit differently than what you might normally get at the local level, from the local fan base, from the people that are big, ardent Russell Wilson believers. And I love Russ, and there's an argument to be made for Russ to getting into the Hall of Fame. But I think it's also a little disingenuous to say that there is an argument to be made for him not to be making the Hall of Fame too. And I want to see him make it. More Seahawks that get in, the better. I will celebrate the hell out of it if Russ gets in. I'll be nothing but smiling and happy for him for it. Certainly a great guy off the field, fully deserving of it with the work ethic he's put into it. But that's the thing that we do here sometimes, G-Man, is we have a view and a look at it through the micro, and what is our view from it as Seahawks fans and our personal perspective, and we can look at it also from what's the national perspective going to be on this? How's their view going to be on it? We're speaking about this, G-Man Cool, a little bit about a guy like Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch, is he going to get in it or is he not going to get in? Probably should get in based on reputation. Probably should get in based on the impact that he had on the game. But he didn't like to give interviews out. He was very anti-media for the most part. Is the media going to then hold that same media, G-Man Cool, that votes those players in the Hall of Fame? So he shaded sort of those, and I think Marshawn should get in. But is that going to prevent him? That's the conversation we're trying to have here. G-Man says, I love your channel. Don't hate me. I love this page and the Hawks. I'm not trying to hate on you, man. It's just, again, it's stark when you can go back through G-Man and listen to every minute of this stream for 4 hours. And there's disagreement and there's everything out there. There's no one coming in with any of this kind of, the energy you just walked in with. I don't have to tell you on it. And I want you to be a part of this channel. The reason I'm having this conversation and back and forth with you, the reason I didn't just say, piss off, I don't want to deal with this right now, 4 hours into talking straight, is because I do want to get to where this is what the point is of this channel. What are we trying to accomplish here? What is it that I want to do here to differentiate myself from other channels? And that is to be able to have deep discussions without drawing to the emotionality. It's an emotional sport. We all have our things in it that are going to bring that out in it. But to get to intelligent discussion and to get to the depths of things, you have to kind of take emotionality and put it up here over here on this side of things. Because it's just going to weigh you down and it's going to drift and drive you into the wrong direction of things, in my opinion. I could be wrong on that. So it's just, you caught me kind of right at the end when you came in with a little bit of the energy on that at the end. And that's where where I drive for on this channel is, I don't think we accomplish anything when we get into that mode, G-Man Cool. When we get in the mode of, you guys don't know what the hell, what are you doing? Who's even, what, you guys even watch football? When that energy is coming, I just kill the chat, man. That's why I take offense over it, not offense, but that's why you're going to see me jump on that, because that's not what we're doing here. It's not how we're operating. People love Russell Wilson in Seattle. Seahawks fans, if you took him and said, should Russell Wilson go in the Hall of Fame? Everyone by and large say, get him in the Hall of Fame. Let's go. It's not us saying that on it, but we are going to think from sometimes in this from the different perspectives and outlooks on it. That's all. I said I would stop. I've always been a Russ guy since I was 8. How am I counting? I've stopped. I appreciate that, man. And we all have guys I've got a guy over my shoulder right here with Steve Largent. You know, you're not going to be able to ever say anything bad about me with Steve Largent. The guy rides on high for me as well. You know, we all have our sacred cows to a certain degree. Part of a bit of my frustration for this comes into a bit of facing a unique situation over the past couple of years, G-Man, cool, when it's come into this, okay? And with Russell Wilson and with Coach Carroll, these are two guys as figureheads here in Seattle that draw out a lot of emotions in fans in both different directions. And so then it sometimes gets hard to have real in-depth discussion because then there's always this pull to get back to the emotionality of the situation. And I just think that that's where it then takes us away from actually getting into the nuts and bolts, into the real deep meat that is there to be had in this discussion. You know, the stuff that's actual fruitfulness. Because I think that when we just end up back and forth, you know, it gets nowhere at that point. T-Favor, Hawksnest, are you a season ticket holder? I am not, T-Favor. Not because I wouldn't want to, but for the channel, it's actually one of the biggest days of the year for me during game day, both for my growth and everything all around on that side of it for me. So it's going to be really hard into the future to do much in person going to Seahawks games, to be honest with you, just because I get in season and those are the days I get more subscribers than ever. We get the biggest viewership and traffic on those days. It's kind of like to go into the stadium and sort of take yourself out of it on that. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. Y2K, I really do appreciate all of your support. Says, oh, we're going to ground and pound them and punch them in the mouth. Good luck having your team grinding teams down for 17 games plus the playoffs. Yeah, we certainly saw through the years, sometimes that interior A-gap running style of our running backs, as you were kind of asking above on that Y2K about whether those, outside runs can, oh wait, yeah, you were asking above here, weren't you? Oh, I missed. I guess about the inside, the outside runs. I missed another one of your donations too. Sorry about that. Let me get back to that. And that you had how many years have we had the running backs go down due to injuries here in recent years? How many times have we had those number one guys go down and it's, you're hitting those inside guys? How many times have we had our linemen, break down with that? Because you're probably, when you're asking more of your linemen to go heads up and just get into a car crash, a literal car crash, first maybe getting lateral, maybe pulling out in space, maybe go finding a safety from time to time, versus every snap's just going to be you pounding that defensive tackle across from you. I think you bring up a good point that there's something to be said for maybe that wearing down both offensive linemen and running backs at that point in time when that's kind of all said and done on that. It's good potential. I certainly think that if you're going to just hammer in the A-gap for that sideline stuff that you talked about above alone, Y2K, that alone opens the door up for you to be much more healthier, I think. When you're incorporating more of those type of runs into your offense versus just the A and the B gap power runs. Y2K also with another $5. Thank you for that. Says there's an injury rate for every position percentage-wise per play formation out there somewhere. Reminder, I'm a baseball inners laughing out loud. No, they're definitely getting a lot of these advanced stats. So if it's not there quite yet, Y2K, it's coming along. And I would probably reckon to guess that there's NFL teams that probably have some kind of data that's like that. To some degree, but I'm not aware of there being anything out there that's readily available to fans or anything. Not yet. It's coming though at some point. I would give you that. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate it. SL Hazard, ESPN reports came out that Abe Lucas is healthy. Indeed, we finally got a little bit of some sunshine on the horizon in regards to Abe Lucas, that it sounds like the situation is turning in the right direction. And this fits to what we've kind of heard from in the background, that he is progressing. They're giving it its time. They're not rushing the process, but that he's getting stronger and stronger. Versus it's chronic. He's not coming back. The knee is still dodgy. He can't seem to bounce back. He's not responding. This is definitely to be on this other side of the end of that scale is much, much better. Y2K says I was kind of talking about running plays based off injury rate. If you punch people in the mouth, you're also getting punched in the mouth. No, this is a great point. It's a great point because, again, your old school thing was A and B gap runs. Running backs can't see where the tacklers are coming from. They're taking blindside hits. Your linemen are going straight forward and they're hammering the guy in front of them. There's less of that pulling out in space. And what a lot of the new modern offenses can be at times now is it's reach blocks. So a reach block at times is me just getting over here to this guy's shoulder and riding him out of the play. It's less of me brutally mano-a-mano coming heads up at him and ram, we're going to go right at it. It's more of that. It's the pulling in space. And now instead of going up against a 300-pound guy, I got a 180-pound cornerback that I get to put on his butt. And if you have more of those plays instituted for a lineman, it's much like running the sideline on that stuff. I think you're right, Y2K, is that it's kind of logically then you're going to have less injuries to those backs, less injuries probably to those offensive linemen. How substantial the percentage difference? I'm not sure on that, but there would be some difference. That's for sure. I've been watching this channel for 4 hours since he did the draft in 2024. Since he did the draft. Well, then I'm confused, G-Man, because I was saying this whole time that I'm speaking from the national perspective with Russ, and I said it like 5 times. This is where I'm at with the national perspective. It's where the whole conversation's been at. It's with Roger Craig, with all of the Hall of Fame talk with this has been, where's the national perspective going to be? It's not where my perspective is going to be added on these guys. I haven't spoken about, I don't think I've said any of that I don't think there's any one point on any of these guys I've talked about that I've said my personal opinion. And part of the reason not saying the personal opinion is to say more about here's where I think the perspective is on it is so I don't get in the very conversations where it just turns into a running over coals for the opinion. Or gee, Brandon, I timed you since it's officially 30 minutes since you said let's put a button on this. Haha. Yeah, I know. It's we get folks will drop donos and we get a little somebody come. It's something always ends up expanding it out. I got to get better about it during the year. I'm gonna warn you guys during the year we're going 4 hours hard lined in and out on these streams. So I know you guys will stretch it here, but Nick Guzman, Sean Alexander has an MVP and 100 touchdowns scored, and the national writers didn't vote him in, unfortunately. The national writers can be fickle bitches, and they are going to not always let guys in that it would seem like no-brainers that they get in. They will have axe to grind. They will take certain things into account that you might not think they would have taken into account. They are hard to predict, and they're not always the nicest with it on that side of it, unfortunately. G-Man, Russ is washed now, but in his prime, he was a top 5 quarterback. Agreed. How long that prime lasts, we might have a bit of debate on how long that prime lasts. Was there a year in there, for instance, probably the year that Lamar Jackson won his MVP, that Russ probably should have won an MVP that year? Probably. Did his prime last for a really long period of time? Not necessarily. I don't think Russ, for instance, was at his best day one when he was walking in the Legion of Boom through those first couple of years. I think he eventually rose to that top 5 state. And I think that short period of being in that top 5 state might be the thing that is the preventative factor for him in getting to that Hall of Fame spot where the voters look at it and they say the longevity factor wasn't there enough and the prime time wasn't there as a hot enough spot. You weren't as great in the small period of time like a Terrell Davis or a Gale Sayers as running backs for that to then override that. But we'll see on that. I mean, it will be an interesting case study with Russ to see, and he can certainly make this argument kind of null and void if he can go out and just have, I think, even G-Man one more final year to kind of just solidify things, go out there, throw for 4,300 yards and 30 touchdowns and take the Steelers to the playoffs and win a playoff game or two maybe. And that would be in itself, I think he's already on the line, but he just needs to me, he needs to just be pushed just up over to ensure that he gets up over that line. Y2K, so when you're Russ, do you think Joe Montana? War Chief, Bobo, sorry, you're speaking to him. You're not ruining the night, G-Man. Cool. And again, you caught me at the end. I tend to be a little bit moody at the end. I've got a little bit of PTSD. You got to understand with the Carroll and the Wilson stuff. I'll fully admit this. Okay. It's the part that's driven me crazy over the past couple of years in doing this live stream show, is that I will come in at times on these two subjects. I don't know why, G-Man. Cool. It's these two subjects. I don't know why it's these two guys that cause this amount of passion within it. But on those two subjects, I tend to more often than not run into where things end up becoming, like I told you before on this, straw man ad hominem. It becomes all emotional based in the discussions on it. And it just ends up, it really turns me, it's the one thing that turns me off the process of doing this as a live stream show. I don't like it. I don't enjoy that part of it. I've not enjoyed the part of it, because here's the thing with the G-Man Cool that's driven me most crazy about it. Here's the part about it that's the rub about it for me, G-Man Cool, is that I was the guy 2 years prior to Russ leaving saying there's limitations in his game. There's things he's not doing on the football field that is holding back the team. And I got my brains bashed in the chat for having the audacity to raise that up. I got raked over coals for daring, for having even the audacity to believe that I could question the great and almighty Russell Wilson. And I spoke to specific things within his game that were troublesome, that were holding him back. I spoke to about 9-10 items, and I would specifically say, look for these items. And the next year, and it would go on, I'd say, look for these items. And they would scream at me and get mad at me and get pissed off. Oh, you can't do that. How dare you? Who are you? The hell with you. So imagine doing that for a couple of years, G-Man Cool, of having people bash you on stuff on that. Then he goes off to their team and you say it's not going to work in Denver. Bash you on that. Definitely it's going to work in Denver. He's going to be amazing in Denver. Who are you to question the great and almighty Russ? Doesn't work in Denver. See, I told you guys when Russ and work. The things that are holding him back are holding him back. And you never get to the point of there being the acknowledgement from those folks that were so ardently pro-Russ, so ardently he's amazing and walks on water. They never come back around, G-Man, and say, oh yeah, you were right on that. Oh yeah, that bashing I did on you for 2 years about that opinion you had on that, you're actually right on that. You took all those slings and all those arrows on that, and you ended up being on the right side of that history. Instead, those folks come in here, and I get just as much blatant kind of that same attitude as I ever had gotten before on it. And it blows me away. Because it should be people coming in with hat in hand going, oh, yeah, you were right about that completely. But there's nothing even close to that. So to the point where we have to do years of it where it is to that spot for me, where it's when subjects come up with Russ on this in this way, I go, really? We're still not going to change our opinion at this point after being right so often? And the same thing was true with Carroll with me this last year, G-Man. I went through the same process with Carroll over the last year. We're saying, hey, this ain't working. He's no longer got the message. And there would be those people that would hold on to Carroll with this death hold saying, how dare you question the man that brought this title here? We all have a chance. We can question anybody be questioned. Nobody is above being questioned or being held to the line if they're not holding up their end of the bargain. And Russ at the end of his career in Seattle was not holding up his end of the bargain. And Carroll at the end of his career was not holding up his end of the bargain. But I wasn't as free to be able to voice that because there's people wanting to come in and just stamp it down. And I hate that. I hate it in my soul that's a drive of people to do that. That we, instead of running from open, honest discussion, we've got to don't. Why? For what? Yeah. All right. All right. I'm gonna get the last couple of donos in here. We'll read a couple more things in. We're good on the donos at this point, so I'm gonna go. We'll go cut them off at this point. No more donos. I want to kind of wrap this up as we'll get into about 5 or 6 hours here if we keep going. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I hope we get to see a healthy dose of Macintosh this year. Your thoughts and insights on that? Well, we've had a recent history here where our running back room will tend to get kind of decimated, an injury strike. And so if you're the third or the fourth running back on this roster, DJ, there's a very, very large opening and opportunity for you to come in there and take a job and run with it. Get yourself some opportunities with some carries and some yards and some touches. But the fact of the matter remains is that he is going to be the third running back on this roster. So it's going to require your 2 second-round running backs to have an injury somewhere for him to probably get substantial carries. There's an opening here for him to make some impact on the special teams. But I don't know if that's where he's going to really fit into at. I like his talent a lot. And he's a guy that could theoretically be kind of an ideal third down running back for you when it's all kind of said and done, when it fits out. But that's the other problem here too, is that Kenneth Walker has been marvelous as a receiving running back. So you don't need to take third down running back snaps away from him. Zach Charbonnet was marvelous for you as a third down running back last year. You don't need to necessarily take snaps away from them. So it's a little bit that he's in a spot here where there's just not a pathway to him being able to go out there and really get many snaps unless there's going to be injuries. This is a team that's going to pass way more than they're going to run. You got 2 running backs stacked on the roster already ahead of him. It's going to be tough for McIntosh, but he's still a very talented kid. It's just that you built DJ a pretty strong amount of depth here at the position, and not just depth, but strength on the front end of it. Thank you for the donation, though. I do like him. He's got a great skill set, but these other 2 backs are dogs, man. These other 2 backs are legit. They're full meal deals. They're not guys that got a detriment that you got to overcome, and this guy can fill in that detriment of the hole within their skills. They're fully well-rounded running backs, Charbonnet and Walker. They can get the job done. Will says it'll be nice to see Byron Murphy torment the Rams the next 10 years the way that Aaron Donald tormented the Seahawks. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y2K, thank you for another $2 donation, Y2K. You guys are filling up the donos today. I really appreciate that. He says, John Schneider is a Hall of Famer. He may have to win without Pete Carroll. Yeah, I probably would have to get in there without Pete Carroll. He'd probably have to get to another Super Bowl at least without Pete Carroll to be in consideration of that. John's got some more work to probably do to get there. But has John set a good baseline for what he's put together? Yeah, off the gate he has. But there's probably more to be done, especially because I think general managers Y2K have to kind of do quite a bit to get themselves in. There has to be a real, no doubt about it kind of career as a general manager to get there. But he's got some stuff there maybe, However, says if we can't afford Connor at the moment, we should have to do some stuff with Geno or DK contract. They did free up about another $1.5 million on the Julian Love contract herbicide. Now that we got the details out of that. So, you are sitting on $10, $11 million. I don't know what Connor would necessarily command coming off of a torn ACL, especially because right now the market is one where there's not a lot of people that have a lot of money to spend. So who are you competing against now for Connor services? What actual money is there out there for a guy coming off that torn ACL? It does seem like he wants more money than the Seahawks are currently willing to give herbicide. But I also haven't necessarily heard about any other teams coming into the flow on this to jump in and grab him either. Connor Williams, it's the center we're talking about on that. Nick says also, I was wondering, what do you think long-term about K9 and his future with the team is, considering the value halfbacks have decreased? I think a little bit of it's going to be dependent upon what happens over this next year, Nick. If he goes out and he can show you that difference-making talent that he appears to have now set up with a great offense and a coaching staff and system that is seeking to get the most out of him to where he can become the player that they think ideally in the mind that he can be, which is a top 5 running back in this league. He gets then after year 3, you have him for a theoretical final 4th year of the deal that you can hold him, or you can give him a contract extension. John Schneider in the past has not been hesitant about giving out contract extensions. Marshawn Lynch multiple times over. You gave Eddie Lacy a 1-year, $4 million deal. You gave Chris Carson the contract extension. So he certainly is also, in addition to drafting guys high, been willing to pay guys a lot of money in addition to that. So he's not been one of those general managers, I'm trying to say, Nick, that's been like, I don't pay running backs. I just draft them high and then I let them go as soon as they're going to be due to be paid. So if I'm going to make the guess on this, and it is an educated guess, I would say that if he goes out and has himself a 1,500-yard type season, the team will probably put together a contract extension for him. If he goes out and has another 1,000-yard season, the team probably goes out and just lets him play out that final 4th year of that deal and maybe lets him walk at that point because maybe he's just not that difference level making guy in the way that they thought he could be. It's possible with that one. Hard to say on that one, Nick. That's a bit of a tough one to predict because I think a lot of it's going to be factoring into the final year of this deal and how he performs. Y2K, in a future episode, is there a way to like type out stuff, thoughts like some paragraphs, thoughts out and send it to you? I super chat whatever you go through it. Yeah, I mean, there's no slow mode Y2K on my chat. So on my chat, I purposefully do not turn on slow mode, meaning you're prevented from, yes, there's a 250 character count limit, but there's no limit to putting back-to-back messages up. And if you're putting back-to-back messages up, which is just you're putting together a full cognitive thought, that's not a problem to do that in the chat. So if you guys have an expansive thoughts that you want to dive into that is not allowing you in the 250 character count limit, just post them bing, bing. Just bing, bing, bing. Post them right up. I'm going to read through all the comments. So, I'll get to the full thing on it, but I think that's the easiest way to do it because there's no restriction to you posting on it, Y2K. So just go bang, bang, bang. Just post them right back. And if it's not you saying the same thing, you're not spamming the chat. It's just you're getting the full expansive thoughts out as to what you want to ask or what you want to discuss. Ricardo, who's going to give a bunch of money to a center coming off a catastrophic knee injury? Seahawks shouldn't overpay for Williams. No, they shouldn't. No, they shouldn't. And you're right. That's where I'm coming from with it. I mean, who are we competing against here? Who else is offering him anything out there on the open market right now? Stewart says, late to the party. Did anybody hear, but did anybody see Sundell play center? I heard reports he looked surprisingly good. Didn't hear anything about Sundell myself. I looked through a lot of the reports prior to the stream. Nothing quite popped up on it. I know that Murphy got to him on one play for sure, Stewart, in the backfield. But right now, center is pretty open. Space says, I give you plenty of S, Brandon, but you were right. Thank you, Space. Yeah. And some of this is just where I'm a human being like everybody else is. I'm a very patient guy. But some of the people that come in, you got to understand sometimes when you see me get to the state where it's like, I'm going back down to this argument trail again, is that it's been years on some of these subjects. With Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll, it's been years and years of hearing the same stuff thrown in my face, which would be fine if it was right. If the Russell Wilsonites, if the Coach Carrollites, if you guys had been proven right, I'd be the one over half an eat crow right now. I'd be the one who'd need to be having my hat in my hand, apologizing for being so lame as to have dumb dipshit opinions, as to be so wrong and be so off as I was when it came to Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll. But that's not the way reality's played out. And there does feel a little bit to me at times, and this was the Carroll and was with the Russell, of this sort of like reimagining how the end went there and what we were really viewing and seeing. I don't need to be, I don't need anybody to give any credit and go, oh, well, yeah, you were out 2 years ahead. I don't want no credit, but I certainly don't want to get back into the same old argument of, oh, Russell was magical and running on high and you were seeing things. There was no bad parts in his game. He's just amazing the way God built him. There's nothing wrong with him at all on this. I certainly am not going to end out there at this point in the discussion. I don't need you to eat crow. I don't need you to say I was wrong. I don't need anybody to go, well, I don't need any of that. But I'm not going to come in and have people come in and flame me out on the Russ situation at that point either. I will have a level of an end my patience reaches on a certain points of conversation. It's part of why I don't try to talk about this stuff as minimal as possible. And I think Derek Hall is going to be good this year too, man. He looks like he's been working his butt off this offseason. And he confirmed a little bit in a recent interview that he was dealing with some injuries last year that probably held back a little bit of his performance on the field. What's up, King Bomber? Nick says Woolen has a shoulder injury that is completely healed now. Also, let's not act like tackling wasn't a team issue, not just Woolen. Spoon had 8 missed tackles in the Steelers game. Yeah, that Steelers game was a brutal one for Spoon on the tackling. And it was tackling is an issue across the board for your Hawks and has been for a while. There's, I think, a couple of different reasons for that that hopefully will now be kind of mitigated and resolved with the new coaching staff. But also a guy you understand with the tackling stuff. There's guys that you can go, you're a defender, you should know to tackle. There's no excuses here. But for a guy in Woolen that is 3 years new to the position, 3 years to where he wasn't tackling anybody, and then 3 years ago, he started tackling people. You give that guy a little bit more room for potentially that to improve, Y2K says, email you 5 paragraphs. Well, you can always DM me on Twitter too, Y2K, or you can send it to TheSeahawksNest and the Gmail I've got on the account. I can read it on stream from the Hawks Nest Gmail thing, and we can do it live through that. So those are two other parts that if you let me know in the chat that you've sent me to, I can we can do it that way too. I can go either way on that with it. So DM Twitter or TheSeahawksNest at Gmail, and then just email it to me there, and then just tell me read my email on the live stream, and I can bring it right up. No problemo. No reports on Lakin, Herbicide. I hadn't heard on anything on him. Can't go off B. Yeah, I'm not a guy that likes to use the words triggered, but there's 2 things that'll trigger me on it, which the Carroll and Russ discussions have reached that spot for me. It was somewhere in about 2.5 years of having the same kind of arguments, stream after stream where you just get set in. And I think that's the hard part for sometimes people come in who haven't been on the prior streams and those arguments and whatnot. And so it's the first time they've had the interaction with me and they're like, dude, why are you freaking out? What's your problem with it? But that's why I'm trying to reference this is you have to understand it's not you as the first guy that's come in with that tone. You as the first guy that's come in with that kind of, that sort of way. It's that I was inundated for years with it. It challenged me at times in doing this live stream show because it would make it not fun because we would deviate from what we've tried to create here as a path, which is open, honest, deep discussion. And we can talk about anything here that we don't restrict ourselves to certain topics that we can't discuss because it's going to trigger people. So it's one of those. It's also me getting late in the stream. As you Brandon, I'm always thankful for Pete and Russ, but I feel like their egos got a little bit too much in later years. Carroll's book quoted John Wooden. I saw it coming. Yeah, I think that's an accurate representation of the way I feel about it too. And I think you can do both things at the same time. I think I can celebrate Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson and their careers here. As I said, I will fully celebrate either of them getting into the Hall of Fame if they did so, and I would love to see it. But I think you can also look on the other end of it and go, yeah, but at the end here, it got dark. At the end here, like you say, ego started to drive things a little bit too heartily. And it needed to be pointed out. And it needed to be changed. It needed to be changed in a way where they weren't going to resolve it themselves. You had to move on and go to something else. That was the only fix that was there. SL Hazard, damn shame Olu hasn't secured that center spot. I was 100% convinced he was going to be a 10-year Pro Bowl level starter. I thought he was going to slide in and kind of take hold of that job here as well, especially with this offense seemingly being a fit for his skill set. But it has seemed like it hasn't quite fully clicked in here through preseason so far, or through training camp. We'll just have to see how it goes. But part of the reason you're talking to Connor Williams is because you aren't necessarily feeling good about the center position. Ran the guy says, pumpkin out cold. Yeah, she just woke up. He just woke up. Thank you for the loves, by the way, guys. No reports yet on Draymond Jones, addicted to Hawks, still dealing with that hamstring injury. I was there at practice when he suffered it. It looked like it was a kind of a legit one. Nick says, I'm hoping now that Pete is gone, we don't find ourselves in one-score games every damn week. Well, McDonald spoke about how his method is for trying to win games, and it's not about trying to just win in the fourth quarter. He's looking to try to get out ahead of teams. He's looking to step on teams' throat right from the jump. And it's a welcome change here as a philosophy, in my opinion. Stuart says, is Myers good year or bad year in 2024? Wax on, wax off. You get Dr. Jekyll this year, not Mr. Hyde. Not Mr. Hyde. Dick Doc, speaking of Myers, didn't I hear anything about our new kickoff teams? Didn't hear much about that, Addicted. Kay says, can you tell me more about Mike McDonald's scheme? I'm a bit confused about it. Well, it comes from a 3-4 background, but it's not really a 3-4 scheme, K, because you're very often in 3-4 looks. You tend to be in 4-man fronts. You tend to be in a lot of nickel. That's what you're going to tend to see. Now, you end up in 4-man fronts, but you show a lot of stacked fronts, meaning you bring a lot of guys up on the line of scrimmage, and then post-snap, you always end up with just 4 guys, usually on the line of scrimmage post-snap. But what it's trying to do is it's trying to make the quarterback, make the running backs, make the offensive line feel like those guys are all coming to try to kind of manipulate the protections and what they're looking to do. And so it's going to run those stack fronts. And then on the back end, K, it's going to change its coverage, what it shows you pre-snap to what it shows you post-snap. If it looks like cover 2, it's not going to be cover 2 post-snap. Looks like cover 3, it's not going to be cover 3 post-snap. It's always going to change. So you get both the fronts and the back ends in an ever-changing, fluctuating state pre to post-snap, with the hope then that you're able to create maximum confusion for the offense, where it starts to feel like for the offense, K, you have extra guys on the defense because you're stopping this and you can stop that. Usually when we have teams stop this, then that opens that up over there. But you're stopping this and you're stopping that. And you're doing it through disguising what you're doing post-snap, both on the line of scrimmage and in the secondary. So it's pretty much, that's what's at the forefront of it. It will run man, it will run zone, it will run every type of coverage that you can think of in the book. It will blitz at times a lot. Other times it'll just stay in that four-man front and trust its guys on the back end in zone coverage. So it can be kind of everything on the other side of it, but at the fundamental front points of it, you get that as kind of the structure of the defense. And not really as much, you can't really much glom onto the 3-4 side of it, because there'll be few snaps that were actually really in a 3-4 defense. Beast says, I'm going to my first Hawks game this year. Let's go, Beast. Love it, man. You tripping, Shorty? Not going to lie, in 2019 or 2020, a part of me wanted to see Geno play over Russ. I didn't say this out loud to anyone because it was so dumb sounding at the time, but maybe I should have. It reached a point with me, it was the Giants game for me. I can even pinpoint the stream where it started for me, where it was like you had an aha moment. You know, you're watching Russ through the years, celebrating Russ through the years. A lot of the time, Russ through those years in 15, 16, 17, 18, like G-Man Cool was talking about above, a lot of those times in those years, you're going, he's carrying this on his own. We're not giving him any pass protection. This defense is not reloading itself from the Legion of Boom era. This is on Russ's shoulders. But then there becomes that ever-evolving state. Things don't ever stay the same as they are. An ever-evolving state of things. You did get into that area of that 19 season, and you start to go, wow, there's things I'm seeing him not do that he should be doing at this point. He's 10 years into the league. Why is he not playing better on time? He's 10 years in the league. Why has he not got better control at the line of scrimmage? Why does he not see the blitzes clear? Why does he not throw with better anticipation? Why is there a lack of consistency in his game so very often where he can blow up for a quarter and light that scoreboard up like Golden State Warriors when they get their hot hand, but then he just goes ice cold for 2 other quarters? It's like the opposite of what you should be getting in kind of a veteran QB that's been in it for 10 years in that way. And those things started to stand out readily in his game. And they weren't haters of Russ to mention it, but that's the way it did get kind of proposed at that time if you raised it. Oh, you're just a hater of Russ. I'm speaking, and that was the funny part about it, is that they wouldn't even refute the things you'd say. They wouldn't even say, no, he can play on time. They wouldn't say, no, yeah, he does throw with great anticipation. They wouldn't say, oh, yeah, no, he holds on to the ball too long in the pocket. They wouldn't even push back against the specific details that you were trying to present as to why his play is limited, as to why there is an issue here in trying to make this guy a $50 million guy that he's going to want to be on the next contract. And yeah, you're right. It wasn't easy voicing those at the time. Dig Docs, Brandon, thanks for the update on Draymond. Wish the news was better, though. I do as well. The team's definitely got a really really clear plan for this guy. 50-50 inside, outside, early rundown defender. Part of what's going to help hopefully to cinch up some of the run defending woes from the prior years. But with hamstrings, you've got to wait for it to fully clear up. You can't have that kind of half good to go. It's got to be all the way, because if you try to run them out there at half, those have a really good chance of re-injuring themselves. That's kind of the rub on those kind of injuries, is that you have to just really wait them out to the nth degree to get out there and play. Riverside, yeah, Jerome Baker. It's the hamstring, man. He's out with a hammy as well. So, you get those injuries. We had 1 year of injuries where it was all about the abdominal hernias. Remember, we had a year where like 7 guys got the hernias, where you're like, man, can we tell Ivan the Terrible to cut back on the ab roller a little bit, maybe? So, it's hammies this year for some reason. Nix's Lock will be a Pro Bowler. Him and Neighbors are going to feast. I'm interested to see what Locke can do there, man. It's funny as hell. He might start day one over Daniel Jones. It is funny. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, what's the difference between nickel and dime? It's one less linebacker, one extra cornerback on the field, Greg. So nickel, you're going to have your 3 corners and your 2 linebackers. Dime, you're going to have 1 linebacker and 4 corners on the field. Ricardo says, I wouldn't worry too much about injuries this early. The coaching staff isn't going to run the guys into the ground 1 month before the start of the season. Yeah. They're being careful with them. It's what you want to do. It's a long season now with the 17 games. So it's even more so than ever. You're thinking about it as a marathon, and not feeling rushed to get guys out there day one necessarily, I think. And I think that was a little bit more of a driving force with the 16-game schedules of the past. I know it's only 1 extra game, but it's that 1 extra game, the 2 Thursday night games. You just have to build more of a protective layer in on your team to make sure that you can sustain. SL Hazard, Sean McVay is shook right now. Coach Mack in the division will cause him to lose sleep. He definitely was recognizing that this is the guy that's going to be a problem for them. When he talked to the Athletic interview about a week or 2 ago, which was really insightful, I thought. And he really did go into some of the depths of what that scheme causes as far as problems for the opposition. And it's going to be a fun chess match watching McVay and McDonald go back and forth, and Shanahan and McDonald go back and forth. I mean, there's going to be some tit for tat. There's going to be adjustments for the adjustments, but it's going to be really fun watching it go back and forth. Stewart says, are we going to snatch a linebacker off someone's waiver wire? Maybe after the last round of cuts, but you have to get through the last round of cuts to get there. And there's not always going to be guaranteed of a really good one that's going to get released at that point. There's certainly room for us to add somebody. That's for sure. Or Chief says, since I'm not counting every single time you said we're going to close this up, it's officially been 1 hour since you said. Yeah, I mean, we still got over 150 strong in here too. I love it. Beast, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Beast. I appreciate you for doing that, brother. I'll get there eventually. LCL Williams, yo B, good Sunday, great Pacific Northwest weekend, Seafair Hawks, FanFest Mariners, hot weather. Team looks sharp on both sides. Let's go. Yeah, hell of a beautiful weekend it looked like out there in the Pacific Northwest. Would have loved to have been there at the game. Yeah, Riverside, Jerome already has missed a good amount of time. And we're really counting on that guy. Kevin O'Connell says homie was pretending to throw with a mitten on his hand when he broke his finger. Yeah, that was for us. Dude, Doc, Brandon, you're totally on point about Russ. His spin around, roll out move started to not work in the end, but his 3rd down runs were legendary in the 2 Super Bowls. Yeah, it's you don't want to paint the portrait of the guy to reinforce where he was at the end, to say that's where that player was throughout the course of his career in Seattle, that he was only a game manager with some legs. Never would I say that. Never would I try to present that as Russell Wilson. Never, never, never. It was a little game manager at the start with really great legs. He really developed into one of a top flight quarterback, had a bit of a run there from, I think, about 15 through 18, 19-ish, where he was playing right around that top 5 state, had the 1 year with the legit MVP season, but then the fall started to happen off. And what happened there was the legs started to go away from him. He was no longer a 4-5 guy in the open field. He was no longer cat-like quick. He probably had gained a little bit of weight, slowed a little bit down with time, injuries to the lower legs causing an addition. It all kind of adds up. And that when he was not able to lean back on his legs, he wasn't growing enough from the neck up. That was kind of my point 2 years ago at the time, was that Russell has run into the place that he's run into because he didn't take that next level of step that so many quarterbacks do when they get 10 years in the league. I mean, I can go through a litany of names from Tom Brady to Drew Brees to Peyton Manning to Phillip Rivers to even lesser guys like a Matt Stafford or a Tony Romo. And when those guys got 10 years in the league, there was nothing that you couldn't show them that they hadn't seen a million times over. They had full control at the line of scrimmage and their protections. They could see things coming up ahead of times. They were often caught confused. And that was the place you just weren't seeing him take that same level step forward from. And it was obvious at the end that he hadn't taken that step forward. He hadn't done that work to master his position in that way to overcome what was then going to be a slight erosion of some of his physical ability. Pumpkin is awake. Like, you're 5 hours in. Let's go. Hamza, I hate hearing always compete and not really competing at all, that we can win in the fourth quarter every week. Yeah, they don't go together as messages, do they? Always compete, but wait till the fourth quarter. Like, why don't we compete through all 4 quarters? Why can't we step on them early and just step on them? Just put our foot there. Just keep our foot pushed down. Nicholas says they do. I pulled my hammy on the 4th of July. Took a month to heal all the way. It does. And you can feel like you're back. And if you try to get out there when it's close, I don't know if this happened to you, Nicholas, but you try to get out there when you think it's close and you can re-injure that sucker really quickly. Ranthika says, might be time to replace the I'm in graphic. That was a Pete thing. I know. I'm going to have to probably come up with something new with Mike McDonald, huh? Such a great graphic, though. It got me so many subs on the clicks, It's going to be hard to put that one away. David says, it's still going strong. You are an ultra marathoner. I know. Someone said below, I'm about an hour past when I said I was wrapping it up. That's right, Stuart. Nick says, I can't wait for outside runs for K9 instead of constant spamming of his halfback dive on first and second downs. I'm with you on that. The usage of Kenneth Walker as an A and B gap runner. Not that he can't do some of that, but that's not where you want the majority of his snaps to be rolling. Get him outside. Get him in space. Get him rolling. Come on. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. He says, Walken, Pacino, and Nolte opinions on Seahawks training camp so far. Also, good meeting you again last week while you were in town. Go Hawks. Well, Robert, it was great having the meetup with you last week, man. I had an awesome time. Thank you for the ride, by the way, too. Robert was kind enough to give me a ride back to the hotel from the meet and greet that we did out in person. So I really, really appreciate you on that. Saving me that Uber trip because you guys got them Uber prices in Seattle that are, feel like I should be riding on gold at those prices a little bit. Walken, Pacino, and Nolte opinions of training camp. I've got you, man. I've got you, brother. I'm 5 hours in, so you got to give me latitude on the accuracy here with the impressions. Seahawks fans, I'm going to tell you now, so listen. Seahawks is setting the groundwork. Look, brick by brick, it's been put down, and they're building it up slow. I know, you can't tell. No fireworks, no stories out of training camp about the team being great, good, I don't know, whatever. They are. I'm telling you now. Hear me, Seahawks fans, listen clear. Your team this year, not next year, now. It's going someplace. You know where they're going? I'm going to tell you, listen, Super Bowl now, not later, now. That's what I see. A little psychic in that way. It's as built. Just telling you now, be ready. No low expectation. No down here. Up here is where you need to be. Seahawks fans, ready yourself. Super Bowl, here we come. What do you think, Al Pacino? You tell me, where are we going?
Oh, you got it right, Christopher. We're going now this year. Everyone said, you're going to wait. Pundits say, you're going to wait. We're not waiting for no one, no time. Super Bowl now. Hooah! If you need any more reassuring, if you need any more knowing we're going down the right way, let me just ask my friend Nick Nolte what he thinks. Nick, what's going to happen with the Seahawks this year?
God damn it, I don't even know what the goddamn Seahawks are gonna do this year. Stop asking me the goddamn question about the Seahawks.
Nick's still on the fence. He's a little on the fence. I can't get an answer from Nick.
I don't know what the hell's gonna go on here. Leave me alone.
Thank you, Robert, for the donation. And Robert, by the way, thank you for reminding me this as well. Somebody was reminding me below there. Chris reminded me, right? Addicted. Thank you for reminding me on this as well, on this side of it. Tuesday, I worked very, very hard on this video. I did a lot of my impressional work on this one. I'm hoping it's going to be a good one. I'm hoping this one's going to land right with you guys. But I got you guys a hype video on Tuesday, 9 o'clock, going to drop. I've got a Howard Cosell video dropping. Howard has risen from the dead. I got Howard risen from the dead. I did a seance. I did a Ouija board. Okay. I still have spirits in the room. Okay. So I had to pay a heavy price for this one, but I brought Howard back from the dead, and I got his opinions on your Seattle Seahawks for this upcoming season. So Tuesday, Howard Cosell video will drop here on the channel. Please do check that video out. I think you guys will like this one. And Robert, thank you for the $5, and thank you especially, man, again for that the ride and being one of the folks meeting me. I had a great job, great time at that meet and greet. Corey Indall, do you remember when Tavarius Jackson played in the Super Bowl? It was amazing. It's always nice. You know the Super Bowl is going well when your backup's in there and the starter's healthy and has played well. It's always reassuring. Nicholas says, I'm over 40B. I was moving slower intentionally until end of third week. Oh, it's brutal getting over 40, isn't it, Nicholas? Those injuries, man, they just last and last and last. They're like an old friend that stays in your house and never go away. It's like, it's been 6 weeks. Come on. Why does this still hurt this much? SL, most quarterbacks look out of shape anyway, but because Russ has smaller stature, he can't afford to get out of shape. That's true. If you're a little bit of a shorter dude, it's harder to hide it. And he wasn't bad. He didn't get fat. It's just that, maybe he gained an extra 10 pounds at the same time that he was losing a little bit of athleticism. And so it kind of compounded it just a little bit. Big Docs, Brandon, oh my God, I'm doing a laughing out loud for real. Yeah, I got an idea. Let's pound K9 up the middle. Yeah, sounds great. Always compete. Shaking my head. Grub. Yeah, it was brutal watching them use him, knowing what he could do. Chris says, sounds like walking, making a statement at the bar after shot numero 4. Laughing out loud. Love it. Let's go. We're winning this year. Now. Stop questioning. Why do I got to wait? I want to win now. Yeah. Doc, Brandon, that voice of yours is going to make huge bags of cash one day. Looking forward to the Howard show. Thank you, Addicted. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I think that Brandon, it's going to land great. I saw this coming first time I heard you're walking. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. We'll be doing more of those too. I'll be doing some walking Pacino vids this year too. I had fun doing the Cosell one, especially because I can just do a hype video. It's no breakdowns or diving into tape. It's just hyping. This is hype, pure hype. Do Tim Burton's Pennywise. I'd have to work on Pennywise. I could probably pull that off if I worked on it a little bit. More impressions. Nolte sounds like one of those Hitler rants. That's my whole running joke with my Nick Nolte impression is he doesn't actually ever say anything. He just curses and screams because I always picture Nick Nolte in my mind like every movie. He's getting out of bed. He's hung over. His hair's this way. He's got like a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. He's just got that attitude of just like, the hell with this. I don't give a, it's always struck me with him. He's just kind of always got a little bit of that vibe going. Cameron says 2019 Russell Wilson version was the best version we've seen. If Carson and Penny didn't get hurt that year, I think we would have been in the Super Bowl that year. Yeah. And that's, I think, the part that, to be fair with Russ and to make sure we're being completely accurate in our assessment of what he was and where he was. And that you look at that 16, 17 to 19 seasons, the first half of 20, up and through the first half of 2020 even, stretch that into that spot. He was absolutely an animal at that point. I mean, he was a different level of a player than what he had been. And he had ascended to that spot of sort of that top 5, oh my goodness, Tim Curry. Tim Curry's a good one too. I don't know if I could do a Tim Curry. Another one I'd have to work on. Robert, thanks for the impressions. So the $2 dono. Thank you, Robert. Says, can't wait for Cassell. I think you'll like it. I tried to get this one where I did a lot of takes on the Cassell to try to get him right. And he's a hard one to do. He's definitely not my best impression, but I wanted to try to get a good one out. So I hope I nailed it. I hope I nailed it okay. But I had a lot of fun putting it together, Robert. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, brother. All right. So I did a full extra hour past where I thought I was going to go tonight because you guys are awesome in the chat. And G-Man, cool. I hope you're out there and on the page with it. I appreciate where you came from on the chat as well. I'm glad you understood too a little bit, just an explanation of where I was coming from if you are listening in. Please do, folks, if you could for me, hit that like button as it does help this channel grow tremendously. It's a big driver on letting the algorithm know that you like the content. Others would like the content if they saw this content, and they will see this content if you hit that like button. So please do slam, damn, bam, smash, destroy that like button. We've got a great week lined up here for you guys as far as this goes. Got the Cosell video that'll be dropping on Tuesday. I'll be back on Wednesday with probably a stream there at that point. We've got the Thursday B&B show is returning on deck here as we begin out our new season there on the B&B show. So I'll be back there on that side of it. And then we've got Saturday. We're going to be loaded to the hilt with streaming all day long. So get ready for a big week, a deep week of streaming. I'm really stoked up to go do this. I want to thank you guys for all of the donations and support as ever on the chat. You guys are amazing on that side of it. I also, again, want to thank so much for you guys on just keeping the thing on the level here in the chat and understanding what we're trying to do on this chat. There's going to be disagreement. I'm not asking for this place to be an echo chamber. I'm not asking for this place to be that we've got to agree on everything, but that we are able in our disagreement to operate from a standpoint of respecting the person that we might be disagreeing across from us, and also that let's argue the points at hand. Let's debate the points at hand. Let's get into those items of it, because that's where the fun stuff is. That's where the best stuff is in talking about football to me, is where you can get into that and we can get out of this, sometimes the other area of things. So you guys kept it on that level, as you guys always do. And I really appreciate you guys for doing that. I really do. It's not an easy thing. It's a hard thing to kind of stay in this pocket of it. I get that as well. But we're able to do it, and everybody's on that same page in that way. And from the bottom of my heart on this, I thank you guys, because as I say with this is what will be the driver of this channel. This is what will make this channel or break this channel, is if this community can stay in that same pocket. If we can fight the pull that you get in this online internet world now to drive towards toxicity or to be just in that way, but to actually keep it in this spot, that is what will make this channel whatever it can become. It's you guys that make this happen. It's you guys that make this what this place is. And I really, really thank you for that. It is no small thing. I will be back very soon. Very, very, very soon. But until that time, I hope you guys don't forget. I shouldn't. We're on the precipice here of a beautiful season. We may go out there and shock the nation with the talent that we have on deck. Maybe it's a little early. Maybe not. Maybe they can hit the ground running. Maybe Mike McDonald can get these easy advantages instituted in very fast for this Seahawks team to go out there, surprise everybody, and be a contender much sooner than many people are prophesizing them to be able to be so. Hard to say. That's the great part of this year coming up from my perspective of things. It's a new era. It's a new dawn. but it's also the unpredictability of what's going to happen. This team could be so many different things. This year can play out in so many different ways, both on the good and on the bad scale. And that's going to be the fun part of just tracking and monitoring this throughout the whole years to see how it goes, to see how it develops, to see what shape this team takes, because it can almost be anything on the way it looks right now on the outside looking in. Thank you guys so very much for watching this show today. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thank you to all of the collective people that donated. So many folks donated today on the channel, and I really, really, really thank you guys all for that. We'll be back very soon. Until that time, I shouldn't have to remind you. I shouldn't have to let you know. You've got one of the most talented teams in the NFL. You've got one of the youngest teams in the NFL. You might have one of the young, great, brilliant minds in the NFL. You should be hyped to the nines. I shouldn't have to be letting you know that a Super Bowl is, yes, on our horizon. But I'm going to do it anyway. Do not you ever forget. Don't you ever do it. Don't you? I see you. I look at you in the back. Yeah, you. Put down the food. I see you forgetting. Forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.